that we have now. But that's not a direct measurement, because that measurement has to infer that the light source, which is the sun, that those light sources have to travel in parallel lines, the light itself. Now, if we were to change this on change the two assumptions, which is the Earth is a globe and the light is parallel, if we change it to divergent rays and the Earth is flat, you can come up with the same angles on a flat surface. Now, what flat earthers have, we've done some tests. People in our community have done tests where they take a laser, a very high-powered laser, very expensive laser that they actually have to put like on this. It's called a satellite super aiming laser device. Now, this laser is about 2 meters above sea level, right? And they shoot it to pan at a couple targets that are about 6 kilometers, 12 kilometers, and 41 kilometers. Now, the distance between 2 points is over water. Now, in the globe Earth model, the prediction is that everything should get pulled to the center of mass. Therefore, the most curvature that we should be able to measure should be on water. Now, the curvature rate is roughly about 8 inches per mile squared. Just so you get an idea, at 10 miles, there's 66 feet of drop, meaning from point A to point B. Point B would be dropped 66 feet from point A. Now, the point of the laser is to use that as a straight edge, right? Like a ruler, like we're putting a ruler on a ball. That point from point A to point B, there should be a drop off, right? So the targets that are being hit by this laser are about 1.5 meters of height, and the furthest target was about 25 miles. Now, at this distance, that puts the lowest target to hit on the globe model is 90 meters of height. But these people are able to pan targets that are 1.5 meters, showing that there's no convexity to the surface of the Earth, in these measurements at least. So the globe predictions actually fell when you actually directly measure the surface of the Earth.
But you just gave us evidence from like what 200 some BC, like, and like it hasn't been redone. I don't know. Let me say this. You said you have something better. You have something better than getting height and getting like a snapshot to like fix my doubting Thomas.
No, he said he would want something better.
No, okay, he says they have something better, and it's measuring the curvature of the Earth.
So if I got really high and I took a picture and it had Bigfoot in the image, would you like accept that?
Boy, I'm a doubting Thomas. I need to go up there myself.
No, like with images though, imagery in and of itself is subjective, like the interpretation of.
Would there be like a flat earther that you guys would trust that could go up and be like the vessel to say, boys, it is in fact round or flat? If you
No, because then you're still going with trust. See, that's the thing. We don't want to have to trust anybody.
Okay.
If you take what Jose said, and he said in something BC, someone proved it, right? So why can't we prove it in 2019 to ourselves?
Yeah,
we're more technologically advanced. We're smarter. We're better. Whatever. Why can't we prove it? Why do we have to rely on some, stranger that we don't know to go on TV and say, yeah, I did this. Here, look at these pictures.
But it comes to a more fundamental...
Think about what they're claiming. Just if I showed you video of something fantastic, like someone flying, or elves, or ghosts, or aliens, or anything like that, you wouldn't believe any of that. So they show you images of people floating around, experienced a ball you've never seen floating, way up into space, something you've also never experienced. And all these kinds of crazy, magical, fantastic things that you've never experienced, and you have no way of judging, the reality of that image or video depicts reality. Why would you just believe it? You should apply the same skepticism that you apply to any other thing.
I'd have to stick my fingers in the side of Jesus. I'd have to be right there, dude. I have to be up there seeing it. That's what I'm saying.
That's the thing is, I know you guys said you get this a lot, but why? Like, what does anyone gain from this? Like, just like all this you gotta agree. There's just tons and tons and tons and tons of information out there about space and planets and all this shit.
I know.
What do they gain? What gain?
Well,
what gain do people get from pulling the wool over your eye?
Well, like I explained earlier, what they've done is they've given you a new creation story. It's called the ontological primitive, the dichotomy of creation, how the Earth got here and how we got here. In every single argument or debate about this, every single point will land in one of these two camps, point A or point B. Point A is that a creator, an intelligent source, created the environment, the Earth, everything you see, and you to experience it. Or in camp B, nature created it. Matter created matter and sentient life from nothing regarding a Big Bang and billions of years. It's called the ontological primitive. By doing this, what they've done is they've given you the option of not creator. What they've done is they've, taken the obvious created environment around you, the earth, the lights and the sky, the clockwork nature, and the very dynamic patterns and structures we have here on earth. They've taken that obvious reality away from you and given you a more atheistic ideology. Now, the people that have lied to you, the historical argument, you can go back to religion for that. We can go back to, as far back as you want. We can go back to the Greeks if you want to. We're talking about the perfect sphere. We can go back to the Kabbalah with the Talmud. We could go back to the Egyptians. This kind of nefarious, we control the people, kings and priests ideology. The Vatican, for example. The Vatican Church were the ones who gave us, primarily through this kind of new science that they were trying to build in at the time. What they gave us then was the heliocentric idea, turned everything into balls, us revolving around the sun. 1931, Monsignor Lemaitre, another Jesuit Roman Catholic priest, gave us the Big Bang cosmology. So they've literally taken the creation away from you and given you a new creation story. This way, they've made themselves creative.
The only thing that I've noticed is you guys actually have no working models or figures. You just say that these things can't exist. Look at the proof; it doesn't look real. But you have no proof of your own. You have no working model of what the Earth actually looks like. You have no answers for anything, really.
Well, hold on. Right. Let me say this. Let me say this very quickly then. Let me say this.
Do you think?
No problem. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. When I mean practically used, it's built upon, navigated across, and travelled across. If it's observed that way, you will only observe a flat stationary plane. No matter the altitude that you gain, the horizon will always rise to your eye level, and you will, with high-powered optical equipment, see things in the distance, 10, 20, 30, 1,200 miles away with an altitude that you shouldn't be able to, so we don't observe the ball. We practically measure over vast distances of water between lasers and hitting target. This is a direct line of sight shot. This is impossible on a curved surface, thus demonstrating that the water below that laser line is indeed level. How water always appears. You notice how water reflects light, yeah? Like a perfectly level surface. Cut glass. When you're driving down the road and you see a bit of rain, you see the lights in the road. It's exactly the same way that all large bodies of water reflect light, the sun's light. If you're at altitude in a plane looking down at the surface of the seas and the oceans, it's reflecting light like a perfectly level surface.
What is an eclipse then? How do you guys explain solar and lunar eclipses?
Back to the sky again.
Yeah, so basically, I've noticed that talking, like I'm trying to be very objective, not rude, but basically it's like having a debate with a Christian. Anything you can't prove, you just say, well, it's just a miracle, or it just happens, it just is that way.
No, well, what can you prove?
Okay, can I just?
No, I let him say his piece, but my thing is, Sketa. Here's the thing too: is like from where they're coming from, the only actual science-based funded shit is out of like control of like normal civilians. Like that's the thing is they lack the ability to do it.
I mean, but have you ever debated a Christian? It's much the same. You ask them anything that they can't prove.
Christians all the time.
It just happens.
Talking about belief, bro. None of us have been speaking about belief. We're talking about.
But you do. You are talking about belief. These are things.
No,
you
actually,
believe.
I think this is fundamentally different. Can I explain to you why I think it's fundamentally different? Because you're talking about the God of the Gaps fallacy, right? But actually, we're doing the opposite. We're saying, sorry, Panto, can you mute, bro?
Somebody's echoing.
Panto.
Okay, you're good now.
Yeah, so you're talking about the God of the Gaps fallacy, which, yes, when you debate some Christians, if they don't have an answer, they say God did it. I understand.
Anyway,
right?
you have a misconception. Flat Earth is not a model. Now,
you have
not,
no working model.
it's not. Listen, because it doesn't require a model, because it's not a physical theory. Right? We're not trying to explain phenomenon. We're only trying to determine what is, just like you would determine like the shape of your kitchen floor, the shape of a table, the shape of your house. You don't need a model. You don't need a theory. There's no theory of the shape of your house, right? We're only saying, listen, we go out, we measure this, and it's flat. It does not show a convex surface. Now, why that is Who knows, right? But it's just an empirical fact that that's what happens, right? You believe that there's some that explains all the phenomenon perfectly. That's ignorance, because in fact it doesn't. So I'll give you a perfect example. In 1597, Barents, the Barents Strait was named after. Their ship was stuck above the Arctic Circle. So as you know, when you're supposedly above the Arctic Circle, it's 24 hours of darkness. So they're waiting for the sun to come back up.
I lived in a place where the sun is like that as well. So yeah, I'm actually well aware that that's
true. For the sun to come up, so the ice will melt, so they can get their ship out. Well, just so happens the sun came up 2 weeks too early. 2 weeks. Not like a few hours, not like a few days, 2 weeks, right? And it came up every day for those 2 weeks early. Right, so there's an example of where the model didn't work. There's tons of examples.
Okay, that's like some hearsay bullshit. But I've lived in a place. I lived in Alaska.
Documented.
I spent a lot of time in Alaska, and the sunrise and set is measurable, and it happens on literally the same way every year. And that sunlight and the lack thereof during the winter is definitely measurable, real. So how do you explain that? Again, it's just something where you say, "Oh, we don't know." But the globe theory.
No, I didn't say that. You're putting words into my mouth. I didn't say that. No, we don't know. I just gave you an example where the model doesn't work.
But that's all you guys can say. All you guys can say is, well, this story proves that it didn't happen that way. But that's just bullshit.
Let's not say that.
Listen. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me say this, dude. Because you're trying to make as if the flat Earth and the globe Earth are equivalent. That's incorrect. Ours is based upon measurements, right, of the physical world. Whereas the globe model is a physical theory. It's something that's completely different. There's a theory. They don't go out and measure a globe Earth. What they do is they say gravity exists. Gravity is caused by mass attraction. Mass attracts mass, forms everything into a ball. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That's a whole line of reasoning.
But all these
the Earth is a ball, which is completely different than saying I took a ruler and I went out and I measured a ball.
But the thing is, all these theories line up. All these theories.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
I just pointed out a point you were ignorant about.
They do. All these theories line up. And you guys, all you guys' theories is that.
Listen, I can give you more.
You're getting upset.
I can give you more examples.
You're getting upset, which is
I'm not upset.
Which makes sense because you're a sensationalist.
Listen, you're wrong. You're just incorrect, and your ignorance is showing. The reason you don't know where the globe doesn't work is because you never actually looked at any data. Which most globe earthers they don't look at any data. Like you never went to time and date and verified any of the data to see if it matches up, or the angles of the sun, or to see if the sun, observing the sun, those angles intersect at the same place. You've never verified any of this stuff. That's why you think it works.
You have no working model. You can't explain anything.
Because I explained why there's no model, because it's not a physical theory.
I'm getting lots of feedback here from people DMing me saying that maybe we should I understand that you don't subscribe to it, right? Because you feel
I just subscribe to actual fact. But that's measurable fact.
The facts that you don't know that exist, right? The facts that you don't know that exist.
You don't have. Can I take this? Can I take this off in a slightly different direction? Because I'm aware that we're on a podcast at the moment. So
how many theories of light?
Yeah, perhaps the guys who are.
So when you look at a diagram for an eclipse and they show that the way the paths of light take, what is that? What does that look like? So those rays diverge, or actually they converge. But then when you look at say the Eratosthenes experiment, they say that they're in parallel. And then if you look at why the sun rises at the wrong time, then that the rays are refracted and they're bending in a curved line. So sitting here saying the consistent model for the globe is just your ignorance. There's a model. Not that you're stupid, that you don't know something, right?
Because I understand what the term ignorance means. I understand what the term ignorance means. So you don't need to explain that to me, big boy.
I don't. I mean,
you're the one the way that you're talking. I mean. And it's the only thing. Let's move on then. Hold on. The only thing that you can repeatedly say with no provable model, nothing that actually lines up. When something doesn't make sense, listen to me. Be quiet. When something doesn't make sense to you,
be quiet.
I mean, you're continually trying to talk over me while I let you speak your piece.
So I'll just
Are
sit here
you
and listen to you lie.
I just
straw man
listened.
for
I
5
just
minutes.
listen.
So
I
straw
just
man
listened.
for 5 minutes.
I feel like
I just allowed you to
eating
speak.
the shit
I'm
about
just
the
going to
model,
go ahead and
right?
talk.
So
now,
I said there is no
This-
model.
I've been
And you keep
PMing
saying,
with
I already
Motivated
admitted
Bet.
there is no model,
I think
right?
that we
or did I
need
not?
to probably just
So why are
calm.
you
I
using
just
it as some
allowed
sort
you.
of
I just allowed
pejorative?
you to speak to
It's
talk your
meant to
points.
be an interview, and it's not meant to be like a
Listen,
debate.
feel free, speak at
So
will.
should we?
And then
should
you
we
try
bring
to
it
talk
back to
over
the
me,
interview
Emil, so
thing?
you actually are upset. So let me
I
talk
don't
to you
know.
for a moment.
Does anyone
Just
agree with
just
me,
a moment. I
or-
just have a question.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
check if we can.
Okay, should we bring
Okay.
it back to the realm of interview and not debate? Like I
Don't
don't
do that, Ben.
because I'm happy to debate, but I didn't feel like that was the purpose of us being here. So we can debate another time if you want, or if you
Are
want
you
it
gonna
to be a
speak?
debate, we can debate. It's up to you. But I don't know. I was brought in with the idea that it's an interview. So what do you guys want to do?
I want to ask if you have no provable facts, no working model. Anytime you can't explain something, you say it just is. I don't know why.
Why are you saying that?
Okay.
Hold on. Can I
make?
answer
He's
Stop,
Can I
dude.
make the point I was trying to make about 5 minutes ago? Right. What you're invoking
Jedi, go ahead.
with
I
with
mean,
your
you might as well just answer
Go on,
that, I
Chris.
guess.
Just go for a debate. He wants a debate.
No, I'm asking you to answer a
here's
question.
my 2 cents. Skita, I understand that you have some questions, but like you have to understand the questions you're invoking are kind of conjuring up a debate, and I think it'd be best to continue back with the interview, and then later on we can come back and we can have a little debate, a little bit more, get a little bit more rowdy than this. Just to be nice to your viewers or the people watching this, let's kind of give them back to the interview. Maybe they might be interested in that, and we can always schedule a debate.
All right, that sounds good, man.
Thank you, Skeeta. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you too, man.
right.
It's
The thing I
interesting
just
enough. Go on, Chris. Karen, you've been
sorry,
wrong
I've been
for
trying to
what,
make this point for ages, so
Yeah.
I'll just be very quick. You talked about the God of the Gaps fallacy, right? I understand, I hear what you're saying, but actually, that's not what Flat Earth does, right? When you say what causes that, a Flat Earth of the Gaps would say, oh, well,
Well,
I
if
don't
nobody
know.
else is going to talk, I'll bring up some evidence that the
Yeah, I
Earth
don't
is
think
flat.
India can
So
hear me.
I'll list
Can
a
someone-
whole bunch of things.
Can someone make sure that India
India.
can hear me?
India,
Yeah.
can you keep crypto, mate? Because we're
Indio,
talking
I
over
think
him.
you have Crypto Gangster muted. Can you double check to see if you don't have him muted? Because
I don't think he is.
Yeah, let
me
me check
see.
here.
He couldn't
Which
hear me
one is-
talking, and then he said,
No,
if
I
no
can
one's
hear
going to talk,
crypto.
I'll talk. No, I know, but I
Can't
don't
hear
think
him.
India can hear
I'll
me.
disconnect
Oh,
and
Indio
jump in
can't
the other
hear you.
chat.
Yeah, that's why I think I didn't think he would just want to talk over me. That's why I was getting a bit confused earlier. So
Yeah.
maybe just have me muted. Whatever. The point I'm trying to make, yeah, what we're doing is actually the direct opposite of what Skedder accused us of, which is the God of the Gaps fallacy, but the equivalent of. Instead of giving answers that we can't prove, which is what the God of the Gaps fallacy is, we're telling you we don't know, right? So it's actually the opposite of the thing you're accusing us of. It's the direct opposite. So we observe an effect. It's like, oh, what causes the sun to float? Well, if I wanted to give you a God of the Gaps fallacy, I would say God caused the sun to float. That would be a God of the Gaps fallacy. But I'm actually telling you, I don't know. So it's the very opposite of what you're accusing us of.
Can you guys move Indio back up to when you get a chance? Sorry.
Well, here's the thing: is what I think was going on there. There was a little miscommunication. Skedit felt like he was being talked over, unfortunately, and that kind of heated him up. This boy's high T. He's got that high testosterone. So what the thing is, what I really like to do, I'm the guy who came in, talked to you guys, like, yo, come through. We really appreciate this, but like that, yeah, there's just a little bit of a miscommunication. However, you can't expect us to like subscribe to this outright. Like we get that, yeah. But then
that's why the interviews. So that's why it's an interview, right? We've got different ideas, and you're here to
absolutely. And dude, this is like our third like big our big podcast, and we're getting there. But you guys are bringing the content. I'm loving it. Like it's just yeah. But I guess if you want me to go back, I'd love to just string this right on back in. Why do you think that we will never ever get an objective eye view of a flat Earth ever? Like, because I need to see something. You know what I'm saying?
It's not necessarily true.
Well, you don't think that could ever happen? Because like the guy before, he was saying we're gonna have to fly everybody up into space and personally see it with their own two eyes. Like you can't just have a picture, this and that. kind of.
Yeah, he's talking about verifiable evidence, though, and I do
Yeah.
agree with him on that point. Like, if you can't verify it, then you can't know it to be true. But I think Jose then touched on that earlier, and he said, well, you can just measure the ground. So why not just measure the ground? That's something we can do from here on Earth.
And that's the thing. That's what we do. There should be, according to the ball model of 24,900 miles in circumference, there should be curve over water. It's 71% of the Earth's surface, yeah? So this is where we should primarily be able to measure the curvature of the Earth. We do this in drop value. The calculation, like I said, 18 inches per mile squared. From point A to point B at distance should descend so much. Yeah. Now we use lasers, we use high-powered optical equipment, P900s, 1000s with infrared filters, for example. This is the technology that we use to observe things in the distance that, according to the model, should not even be there. Now we're talking 1,200 miles maximum distance, and the mountains that are viewed in the background should be tens of miles beneath the curvature of the Earth. They shouldn't be there. You've got observations from 1 inch above the surface of the water, observing islands 18 to 20 miles away, the beaches, for example. Now we see the bottoms of objects at great distances across what is apparently supposed to be a curved surface. And when we go and measure this, we use lasers, we hit targets that, again, should be predictably hidden behind the curvature of the Earth and not be hitting them directly in front of us. So we have a direct line of sight, and we verify that with the laser targeting system. Now, practicability as well. We are able to use or not use the Earth's curved surface. Aeroplanes, for example, planing across the Earth. They go up, they get to altitude, and they literally fly level. They don't go up or down. You will never feel like you're going around the curvature of the Earth. For example, if I was to fly from Heathrow, London to Australia, I would get on that aeroplane and I would get to altitude. I would look out the window and I see an eye-level horizon. I'll probably be able to see 2 to 250 miles directly in front of me, depending on air clarity. The waters beneath me will be reflecting the sun's light like a perfectly level surface. Now, when I get to Australia, apparently I'm supposed to be upside down from where I first started. Now, you don't realise, you don't notice, you never see a ball. You will never see a ball. No matter the altitude that you gain, the horizon always rises with you. Think about it like this. The Earth's surface is supposed to be always curving down and away. That horizon with distance was descending, the horizon would drop. It never drops. They tell us it should. The horizon is an apparent location. We witness it through the atmosphere. It's light and atmosphere. It wiggles around a little bit. Like most things at distance through 20, 30, 40 miles of atmosphere, it's going to wiggle up and down a little bit. But ultimately, we see the object because it is directly in front of us.
So I have a small brain question for you. You ready?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so let's say that there's a flat plate suspended in Earth, correct? In space. A flat plate that's Earth suspended in space, correct?
No.
What's its shape? Is it like a little concave, convex?
Well, we don't necessarily believe in that. We don't necessarily believe that we're a disc floating in space.
No,
it's
again,
flat Earth. I don't. So like a triangle, a pizza shape.
No. Think about it this way, right? Yeah, think about it this way. When you're walking around in your room, do you believe that the floor of your room is floating about in space?
No.
No, it's just the floor, right?
Yeah, it's stationary.
So the Earth is the floor, and everything you see around you is above the floor.
So there's no universe.
Well, not in the way that you would conceptualize it in the globe model. No, there is no universe in that respect.
So you're saying it's like a snow globe kind of situation?
I don't necessarily subscribe to the dome. I know that there are certain people who talk about a dome and they'll say, here are certain reasons why a dome would be logical, and a couple of those guys are here. They can give you those opinions. They can probably argue them more intelligently than I can. But what I do know is that if you're talking about a flat Earth, then in my opinion, it would have to be the floor, and everything that happens above the floor, i.e. the planets that you see, that ancient people used to call wandering stars, these are all happening in the sky above you. So there's an objective up and down rather than a relativistic up is out from the ball and down is towards the ball.
So there is an existence outside of this ecosystem per se that we're in. That it's a flat Earth.
Well, maybe we can't leave the Earth, so we don't know.
So you think that existence, space ceases to exist in a certain boundary?
I mean, that would be the same problem with the heliocentric or acentric, is that what's beyond the edge of space? Because it's said to be expanding, right? You said earlier that you believe in an expanding universe, right? So what's it expanding into?
I don't know what I believe. Like I think there's just so much information at our fingertips that it's like it's you know what I'm saying? Like you really can't get a grasp on anything. In my opinion.
You understand that? Yes, I know that that's another one of these questions that you can't answer, but actually, it's a question that neither conception can answer. What's beyond the known universe? Dunno. I can't tell you. Neil deGrasse Tyson can't tell you. Bill Nye can't tell you. No one can say. But what we can tell you is what we can observe and what we can verify.
Well, and this brings me to like my small brain question for you is like so man, that doesn't even work because like I always like see pictures of when I think flat Earth is like a disc just like in the sky or something. But like see that just throws me off. Yeah, that's crazy. And I feel like that's awesome. We can like we just said like, boy, there's too much damn information. Like all we can really do is just observe and theorize. Like there's really no solid fucking concrete like any evidence on fucking anything, and with everything's just been so diluted, it kind of makes sense where it's like, damn, we could look for an alternative thought process that makes sense in a certain way. That's really awesome. You guys are able to like do that, like come together as a group for that. So
the shape of the Earth is an observation and measurement question, isn't it? We're talking about the floor, so we observe it, like I said, long distance observations across the water, and we measure it across water.
Yeah.
There you go. The Earth is observed and measured to be flat. That's it.
Yeah, you have to understand. Like,
I feel like I'm too low IQ to like wrap my head around this. Like it's.
Hey, motivated Ben, sorry to cut you off, but you're not low IQ, man. I was exactly where you were when 2015, when I first heard about this. All these terms we're speaking of, all this like stuff we're talking about, I would hear guys talking like how we're talking now, and I always thought, damn, I'm too stupid to get this. But if you're really interested in looking into it, I guarantee you within a couple of months of research, you'll get to understand a lot of the things we're describing, like when we're talking about certain laws of physics and all that stuff. It's not that hard. They've made us believe that you have to have a PhD, you have to go to Yale University just to like grasp this knowledge, but in reality, it's like so easy. You can just self-teach yourself these these principles and build from there. Now, the whole sky thing, here's the problem. When we think of like a globe Earth, a lot of the proofs come from places we can't validate. I know we touched up on this earlier, but like we're told like how eclipses work. We're told how distances of stars, or how stars can't be seen all over the Earth, and that proves it's a globe. All these things are pretty great. They do support a model somewhat, but in reality, when we go down to Earth and we measure like the direct surface of the Earth, we don't measure the convexity that the globe presupposes, which is about 24,901 miles of circumference with the radius of about 3,959 miles. We don't measure this convexity in any of the measurements we've done. Now, I'm not saying that the measurements 100% prove the Earth is flat, but so far the measurements have proved that those areas, which to me, it does prove it's flat, because if you believe in gravity, you'd have to know that the water should have that curvature rate, that the globe presupposes. And we haven't measured any of this. So like, there's definitely a lot of room for new ideas, a lot of new room for a new alternative. All we're here to do is present our views, and I hope you guys are enjoying this so far.
Yeah, so we actually got Sludge Babe in the chat. We spoke to her earlier. She's from the drug Discord. She said she was in the chat actively kind of asking questions and talking. I think she's got some questions for you guys. You there, Sludge Babe?
Cool.
I just wanted to present what I kind of realized talking with the people in the Twitch chat is, how do I put this? it comes down to, like, I don't think we can actually disprove them by talking. I think they have an explanation for every single point, and it's a valid explanation at that. It's actually, like, valid points that they're making. So, like, what kind of made me realize this was that the whole gravity discussion we were having, like, gravity is technically a theory at this point, because Newton's... Man, I'm on drugs, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think I go into, I think I see where you're going. Like
yeah, I don't know. Was I talking to somebody who's in this chat?
I was actually in the chat. I was under an alias, Duke Silver. That was like my old Twitch.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. It was the Aether theory versus Einstein's theory of relativity, and they're both theories, and you gotta just choose which one to fucking pick. And it comes down to like arguing over pretty much which god is real. Like,
that's exactly it. But that's the thing, is this forum like actually brings people together to like think about that shit. Everything is literally a theory when you think about it. You can't base fucking anything off reality, dude. You don't even know if like right now I'm fucking AI talking to you and you're in a matrix getting like
well, now we're getting into like philosophy.
Yeah.
So
Well,
like I can blow this bitch out of the water, like really. But like that's the thing, is we love having you guys in here and like to do this. But in all honesty, like if anybody has any other topics to bring up or something, we'd love to have you guys back on. Stick around in the Discord. People probably have questions, I'm guessing, like, you know, if or something like that.
Hey, Motivated Bet, is this a current show you do daily, monthly? How does this work, your show?
Oh, we've been kind of me, Sid, and Kayla kind of get together. It's a daily thing. Like we just love to understand where subcultures come from, because people are so deeply ingrained in a belief set that they subscribe themselves and spend multiple hours a day on these different Discords. We love to get people out and like kind of just bring together in like a smorgasbord of a community, because in all honesty, like we can fucking scream and yell at each other all day, but like having all these people together, like that's not really done anywhere else.
Oh, Turbo Choco, thanks for following, homie. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So Motivated Bet, here's the thing. Well, on our platform right now, we have a bunch of diversity of cosmology. So I can promote your place. I can have some even concavers show up. There's some concavers on our server. I mean, we have enough content that goes on our server that we can probably have some people come over here and you can have them as special guests, kind of like us, man. We can
absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we would love to do that. And like in all honesty, like you're like, what is this going on? Where I think our ideology is, because nobody knows what the hell's going on. All we know is that we just need human interaction and connection. And we just got to bring it together, boy. Like,
can I just ask you,
Discord's for?
Can I just mention something quickly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Give me 2 seconds actually, but I will. Sorry, you carry on for like 1 minute. I'll be able to talk one minute.
The OG fucking Faded Console gifted another sub to the boy Con Swizzle, who's like our #1 chat OG. Damn, we got some real ones today, boys.
I'm loving it, boys. I'm loving it. See this is moving someplace, because we're able to like objectively look at different things that we've never looked at. Like I don't spend hours on researching the flat Earth, and like hearing this kind of stuff and like being able to kind of connect the dots. It's like, okay, maybe that's a little bit more of a piece to the puzzle of like what the fuck is reality. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe that's a little too deep, but yeah.
Nah, I agree, man.
Console balling out, man. He just bought Duke Silver a fucking sub too.
See underneath the links that I posted for the server, there's a Google Drive link that's got literally like gigs and gigs worth of data. So imagine if you kept a hold of that. There's thousands of memes. There's a PDFs for the laser test. There's literally hundreds of links and stuff in it. So
yeah, I'm actually interested in this. Like, you guys, in all honesty, you're the biggest Discord we've interviewed. There's so much wave behind this that, you know, this is a reality to people, and whether or not it's real, like it's not to be ignored. So
well, it's what we experience, bro. You really need the TV to tell you live on this ball flying through space. When it comes down to it, in your own experience, we don't see any of this. We don't feel movement. We see water seeking level and laying flat. Almost 3/4 of our surface is water, trying to find its equilibrium and lay flat. So if it's not being manipulated, it's laying flat. So how can almost 3/4 of a ball's surface be spherical but not observable or measurable? It's ludicrous.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. I just wanted to mention. I think you were saying about you're basically making the claim that how can you know anything, that sort of thing. I don't know if you've ever looked into sort of Cartesian philosophy, but he's got one thing that he's So I'm trying to break it down as simply as possible. It's called the evil demon, and basically the way this goes is that you don't know that anything's true because you don't know that an evil demon hasn't got control of your faculties, right? So how do you know that this evil demon isn't just and presenting you a false reality? What I find quite interesting though is that people don't look so deeply into what can be known when it's a ball, but as soon as you say, oh, the earth might be flat, suddenly people are asking these questions like, oh, how do I know anything? Oh, how can knowledge be attained objectively and all this stuff? And it's just like, well, why weren't you asking these questions before, when you thought you lived on a space ball in the middle of literally nothing? I just find it interesting how the mind goes there only after the paradigm's been challenged.
Yeah. Interesting.
Our community has brought together so many people that have so many different backgrounds and so many areas of inquiry and research that we've talked about so many amazing topics. So we've had such incredible conversations. So we want to bring people back and talk about more than just flat Earth. There are tons of topics that we've come together and discussed in amazing detail.
Well, definitely then. Yeah, we'll absolutely have to have you guys back on. This was a fantastic interview, and I think we should probably do another deep dive after maybe we've done some if we're gonna have maybe a discussion or more of a debate style thing. I think there's definitely more research needs to be done by people on our side. Maybe we could even just have some of the people from the other communities come in and talk to you guys. I'd almost be interested in seeing what the incels think about you guys. It'd be interesting to hear what their perspective is on the flat Earth. Maybe it'll give them something else to focus on other than the fact that they can't get laid. But yeah, I mean, this was fantastic, guys. I really appreciate your time. I'm just gonna end the stream and restart it just so we got a VOD. That was fucking awesome.
Not much. Would it be like?
Nice and sunny day here on the Midwest. Just chilling.
Cold as hell in Texas. I'm wearing pants.
But a first freezing night in Pennsylvania last night. Excuse me.
think we got the 34 here. Yeah, it was pretty cold.
Yep. Furnace is kicking. So, India, what were we just listening to?
That was a quote unquote interview. You know how the interviews always turn out into something else, right?
Sure.
They get triggered. They can't stop themselves. So yeah, that was an interview we did on a Twitch stream called Neat Life back in 2019, I think, January.
Oh, that was
2019. Yeah, that was quite a while ago.
Are they still doing these things or interviews?
No one's asked us in a while. Well, I mean, we did do one recently on that Chatterbox, probably like, I don't know, 6 months ago.
How'd that go?
It always goes good because we got the evidence and they don't. So it always goes good, right? They don't have nothing. They got an empty revolver.
That's true.
That's literally what they got, an empty revolver, because you ask them to demonstrate anything, they can't. Like nothing.
Yeah, the gun goes click, click, click.
Yep,
Like,
no
what if I
bullets.
got hollow points? What if 96% of the, you know?
I mean, the only thing they can ever say is, look at these equations.
Yeah, we didn't really have any globies coming in here, debating, challenging us. Nothing. It's definitely slowed down now. I don't know if anybody noticed, but there's definitely less people popping in here.
Yeah, I mean, we've been slacking on like the promotion aspect, so I just been super busy like the last 6 months. I just been going crazy.
You ain't the only one, bro.
The real life. What was that?
You know, you're not the only one here, bro. I mean, I think it's up to us to form an alpha team and go do some recon.
Yeah, Mike last night was looking for a battle mod. That is, I don't know. He was out going on the Discord, looking to drop our link on other Discords. Unfortunately, they were all like degenerate Discords, so we were like, nah. It's amazing how many Discords are dedicated to the trans community. I think that every third person was trans.
Yo, but what can they really talk about? Like, what do they talk about?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the subject, dude? Like, what the fuck you talk about in the trans community?
Maybe just cry about being oppressed. I don't know. Like, especially on Discord, like, why do you have to tell people that? No one would even know. It's not like you can get laid over the internet, right? So what does your genitalia really even matter?
Yeah. Yeah, like when people come here, like, do you guys accept gay people or do you accept trans? Like, who cares? Why even ask that?
Yeah.
Did anybody ask you?
They're baiting. Yeah, they're baiting, man. That's an old trick they've been doing for a long time. They're trying to get somebody to say something,
right?
You know, anti-trans, anti-gay, so they can report the server and get it deleted. You know.
Yo, but can they really do anything about, like, if, let's say, if you are anti-gay, anti-trans, can they do something about that shit, or?
I don't want to find out.
Yeah.
I know they can't do anything about the voice chat. Discord says they don't monitor the voice chat, and because someone came in one time and said that they were going to rape our families and kill them and stuff, and I reported them to Discord, and Discord told me we don't accept third-party recordings, and we don't monitor the voice chats because it's encrypted or something. So Basically, beep beep. Basically, what they're telling me is you could say whatever you want to anybody in the voice chat.
So that brings me to my next question. Like, why can't we talk about what's going on right now? Like,
because of YouTube, because of the live stream.
Oh, okay. So, I got you, bro. So if,
we
in
got
other
the
words,
double
if
whammy. We got to worry
Helia
about
wasn't,
new guidelines.
so if Helia wasn't streaming and Roger, there will be no problem, right? We will be able to talk about this. Oh, okay.
Well, we wouldn't let you post. We'd have to make that text because I don't know if they've done it lately, but when COVID first kicked off, they were deleting servers left and right. And they were saying for spreading misinformation, but they wouldn't say what the misinformation was.
They just deleted it.
They just deleted the server. So we were no posts text. I don't really care about talking in the voice about it because I know Discord isn't going to do anything. You only have to worry about YouTube.
Yeah.
They might do something. But they haven't so far. I haven't got a whiff of that.
Well, I got to say this. It's kind of revolving door misinformation about COVID because, a few months ago, this bit of information, blah, 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 it was false. And then now it's actually true. It's like, how did that happen?
Dude, just think to the beginning. This is all I have to say. The beginning of the COVID crisis, let's call it. People having seizures on the ground, instantaneously dying in the streets in China. Don't touch your face, nose, or eyes, or you're gonna die instantly. People were going crazy. How is that not misinformation? This is the mainstream media saying this stuff. Everybody forgot all about that. It's all down the memory hole. Nobody remembers. Think of how many things that they've said over this whole crisis have changed.
Bat soup.
Hundreds of
predicting. Yeah, predicting millions of deaths in the following year.
Yeah. Nowhere even close to that. Chance of being hospitalized, just hospitalized, not even dead, COVID, according to their statistics, is between 1% and 5%. They polled Democrats and Republicans. Both were wrong in their estimate of what's your chance of hospitalization. Democrats thought you had a 50% chance of going to the hospital if you caught COVID. 10 times what the actual rate was.
And rolling out this week, the approved thing for the kiddos. 11 to 5.
Yeah, we gotta, experiment on them to see how safe it is.
33% of the dose. Wink, wink.
11 to 5. Remember, the 5th of November. 11-5.
So they're gonna make it. They can't go to school if you didn't have it.
Wow.
Good.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
There's gonna be even more homeschool kids, I guess, after this.
Or what if parents got together and created their own private school out of each other's houses or extra bedrooms or whatever, and then taught their own kids only stuff that they could actually prove, only factual, empirical stuff.
How come I don't see that happening? Everybody's got to do their own. They take your child out of school and homeschool them. I feel bad for parents who can't do that. A lot of parents have to work 9 to 5. It's not easy, man. It's not easy. They fucked everything up, dude. They fucked up the society. I'm gonna stop talking about this shit right now, guys. If you guys want to go, India's not here. I don't feel comfortable. I don't want to get the server in trouble. Yo, Creation Bear, how about that double knee last night? Did you see that? Two dudes hit each other in the crotch at the same time.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before, dude.
Yeah, and he was like trying to hug him during it too. That was interesting.
Right? He's trying to comfort him, like, "Oh, you're gonna be all right. Don't worry." I got hit too. If it makes you feel any better, yeah. I've never seen that before, dude.
What are y'all talking about?
Last night's Contender Series, Dana White's Contender Series. So two dudes kneed each other in the crotch at the same time. They both fell on the floor.
Yeah, definitely.
Good times.
Goodness. I didn't see the last fight, yeah. So don't tell me. I'm gonna check it out today.
I was falling asleep, but yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, Saturday for sure. I'm going to be watching live.
This Saturday's gonna be wild, dude. Yeah.
I might stream it for you guys if I can figure out how to do it on Discord, not on the live.
So wait, you buying pay-per-view, dude?
Yeah, we're buying a pay-per-view.
Oh, dope.
Oh, yeah, cool. If you can stream it, but maybe I shouldn't talk on a live stream, but I can send you a link where you don't have to buy it.
Yeah, same.
Hank, if you're interested.
Yeah, maybe that'd be good.
Okay.
But if the link goes down, I'm gonna buy it because I still want to watch it. So yeah, if it works, great.
If it works for me every time, but
yeah,
I don't know.
I've watched last couple of years.
Yeah.
Never dropped $1. So
you guys got a VPN or something?
No, not here. Not for me.
Nope.
Okay.
I'll send you a link right now, bro. So
Yeah. But yeah, definitely hype, man. Madison Square Garden, some huge fights. I'll definitely be watching as well. I'll send out a ping. Just we added a role, by the way. I suggested a FE Fighters role. So if you're interested in MMA, boxing, that type of thing, if you're a moderator, just give it to yourself. But if you need one, just ask.
All right, Hank, I just sent you a link. So you go into that, you just go into live sports. And when the event is on, it's just going to be listed right there. You click it and you watch it, bro.
That sounds super easy.
It is. It is.
You guys ever notice the MMA? It's just weird thinking about it because two guys are in the middle of the ring beating the crap out of each other. There's a crowd around them cheering them on. In the middle of there's signs, usually it's the monster symbol. We all think it's the energy drink. But what is a monster really, right? It's like the devil, isn't it? But that monster, I'm sure some of us has seen how the monster, in Hebrew, it's 666 written. So a lot of times it's monster. You got 666 in the middle of the floor, two guys beating at each other to death, and the whole crowd around them cheering them on. To me, it's hell. it looks like hell. It's hell on earth, isn't it? With 666 and everything. I do enjoy, like, martial arts and things like that, but the way they've made it, it's bad to me.
It is, bro. Just like everything in society, it's full of symbolism, ritualistic shit, and yeah, can't deny that. 100%.
Yep.
Yeah,
But
I'm
I watch
with
it.
you.
Yeah, I just
I
watch it
don't
for that.
I don't have an
Go ahead.
excuse other than, like, a lot of the
Me
stuff
neither.
that you see in there was like my life in my early childhood.
Yeah.
Like, I've been in a lot of fights, and I can't deny
See,
that. So
and that's why I watch it too, just for the skill, man. Like, right? Like, for us who understand what fighting is about, like, I watch it for that. I don't watch it for the symbols or because I think it's wicked or hell or because I love violence. These fighters talk about violence. They want to go hurt someone. That's just not me, dude. I love the fight. I love the skill set. I love to see what these guys can do because I can relate. But I don't love, when dudes get hurt badly. I'm not into violence like that. So, but when people point these things out, they're like, yeah, I can't deny it. It's a little crazy that I love that shit, dude. That, yeah, two people kicking each other's ass. It's a little crazy when you think about it, but hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, I grew up watching fights, so I grew up fighting. It is what it is, man. I'm not a violent person. I don't go after violence. I would never hurt anyone. I hope I never fight for the rest of my life. I didn't fight in like 2 decades, dude, since I was a kid. I don't want to
yeah,
fight.
same here.
I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want anybody hurting me. But for some fucking crazy reason, I just enjoy MMA. I enjoy martial arts.
That was very well said, Vlad.
I'm sure that's how you feel too, Creation Bear.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I can't help but watch it myself. I agree. I know what you're saying. I got you, man.
So basically, my dad told me to never throw the first punch, and my mom taught me to never back down. So those two combination, I had to fight growing up. Like, I was taught that you defend yourself and you don't let people pick on you, and you defend the innocent if there's too many guys on one dude. So by the time I was in 8th grade, I was in like 17 fights.
That's exactly right, man. I was in fights too as a kid, and I took martial arts and things like that. Even as a later adult, I also took kung fu. But I never wanted to get into a fight with any. This is all for self-defense. If somebody's fucking with me, right? This is for self-defense. I always looked at it like that. I never start shit. That's the way it is.
See, that's the philosophy of martial arts,
Right.
Like, we like to study it. We like to study it, right? Not only because of the science of it, and I'm using science loosely, of course, but also like the philosophy of it. The philosophy is do no harm unless you have to protect the innocent. And if you're the innocent, then you have to protect the innocent. Because you're basically the number one guy in your rescue. If you're calling someone else to rescue you, they might be late. So you're the number one guy.
Exactly. Is it? I was just, this MMA thing. What they've turned it into is what I like. I really like watching like the Shaolin Kung Fu folks. All the trainings that they do and things like that. The hard work they put in to get that spectacular results. Muay Thai and things like that. But when even those Muay Thai fights where it's just like the old traditional types, versus what we have today here in the MMA. That 666 in the middle of the floor. I can't get that out of my head. Two guys beating the crap out of each other while the whole crowd cheers them on. Monster symbols everywhere. I mean, and the way they act and the attitude and the pride and everything, the arrogance, all of it combined. What they've turned the MMA today into is crap. But I do respect the traditional stuff.
See, my favorite fighters are like Rose Namajunas. Watch her when she comes up. She's like saying the Lord's Prayer, or she's saying her mantra. And Gunnar Nelson, I think is his name. He's like super calm. Like, look at the dude, he's about to fight. Joe Rogan said he looks like he's about to take a bus. So I like those like calm fighters, like those mentally strong fighters who are going in there and like they're just like completely calm and it's not ego, it's just I'm gonna practice my art. And to me that's what it is. It's another form of art. And I will never ever like trash someone's art. Like for me, art is like freedom of speech, you know, in a way. And these two people like agreed to do it. They signed a contract. I mean, that's I don't know, man. It just seems right. Seems like that's what they want to do. Okay.
Yeah, and it's definitely hard to get away from any of the symbolism, like regardless of sport. If you're into racing or basketball or whatever, that stuff has gotten everywhere too. So it's really hard to get away from. But I'm definitely in it for like the form and the movement and the grace that some of these guys have, and yeah. And also, like one thing I'd add is like when I trained, it really humbled me. It made me realize that just about anybody could whoop your ass. Like before going into the gym, you might have a different attitude. So that definitely changes things for me.
One of my favorite fighters is Fedor Emelianenko. I don't know if you guys know about that guy.
Oh yeah, he just won in his hometown, Moscow, recently. 45 years old or something.
Yeah, to me he's one of the greatest. He's got like a dad bod, but he beats the crap out of like these big muscular guys. It's amazing.
Yeah, Fedor's been doing it for so long that it's amazing that he's still fighting, but at the same time, no, because he's not the type of dude to quit or tap out or anything. So like the last thing to go in these old lines is the power. So if he can beat somebody like real quick, knock him out before he gets tired, he's still going to be fighting for a few more years. And I like to analyze this stuff, right? I like to see what happens when the guy switches stance and the other guy doesn't catch it, so he gets knocked out. Like I like to see all those little techniques that you can do. How you can mask your kicks with your punches and stuff like that.
Good point, Hank. I also love the commentary team. Like they do a good job as well. So you talk about the analysis. So I'm always listening. I got my headphones on. I listen to the kicks and how they land, how they get blocked and stuff. And I do enjoy listening to some of the fighters who will then commentate on the broadcast team. And even the guys who do the play-by-play, like John Anik and some of the guys that they have on the team, do just an amazing job and add to the experience of watching it. So I enjoy that as well.
Yeah, so I'm the type of person that I can make money betting on this stuff because I analyze it like so thoroughly. I can usually tell who's going to win, like more often than not. Like I've went to like my boss's house so many times in a row and watched it with him, and it's like like I'm sitting there telling like who's going to win, and I'm like I could be betting. Like if I was betting, I could make money, but I don't like to gamble, so I don't. So like that's how much I enjoy it. I enjoy it enough to where I could probably make money off of it just about watching it and betting. Yeah, it's a brutal sport. I mean, so is hockey, so is football. I mean, wrestling is brutal on your body, no different than MMA, except for you take some strikes. But if you know anything about wrestling, you got to be tough as nails to be a wrestler.
Truth Effie made a really good point, and like you guys said, it's kind of hard to get away from that stuff. But I'd say this is like my one guilty pleasure show. Let me just have it, Truth Effie.
in a way, like if you look at sports, it's to quote Snack from the future, it's organized tribal warfare, right? So when you look at like mixed martial arts, it's kind of the same thing, It's the United States versus Russia or Brazil or whatever. And you want to root for your home team guy. I actually don't do that. I actually root for whoever I like as a fighter rather than the home team or whatever. So if it was like I don't know, somebody in the U.S. versus Nurmagomedov, I'd probably side with Nurmagomedov and want him to win, just because his skill set is so awesome. It's like, who's gonna beat this guy? It's like Gaethje came close, but did he really?
I'm starting to wonder if it's all just acting and shows.
That has crossed my mind.
Me too.
No. I think they can set up the matchups somehow where they favor one person to win over the other. But when two dudes are in there, they're clearly fighting for life, dude. From everything that I've seen so far, there can be shitty fights. There can be some fights that are better than others. But in MMA, dude, like, these guys are fighting for their life. Football, basketball, all that other shit, like, it can be much easier manipulated with referees and everything, but MMA, that's one of the biggest reasons why I love it so much. The referees, unless it goes to decision, they really can't do much, dude. But when it does go to decision, they fuck up a lot of people. I've seen so many decisions like, what the hell, dude? Like, but that's why I can't leave it to the referees.
So here's the thing, man. I saw Anderson Silva's first loss in the UFC. It was actually his second loss of his career. Oh, go ahead, bro. I thought you were
You're
done.
talking about?
Was somebody talking?
Huh?
Okay. I saw Anderson Silva's first loss in the UFC, and he was taunting the dude in a way that he had never done before. And then at the same time, there was $1 million bet against Anderson Silva. Now, Anderson Silva had never lost in the UFC. This was his second loss in his career. Who bet $1 million against Anderson Silva in Brazil? I want to know. Like, who was the guy that was like, Anderson Silva? Yeah, he's going to lose to that Wiseman kid. Like, seriously, who was thinking that? Yeah, he lost to Weidman.
Yeah.
Right? But who had
Somebody made $1 million bet?
Yeah, bro. And then the way that Silva was acting, he never acted like that in a fight before. I mean, he taunted people like, come on, swing so I can counter. But he was like blatantly like, hit me, bro. Is that all you got? He was like, hit me so I can, so I can get knocked out. Another thing,
Now that you mentioned that one, that was maybe that was the only one where it kind of looked fishy, dude. Like, he definitely put his face out there, like, come on. But like, then when you think about it, why would he do that if that was, would he want him to knock him out that easy? Like, if they wanted to set it up, they would make it a little harder. You know what I mean? Like, I think Anderson Silva always does that. He fucks around with his opponents, but he just wasn't expecting Weidman to reach out and like just go for a knockout. That's just my thinking. I don't know, dude.
So another thing, the highlight kick that kind of ended WEC wreckage. So it was Benson Henderson against
Pettis.
Yeah, Pettis. Yeah, that's it. And Benson tapped the cage with his heel, kind of like he was going to start a Superman punch, but he actually didn't. And then that's the exact spot that he did the highlight knockout off the cage to the face kick. So if you go back and you watch, Henderson like tapped the cage. Why did Benson Henderson tap the cage with his foot right there, right before that kick was thrown?
Huh. All right.
So I've seen a few things.
I didn't notice that, but now that you say it, it's something worth looking over. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've seen a few things that makes me think, people could take a dive, right? Like another thing, Cowboy Cerrone, been in the game for so long, right? And then he loses his camp. He goes to another camp, and the dude he fights goes to his camp, and this dude's a badass, and he beats him. And he's on a skid. He's been on a shield getting.
I thought we
McGregor.
were talking about when Connor took out.
No, not McGregor. It was like it was one of them weird names that I can't pronounce.
No, but the
Alaquinta?
Cowboy fight
Maybe.
would be the one that I was like, McGregor had to get
Yeah.
all gelled up, and you
Yeah,
know.
I thought Cowboy gave him that one for a whole bunch of money. That's that. Yeah. Come on, dude. Shoulder strikes like that. You know.
Cowboy's on a skid though, bro.
I know, dude, but that was way too easy, bro. Like, come on, like, just like, come on, hit me with the shoulder, and then like hit me with the kick, and then I'll just go down. Fucking fight back, dude. You UFC pro, man. You have the most fights in the UFC. You're just gonna let this guy like hit you with his shoulder like 3-4 times, and kick you in the face, and then not like without you even swinging once. There was one fight that was the one that looked shady to me.
Yeah, that's what I would say too.
That I remember out of all UFC fights, I was like, fuck this. This is set up. This is no good. Cowboy gave him that one so Connor can come back, gain his confidence a little bit, but in reality, I don't think Connor's coming back, yo. You guys see what he looks like, yo? He looks like 200 pounds, dude. He's on growth hormone. He's lifting weights. He will never be as fast ever again.
Damn, I didn't know he was that big. I seen him on Instagram, but I didn't know that was the weight.
He's huge. I'm just like, yes, I'm just saying 200. Like, I don't know his weight, but he looks like 200, dude. He's huge. I want to see Tony Ferguson and Connor, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. You know, Tony still wants it.
Yeah. And
okay, here's another one. Tony Ferguson, right? He's fighting Gaethje, like one of the most dangerous opponents he's ever fought. His head coach didn't show up, so you got flat Earth look into it guy sitting there like pull some kind of crazy like jujitsu roll. Like that's not good advice against Gaethje.
I totally agree
Gaethje
with that.
is such a beast. Where was his coach?
Yep. Damn, Hank, I have to agree. I have to agree with that one too, bro. Yeah, I remember that.
Dude, if I went to a camp, like paid this guy all this money, and then I'm going to fight Justin Gaethje, like this badass Mexican redhead dude who's pretty much equivalent to that Mexican redhead boxer.
What?
Like top of he's top of the notch.
Gaethje? He's American.
He's a Mexican, bro. He's half Mexican or something.
Justin Gaethje?
Yeah, he's a little Mexican.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, some Mexicans are redheaded. You know that?
You're talking about Canelo.
He's not even redhead, bro.
Gaethje?
You talking about Canelo? You talking about boxer Canelo?
Okay. First of all, both of those guys are Mexican, and they're redheaded. You know that, right?
Okay, wait. Let's break this down right now. Canelo is a Mexican. He has a redhead. Justin Gaethje is an American wrestler, UFC fighter.
Dude, look at his last name.
Gaethje?
Yeah, that's not English.
To be honest, I don't know what name is that, but I don't think he has a Mexican bone in him, dude.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I think he's Mexican.
Wrong.
I think he's half Mexican, bro.
Huh. I mean, I don't know if it's something worth looking up, but like, I'll fucking look it up, dude.
Maybe he's a quarter Mexican. I don't know, but
I don't think he's Mexican at all. But Justin,
I'm just saying he's bringing them good genes into the cage. That's all I'm saying.
Justin Gaethje is an American professional mixed martial artist. He currently competes in the light division UFC. Yeah, he's an American, dude. 100% American. As American as it gets. Like white boy American. And he's not redhead.
Gaethje's not redheaded.
Nah, you're probably confusing him with somebody else, dude.
I don't think so, bro.
Yeah. He's fighting this weekend too, yeah, with Michael Chandler. 3 massive fights this weekend, yeah.
Pretty sure Canelo's fighting soon too, isn't he? That Caleb.
I think so. Yeah. Yep. Canelo's amazing, dude. What a boxer, dude. What a boxing IQ.
Yeah, they fight on Saturday as well. Better have dual screens open.
Right? Yo, and that Tyson Fury and Wilder. How about that one, dude? That was a hell of a fight. That was one of the best heavyweight fights I've seen, dude.
Yeah, that was a nice treat.
Yeah, dude. Tyson is a beast, yo. He's gonna reign a champion for a long time. If Wilder couldn't step up to him and do anything, like who do you think can? I don't see anybody in the horizon, dude.
Not Joshua.
Fucking 6'8", 6'9". How tall is he? 6'9" or some shit? Almost 300 pounds. Speed, accuracy.
What are you talking about? Fury's a blood drinker, and he's got caught using loaded gloves dozens of times, and he's a steroid cheat. Are you out of your mind?
Wait, talking about Tyson Fury?
The guy's been cheating for decades. He was brought up on HGH, bro, and he's been caught using loaded gloves 5 different times, and he got knocked out in the first fight. The guy that's 50 pounds lighter and has no boxing experience, but Tyson Fury gets the credit? You got to be kidding me.
I just posted something about his mother's Mexican heritage.
Licks blood. Tyson Fury is a perverted Satanist. He licks the blood off of his opponents. It's 2021. You guys
Even
are
if
flat
that's
earthers,
true, bro, that's
but
not what
you're
we're talking about,
I
bro.
know, bro. I know. You're worshiping man, bro. You're possessed. There's
Worshiping?
something wrong with
Yo,
people.
you gotta calm down.
Tyson,
Yo,
love Tyson
homeboy, you gotta
Fury,
calm
who
down. Who's
eats
worshiping
people's blood.
anybody?
We're gonna glorify
Yo,
Tyson
EXO, you
Fury
gotta
in
calm down, my homeboy.
2021.
Why are you jumping
I
into
mean, this is
conversation?
just
You don't even know
insane.
what
We
the
got
fuck we're talking
truthers
about,
here
dude.
that think
Jumping in
boxing
here and
is
calling
legit.
everybody a
You think
Satanist and
boxing
licking
is
blood?
legit, and Tyson Fury is your favorite, the guy who's got caught using loaded gloves and drinks people's
Yo, my
blood.
dude.
You're gonna.
Who was even talking?
I'm sorry,
I
guys. If you
drank
get
my
caught
blood. Is it
glorifying
Satanist
these
if I drink
types
my
of
own blood?
people in front of the creator, you're gonna be.
My man, do you have any manners, bro? What the fuck, dude?
Mind like this. This is what
Where's
I'm
your
talking
fucking
about.
manners,
Flat
dude?
Earth. People in flat Earth wake up.
Yo, where's your
Get
manners?
Come on,
Wake
man.
up.
It's like look. There's no reason to get personal and shit. They're just having a conversation.
Yeah,
Joe
man. What's wrong
Biden,
with
wake up.
telling me I'm worshiping someone? What the fuck, dude? This dude
Bro,
needs
if
to
I
chill
suck
out,
on my
man.
own blood, is it
Well,
satanic?
he's gone. So
Yeah, he needs to chill out, man. Like, what the fuck? We're having a nice civil conversation. We're just talking, dude. He's popping in here and worshiping someone, licking blood. Like, what the fuck, dude? That dude needs to chill out,
his
man.
name, that guy's last name that you guys were talking about, whether or not he was Mexican, it sounded like his name was Italian a little bit. Like, I don't know, I can't see the name, but when you say
Justin
it,
Gaethje? Justin Gaethje, you mean?
that last name kind of sounds Italian. I don't know how it's spelled, but because I don't know who you're talking about. I'm just saying it just sounded Italian a little bit. It's me.
Yeah,
Anyway.
me.
In Italian, French, and Spanish sister languages.
Yo, man, some people here need to chill the fuck out, dude. Like, what the hell, man? Popping in here, he wasn't even part of conversation, dude. He didn't know what the fuck. He just popped in here, started talking shit over me, dude. Like, telling me I'm worshiping someone? That dude needs to chill the fuck out, man. He don't know me, bro. Who the fuck is EXO anyway, huh? Damn, B.
Blood.
We need to hand out some chill pills around here, dude.
No, we need
It's
some
over. He's
medication.
gone.
Proper medication, you know?
So I posted a link talking about his Mexican heritage on his
Oh,
mom's
okay.
side.
Okay. Justin Gaethje biography. Okay. Wait, is he actually a redhead too, dude? That I never noticed?
Yeah, he's ginger.
Oh shit, man.
He has no soul.
That's racist.
How?
Because blondes are dumb, gingers have no soul.
Same. I'm half
I
ginger,
mean,
half blonde, so I can speak.
Gingers have no smell. I remember where you got that at. Yeah.
What?
So Carolina Ni Espinoza, his mother is of Mexican heritage from Sonora, Mexico. And John Ray Gahey, his father is German. I guess I was wrong about the last name. So
Oh,
he's
no.
German Mexican.
Deport them. Oh, wait. Yo.
Dude, if I was fighting that dude, I would want my coach to be there.
Dude, you know what's the craziest thing? When I see these fighters, they're fucking pros. They pay thousands of dollars for training camps, and then in the middle of the fight, the dude almost gets killed, and nobody puts the ice on his back in the middle of the rounds. That's something I can't believe, dude. You're paying thousands of dollars for these trainers to be around you, to take care of you in the middle of the fight, right? Then dude is like, he doesn't even know where the fuck he is. First thing they should be doing, putting the ice on his neck and on top of his head, dude. Nope, they don't do that shit. A lot of times they do it, but sometimes they don't do it, and it should be all the time. When your fighter almost just died, got knocked out on his feet, and you don't put an ice on his neck, I'm gonna fire you. You're not my coach anymore.
So you know the Diaz brothers, love or hate them or whatever, but you know they're fun to watch, right? One time I heard Nick tell his younger brother Nate, "Don't be a little bitch. Go in there and kick his ass." So, like, out of all the technical stuff,
That's a great advice.
technical stuff that they know, that's just like plain Jane, like advice. That was like an amateur advice, but I guess they train so much, you know. That's why they're so confident.
All right. You gotta go in there and you gotta go hit him. Go in there and hit him. Yeah, Diaz brothers are fun, dude. I like them, man. They're incoherent, but that aside, you know, they're all right. Just don't let Diaz brothers talk too much, you know. Just let them fight.
I still can't believe Nick got such a long suspension for marijuana.
That's retarded, dude. That's insane. That's so stupid, dude. People use steroids and all kinds of shit, and they get slap on the wrist, right? This dude smokes some weed and gets 5 years ban. What the fuck?
I gotta tell you, if I'm fighting, I don't want to be high. It's not like gonna empower you, right?
No,
It's
exactly. But it's gonna be in your blood.
Now, no, Mike Tyson says he used to smoke all the time before he fought.
Yeah, I like to spar, you know, a little bit preloaded.
He could have been smoking the night before, and it came up.
Nah, cannabis shouldn't be regulated, yeah. It's a food, yeah. It's herb. It's food.
Talk about a show. Mike Tyson's supposed to, quote unquote, one of those Logan brothers. Get your popcorn out.
Wait, Mike Tyson?
I don't know if the contracts were signed, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they're talking about doing another celebrity.
Oh, shit. Yo, Tyson looked good. Tyson looked good when he came back against. Oh my God, what did he fight? Yeah, I'm forgetting his name. Yeah, Roy.
Yeah,
Sugar Roy.
Jones.
Yeah.
Roy Jones.
He fought good, dude. Roy Jones didn't fight good.
Roy Jones is old, man.
Yeah.
He's one of the greatest in my opinion.
Yes. Yes. How about Marvin Hagler, dude?
You know who else didn't look very good? That Evander Holyfield versus.
Oh my gosh, that was sad. Yeah, that was fucking sad, bro. Don't even mention that shit.
Gentix, welcome to the server. What brings you into the server? Hello? Oh, you can hear me. Oh, I thought I wasn't allowed to speak. Well, you're kind of supposed to go through VC check-in to get a row, but I tried to get your attention up there, so I just figured I'd unmute you, welcome you to the server. Thank you. Cool. I didn't know. I thought I had to go through some special, like through some special something in order to be able to be allowed to speak. But yeah, cool. Thanks. I just wanted to. I just discovered the Discord channel, honestly, and I was intrigued. Well, first of all, I'm not a flat earther. I believe that the Earth is a globe, and I'm very adamant about my belief. It's just that, well, it's not a belief. I know that the Earth is a globe. With all due respect to anyone here, I just wanted to see what it was all about. I wanted to see what you guys were discussing. I've been looking through the Discord for quite a while. It seems you guys do a lot of work. I found some holes. Some of the stuff I didn't have answers to because, of course, I don't know everything. But I was willing to discuss some stuff. But you guys seem to be talking about boxing, I believe. So
No. We're just killing dead air, bro. We talk about flat Earth here. We're just killing dead air right now. Like
Waiting
just
for you to
you're just
ride in
passing
on
time.
your high horse. So if you're ready to hop off that high horse of yours, hopefully you brought in some measurements of the globe you live on.
Well, first of all, you don't need to memorize numbers in order to understand how it works. Well, first of all,
Well, surely
gravity.
you came to prove it, right?
I think if you think that people are memorizing numbers, and that's why I think you might have the wrong perspective of. No, because he asked me about measurements. That's the first thing he asked me about was measurements. But why should I need to memorize measurements? It's like asking me to memorize the quadratic formula. Why do I need to memorize? It's not memorizing. It's not memorizing. Okay, but you do need to know what they are, and you need to have knowledge of what size they claim it is, and then go out and. Well, I know it's a massive number. Do an observation yourself. We're not saying to sit here and memorize the numbers that everyone else gives you. We're saying to go out and do your own measurement. Right?
Well,
you don't have to
know
memorize
it's a
other
massive
people's
number.
measurements.
You know it's a massive number. So what is that massive number? And how do you know it's a massive number? Go ahead.
Well, okay. I remember in my my introduction to physics class in college, the professor, he said that the way we calculated the mass of the Earth was using the way it interacts with the sun. I don't remember exactly. This was like 4 years ago. I'm currently a 4th year engineering student, communication student. Well, okay. That was a little harsh, but okay.
Unnecessary information.
Just relax, guys, relax. He made a truth claim. He knows the Earth is a globe. So why don't we let him back up his claim that he initially made when he came in the room? Does anybody disagree?
Okay, Gentix, I just gave you VC verified so that you can see the live stream voice text. Can you see the live stream voice text now? Yes, I can now. Yeah. So what you were referring to were sticks and shadows. It was the shadow from the sun. And I'll show you a demonstration of how shadows, how the light casts shadows does not, it doesn't prove either, because it works on both. So there's a demonstration where you get the same shadow effect on both a curved surface and a flat surface.
Wait a minute, didn't you pay all that money and the college didn't teach you that, bro? Dang. See, at least here we'll teach you
No.
both sides of the coin.
No,
Oh,
first
so
of
you
all, my
did know.
university.
So you
Well,
did
first,
know that. Hold on, bro. So you did know that it works on a flat Earth and a globe Earth, right?
okay. Well, first of all, my university is extremely cheap because I don't live in the U.S. My university is only like $500 a year, so that's first of all. Second of all, it's a public university. It's a really good university, but that doesn't matter. My point is, the point that I'm trying to make is, it's again at university you don't learn they don't teach you to memorize a bunch of stuff. They teach you how to research. They teach you how to look at stuff, how to think. Well, at least that's what they do in the engineering department. You Actually, learn how to solve problems. Actually, if you're doing like if you're taking an applied course, one that you're going to actually apply to, something that you do in life, then yeah, they're going to teach you how to do that. But other than that, outside of that, when it comes to our reality, they just teach you to regurgitate stuff. Because if they want you to not think logically. Because if you get the right answer to a math question and you don't show your work where you use like most of them is illogical anymore, but their method, but yet you get the right answer, they're going to mark it wrong because they want you to regurgitate what they tell you, and they want you to follow illogical paths to come to your conclusion. They do not teach you to think for yourself. Actually, my professors encourage us to use methods that they don't teach us in class. They tell us actually multiple times you would get rewarded if you did something that impressed the professor that he didn't teach you. That's the thing that actually impresses most professors, is when you do something that they haven't taught you. See, it's because it shows that you have initiative, that you're capable of learning things on your own. That's what professors reward in university, or at least at my university. Then again,
Okay,
my
so
university
I'll
is
ask you again. Can you back up the claim? You said that you knew the Earth was a globe.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask, how did you verify that? Because you said you have knowledge, which is different than belief, right?
Okay. Well, the way I know that the Earth is a globe is simply because of physics and how gravity works. The way gravity works makes
Okay,
sense.
how does gravity work?
How does gravity work? Okay, well, I can go into Einstein's way of explaining it. Is that gravity or mass bends space-time, the space-time continuum, and that causes stuff to fall towards or to come towards heavier objects.
Okay, I'm going to test your science acumen real fast, okay? So, what are the three things that you need in a hypothesis test, aka an experiment?
Again, you're looking at it at a very surface value, okay? You're only examining it at a very
Science
basic...
is a surface. This is the foundation, bro. Science is the foundation.
Again, true, but you're looking at it okay. The experiments that were done to verify Einstein's theories were done under very specific conditions and under very special and expensive conditions that cannot be replicated by any normal human being. Okay, so they have been. I just saw the picture that was sent on the live stream voice text. It's funny. Uh, so there were a lot of things there like that were proven, but again, they were proven under very difficult things to replicate by normal humans, by average humans.
How is gravity proven? Because according to the scientific method, you have to manipulate the independent variable to prove the cause of anything. Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, again, it depends on what you're testing. For most things, yes. For most
the natural world
things,
is what we're
for
testing.
most of the natural world, yes. For most of the natural world, you're right. Yes.
Okay, so how is space-time eliminated from the equation, right, and then tested to see if that's what's actually causing these things?
Well,
can you remove space-time? Can you remove space-time from any equation?
Okay.
In real life, anything in real life.
Again, my level of I'm an engineer, not a physicist, so my physics knowledge is quite limited compared to that of a physicist who could easily answer that question, I believe. But again, the way gravity works simply makes sense to me. Okay, but can you find where someone else did it then? If you can't
Did
do it,
what?
can you find where someone else did it? Eliminate what Hank said. What Hank just asked you.
The proof for Einstein stuff.
If there's anyone else that's ever eliminated, manipulated space time to prove that it's the cause of it, the effect that you see. Okay, Hank asked you for something, and you said, "I'm not smart enough," but other people have done it.
I
So
didn't
can
say I'm
you
not
find?
smart enough. I said I'm
Well,
not knowledgeable enough.
okay, you're not knowledgeable enough. My bad. You said you weren't
Look,
knowledgeable enough.
all I
But
want is the scientific hypothesis for Einstein's gravity. It should be in his paper in 1915. Can you please give me that?
Okay. It's not as simple as that. Okay, this paper has been peer reviewed by hundreds of
Okay, sir,
scientists.
do you know what knowledge means? Do you know what science means? You claim in here with a knowledge claim, sir. You claim to have knowledge, right? So I'm asking you, can you give me the hypothesis so that I may test it myself so that I may have knowledge also? That's how
See, that's
science
the
works,
thing.
right?
It's not always, you can't always test it yourself. Because again, you don't have the resources to test it
Okay,
yourself.
so according to Karl Popper, if it's not falsifiable, it's not science.
Well, no, I never said it wasn't falsifiable. It's just not falsifiable by you because you don't have resources to falsify it. It takes hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment sometimes
Starting to
to
get pretty
falsify
religious
some
up
of
in
these.
here.
What?
Starting to get pretty religious up in here.
Yeah,
How is
you're
that
talking about
religious?
religion, bro. Listen. Okay. So this is how the scientific method works. If you see water boiling as a caveman and you wonder what's causing that, you add heat to water, it boils. You take the heat away, it stops boiling. You add the heat, it starts boiling again.
But
You
that
just
is a
proved.
very simple
Hold
thing.
on. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to teach it to you like a child because you didn't know the answer earlier. So he witnessed a natural phenomenon, right? And then he said, okay, I wonder what's causing that. Maybe it's the heat, right? Because he noticed there was heat in the boiling water. So he manipulates water himself. And when he manipulates the independent variable, this is the cause in the hypothesis. He saw the action. So this is what happens when you cause something. There's a reaction, right? So if you're not doing that, it's not science. It's poetry, bro. If you want to come in here with all the poetry you want, just say that it's your belief. Don't say that it's a knowledge claim. You said, I know the earth is a globe. And then when we asked you for measurements, you said, I'm not supposed to memorize numbers. We didn't ask you to memorize numbers, bro. We asked for measurements of the curvature.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say that you guys are being a little bit aggressive, in my perspective.
I'm not attacking you, sir.
Listen, man,
I'm not
listen, that was
attacking
not
you.
aggressive. I was listening. The point is this one. If Earth is spherical, it must be curvature there. And then you need to provide now that thing, No problem. Nobody is aggressive.
I'm not attacking you, sir. I'm only attacking the ideas, right?
No,
If you
it's
want
because
to
you
say,
said
listen,
it's
bro.
because
Listen, I'm just trying to help you out. If you would have said, I believe the earth is a globe, I probably wouldn't even be talking right now. But because you said you know that it is, I'm asking, how do you know? Please share it with me because I want to believe, right? I want to know that the earth is a globe.
okay. The thing that I referred to was when you said I have to explain it to you like a child, which was extremely condescending. Now, I don't have a problem talking to you. It's just that, and the comment sections in the live stream voice text right now is extremely, again, very aggressive. I don't have a problem
They're
with that.
not the ones. They're not the ones you're talking to. You're talking to Hank, and Hank has not been aggressive with you. So get over the aggressiveness, get over the feelings, and just stick to the conversation.
Okay, fine, very well. I'll do that. Since I'm the only one that felt that was a little bit aggressive, then okay, I'll admit that I was wrong. I just wanted to let the moderator know how I felt, and since the moderator said that I was wrong, then so be it.
So we're dealing with provable things here, right? So I can prove to you the reason that things fall has nothing to do with your so-called bending and warping of space-time, and has everything to do with buoyancy. So you understand now how the scientific method works. You have a cause and effect relationship, and you can verify those when you manipulate the independent variables. Is that right?
Okay, replying
Is that
again
how
to your
science
thing.
works?
Well, no,
Is
no,
that how
but
natural science works?
I just wanted to go back to the thing about the boiling water that you talked about. Well, boiling water is a very simple experiment, trying to simulate an entire Earth to view how it interacts with everything around it. That is, that is what causes it to be extremely difficult to do, and that's what
Who's
causes it.
simulating the entire Earth?
Well, because when you're doing the heating up water thing, you're simulating, you're observing something that's on a very small scale. So you're capable of observing it and drawing conclusions from it. But when you have a massive Earth, a massive object, you can't simulate it. You can't observe it from far away because you are a speck on it. So you can't see the big picture. Okay?
Okay, I think I get what you're trying to say. You're saying that we can't manipulate the cosmos, right? And that's true, right? Cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, these aren't natural sciences.
Well, they are, but okay.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on now. You just said that we can't manipulate the really big things. And then I bring up theoretical
where it comes to
astrophysics, and now
theoretical physics.
wait a minute. Now you're saying that we can manipulate the variables in space?
Well, you can think about what could happen if you change something. You can test it.
That's called postulating, sir. That's not science.
Well, they're derived from things that you know to be true. Like, again, that is theoretical. Okay, there's a branch of physics called theoretical physics for that purpose, for that specific purpose. Okay, which is just mostly theories. It's mostly stuff being thrown
Like
around.
the theory of gravity, right? Stuff that we can't verify. And to quote Michio Kaku, he says, "No one that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method." Right? He said Michio Kaku. I'm sure someone will post it in just a few seconds on the live stream. And he said that we have, you would think that there's a stringent process, right? No, it's leaps of logic, guesswork. You know what a leap of logic is?
Yes.
A logical fallacy, right?
Yes, of course.
So he's claiming that they use logical fallacies rather than the scientific method. That's Michio Kaku.
Okay. Let's look at this for a second. The science, again, you guys seem to have studied it for quite a while. The reason why I know the Earth is a globe is because I understand the physics behind it, the physics that I was taught.
Bullshit.
Okay.
Show it. Show those physics. Show it right now.
Okay. So the way the Earth, the way the Big Bang started, and the way that started from there is you had a central point. It expanded after.
Hold on, sir. You started talking about what you know because of physics, and then you went into a creation myth. How do you know that Big Bang happened, sir?
Okay, forget about the Big Bang. A bunch of clumps of things floating in space, a bunch of clumps of objects floating into space. The gravity starts pulling them together. As objects with mass, we know have gravity, and they pull stuff together. So as they pull,
story time? Are you telling us a bedtime story?
Somebody stop him with this pseudoscience, please.
So we've heard these stories before. This is not what we're asking for. You just come in and tell the same story that we've already heard. What Hank was talking to you about and what he was asking you for was not for you to manipulate the entire cosmos. It was for you to produce the demonstration or the evidence, the scientific hypothesis for Einsteinian theory of gravity. Because if no one's ever done this scientific test on it, then it has not been validated and it's just a story. Okay.
So let's say that I tell you a story about there's dark grass on the dark side of the moon, and that's what's causing the tides. What are you going to say to me next? How do I know that? Right? Just like if your grandmother went to a mechanic. Hold on, hear me out, bro. If your grandma goes to the mechanic and they say you need a whole new front end, right? Isn't she going to say, "How do you know that? Show me," right? Because she doesn't want to get ripped off. She does. So how do you know that the dark grass on the dark side of the moon is causing the tide? That would be what you asked me, right?
Okay.
So obviously I don't believe this. I'm using it as an example.
Okay. Let me ask you a question for a change.
Oh, hold on, bro. I'm asking you a question. Like, don't you think we need to establish that the cause is the actual cause to these effects that we witness?
Can you say that again, please? My connection
Don't we
lagged off.
need
I
to?
couldn't hear you properly.
It's okay. It's okay, brother. Don't we need to establish the actual cause of something before we say that it's the cause? How do you know what the cause of something is?
By looking at the data that you have, by seeing if everything that you put
No.
together makes sense
No.
from the data that you have. What would you say it is?
Okay, so I got this long list of data from Muhammad Ali, right?
Okay.
And I'm going to say the reason that he has Parkinson's is because he was a boxer. Is that the
Okay.
actual cause? Or maybe if he would have been a farmer, he would have caught Parkinson's anyway, right? You don't know what caused his Parkinson's. You can assume it's because he got hit in the head a lot, right? But how do you know the actual cause? See, in the medical field, they call it idiosyncratic. We don't know what the cause is, right? Look up how Tylenol works. They don't know, right? So if the doctors can admit it when they don't know, how come you can't admit it when you don't know something?
Again, because your explanation for it doesn't make any sense to me, at least.
So everything is subjective in science now? Because see, I thought
No, it's not
science
about.
wasn't
It's
about
about
your
making
feelings.
sense. It's not about
Yeah,
feelings. It's
that's
about
right.
making
It's
sense to
not
them.
about it's not about making sense, it's about the test results.
And he
Okay.
hasn't given you an explanation, so you're disregarding something before you even hear it.
Okay. How about I give you an example of something that doesn't make sense on a flat Earth? Okay, when a ship sails off.
Wait, how are you going to do that if you don't know what flat Earth is?
What?
How are you going to do that if you don't know what flat Earth is? Because you sure haven't asked anyone here.
Well,
You've
I've seen
rolled
a
in
lot
off.
of people.
You've
I've
rolled
seen
in
a
on
lot.
your high horse and all your assumptions. So when are you going to ask us what flat Earth is? Then you can debunk that. I mean, before Muhammad Ali went and fought someone, I'm sure he studied the tape on his opponents. He didn't just go in blank
Well,
like
I've watched a lot of flat Earth videos, so I have a
Yeah, but
general idea.
Did
You mean
we?
debunking videos? You watched a bunch of flat Earth debunking videos, right? Be honest.
Well, no, I
They're
actually
not
watched a
telling you
couple
what
of
flat Earth.
what's his name, Eric Dubay. I've watched a couple of Eric Dubay's videos.
Which
I
ones?
was Well, I don't remember the ones. I watched like 2 videos, then I watched the debunking videos of those 2 videos, and the debunking videos made sense completely.
What did the debunking videos say specifically that made sense?
They were on Simon Dan's channel. I don't remember exactly
You
which
don't
videos. It was a
remember the
long time
part that
ago.
specifically?
It
Okay,
was a
so
long time. It was like a
you
month ago.
haven't even done preliminary research into this topic. So, like I said with your grandma going to the mechanic, right? You haven't asked us, show me, right? Because if you asked us to show me, we would teach you how to go measure the Earth yourself. Now, if you go into a Globe Earth server, right, where you have these anti-flat earthers, they're going to tell you to measure the moon, the stars, the sun. They're going to tell you to measure everything else but the Earth's surface. We're telling you how to measure the Earth's surface. So what's the best way to determine if the Earth has curvature? To measure the sun, moon, and stars, or shadows, or to measure the Earth's surface?
Well, again, what you said is very on the surface of everything. You need to know how everything interacts with each other and take that into consideration before you make an analysis. Or before you
Can you
choose a
answer
method
my
that you're
question?
going to.
Can you answer my question, please? Is it better to measure the Earth's surface directly or to measure everything else but the Earth's surface to see if the Earth is curving?
I did answer that. I said because it depends on the conditions. Because what if you can't measure the Earth's curvature because you're too small to
Because
see
you're
it?
in space. No, bro, do me a favor.
No.
Google the Earth's radius. This is where we should have started out. Google the Earth's radius, please, right now.
Okay, I will do that. Earth
Thank you.
is.
The only way to measure Earth is to measure Earth.
It's 6,371 kilometers.
Okay, now go to a flat Earth calculator. Go back to Google. Go to a flat Earth calculator, any one.
Flat Earth
Globe Earth calculator.
Excuse me, Globe Earth calculator. I apologize.
Globe Earth calculator. Okay, Globe Earth calculator.
All right, now put in 1 foot observer's height.
Earth
Should say
curvature
observer's height in
calculator.
feet. Yes, click it.
Okay. What do you want me to
No.
put distance to the object as?
No, not distance to the object. Observer's height in feet, 1 foot. Just type in 1 foot.
The website that I'm on has 4 options: distance to the object, eyesight level, distance to horizon, and obscured
Eyesight
object.
level, 1 foot.
Okay, 1 foot coming up.
Now tell me the horizon distance.
1.97 kilometers. In miles, that would be 1.225 miles.
Perfect. Now you said we were too big that we couldn't measure the curvature of the Earth. Or we were too small and the Earth was too big, right?
Okay.
Do you still believe that to be true?
Well, 1.225 is pretty insignificant compared to the size of the Earth.
Right. So you should be able to measure that pretty easily, right?
But just like I said, compared to 6,000 kilometers,
Man, listen.
That's the radius. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but
Go
again,
listen, man, listen very carefully. Now we need to make distance. Shall we make now distance?
Distance of what?
Let's say we watching something. Let's say water. Horizon.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Can somebody post the black swan example? All right, fine. Oh, it's there. Can you read that? Can you see that?
But in the video, in the picture you just sent, the oil rig has synced a little.
Man, can you read the sentence above the oil rigs?
It's gonna be if P then Q not Q, therefore not P. Yeah, that's logical operators. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius dot, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than height in feet. No. Okay, I see. I think I understand the problem with this one. It's because here it says the distance to the horizon, but it's actually sunk over the horizon. Like the object that you're looking at, the 9.41 miles one and the 6.21 miles. They sunk down a little.
Man, listen now again. Listen now again. These oil platforms, these oil rigs, they are only marked for the distance, nothing else. Okay.
Yeah, but they've sunk down a little.
Listen, man. Again, they are only marked for the distance. Now, where is the horizon?
Well, the horizon has already passed. Like the objects are farther than the horizon.
Can we say the horizon at least is 10 miles?
No, he's saying that the horizon is in front of the objects, even though he can see the objects with his own eyes.
The objects are very big. See, the bottom of the objects are hidden by the horizon. That's my point. The top part of the object,
the pillars in the water, sir. What on earth are you talking about?
But you can clearly see that it's sunk a little. Like you can clearly see between the 6.21 and the 9.41, it's shrunk a little. Like it's the top part, like it's come closer to the water.
Can I ask you a question? What is that line behind all that 2 rigs? What's that?
What line? What line do you mean?
What is the line behind that 2 oil rigs? Do you see the line?
I'm not. I don't understand what line you're referring to.
The horizontal line that looks a whole lot like a horizon, the apparent location where the sky meets the water.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Can we say that it's 10 miles away?
Okay. Okay. I don't see us going anywhere with the scientific conversations. So
okay, listen, man. I will repeat. This is very simple. We have 2 oil rigs. They are only marks for the distance, and we have horizon behind that oil rigs, at least 10 miles. And geometrical horizon should to be on 1.22 miles. What that mean now?
Okay, because the thing that I'm trying to explain is that you're not understanding what I'm trying to explain. What I'm trying to explain is that the 6.21 miles one and the 9.41 miles, you can clearly see that there's a difference in elevation. One of them has sunk down a little because it's a little bit behind the horizon.
Again. Let's say this is not oil rig. Let's say this is the tree. Doesn't matter. 3, it's on 6.2 miles. And another oil rig, it's not a 3, it's a tower. This tower, it's on 9.4. Where is the horizon on that picture?
Again,
What he's saying is the point of the convo is where the horizon is. Where do you see the horizon at? It doesn't matter where, like, how wavy the oil rigs are or how the oil rigs look.
I'm not talking about the waviness of the. I'm not talking about the waviness of the oil rig.
Okay,
I'm talking
regardless, like, where's
okay.
the location of the horizon?
Okay.
Where do you see it? That's the point.
Do you see? Okay, how about? Do you see the solid part of the?
Where's the horizon?
Man, where is the horizon? Can you answer the question? Simple question.
It's because I'm trying to explain to you that the horizon is not obvious. It's a little bit hidden.
Man, listen this. If I ask my daughter now, and if I ask where is the line, my daughter, 7 years old, she will say it's behind all that oil rigs. Now I'm asking you, where is the horizon on this picture?
Again, sir, there is the horizon is.
Let's just say I'm on your side right now, buddy. But I'm just trying to figure out why you're saying the horizon is hidden in before the rigs when I can see a line.
Okay.
The horizon behind them. So why are you saying it's in front? I'm on your side. Just help us understand.
Okay. Just let me explain this part without anybody interrupting me, please. So, do you see the elevation of the 6.21? Like, the one that
the horizon that's clearly behind them, but you're saying it's
forget about the horizon for a second. Okay?
No,
man, the argument is the horizon. Man, listen.
Hold on, guys. I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. He's thinking because the other one has shrunken in apparent size that this is proving curvature somehow. Okay, so
no,
my
it
friend,
hasn't shrunken in apparent
hold
size.
on. Oh, so the horizon. Sorry. So the oil rig on the left, it's the same size as the oil rig on the right.
No, of course not. But it went down. Like it. Okay, look.
He's talking about where it looks shorter than the other one. He's thinking that it's sunk down over a curve but he's not realizing that the horizon is still behind it, and things do shrink as they get further away. So the object that's further in the distance is going to appear smaller. And if someone that's
half of what I'm trying to say. The actual thing that I'm trying to say is, okay, do you see the the top half? Okay, I need a marker. I need to like highlight what I'm trying to say. 1 second, I just need to edit the photo.
Maybe I can help you. I can't see the horizon on 1.22 miles. Listen, this. I cannot see the horizon 1.22 miles. I can see the horizon behind the oil rigs. That I can see, and all other people can say what I saying now.
See. Wait, see the picture that Creation Bear sent?
Oh my god.
There's a picture that Creation Bear sent. There's a line that's drawn on it. Okay? You see that line? It says horizon line, okay? That line, as you can see, the rig has went down. Like, it has went down. It has physically went down, as if it went over something, as if it sunk a little. Do you see what I mean? It hasn't shrunk. It's sunk. Okay? That
sounds like you want that to be true.
Not true.
Okay. Look. Man, look. But the point is this. Whatever that oil rig is doing, where is the horizon? Let's say that this oil rig is going up and down, up and down, up and down all the time. But where is the horizon?
Okay. I don't see us going anywhere with this conversation.
Can you be honest, please, and say where is the horizon of the picture? Can you be honest?
I am being honest.
And where is it? Is it in front of oil rigs? Is it in middle of oil rigs?
I see it as in front of the oil rigs. I see it as in front of the oil rigs.
Okay, well, you're wrong.
Man, what's that behind?
No, you don't.
Okay, fine. You
objectively do not see it in front of... Bro, you're objectively incorrect. You do not see it in front of the oil rigs. That's just fact.
I'm not seeing it in front of the oil rigs. From context, from what I am seeing, I am logically interpreting that it's in front of the oil rigs. We're not going to get anywhere with this conversation. We're not going to get anywhere.
To interpret
No, I don't care about everyone else. Shut up. What does your eye see?
Your senses are not 100% absolute.
I
They're
didn't
very
ask
easy
about
to
that.
perceive.
I asked what your eye sees.
Again, your eyes are not absolute. They
Again,
can be
didn't ask
perceived.
about that. What does your eye see?
Again, my response is according
Again,
to
didn't ask about that. What does your eye see?
my eyes see that an oil rig sunk down a little. That's all I see.
No, it doesn't.
The oil rig has
Your
nothing to do
oil.
with the
No, 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 no.
conversation.
What does your eye see? Your eye sees a horizon behind oil rigs. That's what your eye sees. Now,
Okay.
why is it doing that? That's a conversation we can have, but you can't just say, I see the horizon in front of the oil rigs, because that's factually incorrect. So just say things that are true, and then we can have a conversation.
Okay, can we please just skip this part because I do not see us reaching a conclusion from this. So I just want to ask.
Okay, bro. What's 2 plus 2?
Bro, all I want from you is truth. We can still disagree at the end of the day, but you do not
That is
see.
the truth. I swear to
No,
God.
you do not see it in front of the oil rigs. That's just lying.
Look, I'm a religious person, by the way, and I'm swearing to God right now that this is what I am seeing. Okay,
You're not.
Bro.
No. Well, then
Bro.
God's very annoyed
Bro,
with you
if
because you're
you're a
lying to
religious
him as well.
person,
okay, fine. That is what you think. That is
if
fine.
you're a
Can we
religious
please
person,
move
you
on?
never read the Bible because it says not to
I
swear
never
on
said I was
things.
Christian. I never said I was Christian.
Okay,
I never said I was. I'm not
that
Christian.
makes me feel a little better.
What's annoying me and maybe a few of the other people in the room is that, like, you can still believe the Earth's a globe, but we all know that you see that horizon behind those oil rigs. That's just factual. Yes, you do. Why are you lying about this? It's such a stupid lie.
Fine. Sure. Can we please move on? I just want to ask you guys one quick
No,
question.
we cannot move on with this because this
Well,
is.
no, we can. We can, but I just don't know why you're telling these stupid lies. Like, why? Like,
Okay,
everyone
fine. I'm telling a
sees
stupid lie.
horizon
Fine,
behind the
I
oil
admit
rigs,
it.
right?
I'm telling a stupid lie. Can we please move on?
But the thing is okay, whatever. Like, your emotions don't actually matter either in the context of this conversation, right?
True.
What I'm trying to get to,
That is true.
which I keep getting interrupted from doing, what I'm trying to get to is that there is an objective reality, right? So we all see this picture the way it's presented, with the horizon behind the oil rigs. We can disagree on why that's the case, and we can discuss, refraction, we can discuss Earth curve, we can discuss all these things. But we have to agree on the fundamental basics that horizon line, which is defined as where the sky meets the sea, is behind those oil rigs. Now, why that is happening is up for debate, and we can discuss that. That's fine. It's not a problem. But don't just deny that that's true, because you can't go anywhere from there. If you're just lying about what's fundamentally obviously true,
Seconds cut out. Crypto. Try again, please.
Yeah, it cut out.
What bit cut out? Sorry.
The last 2 seconds. Last 2 seconds or last 3 seconds.
I was just saying, like, look, if you're lying about what's fundamentally obviously true, which is that the horizon appears to be behind the oil rigs, we can't go anywhere from there. There is no discussion to be had. So can we at least agree on what's obviously fundamentally true? You can disagree about Earth curve and curving light and all this other shit. We can talk about that. But don't tell me that horizon is in front of the oil rigs when it's objectively not. That's just stupid.
Because my only disagreement with it is that you're calling it a horizon line. It's not a horizon line. There is a line there. There is a line there, but I don't call it a horizon line. You did.
Okay. How do you define horizon?
Okay. Again, I don't see us going anywhere with this conversation. Seriously. I just want to ask you guys one question. You have been bombarding me with questions. I just want to ask one.
No, you've had one question.
How do you define horizon? It's a simple question.
Yeah, why are you running? Just answer.
I can define it. If you
Because
ask me, I can define it.
I tried explaining to you what the horizon was, but you didn't understand what I was trying to say, or you didn't want to listen.
Define horizon for me. I'm actually deliberately, directly asking you to do that, and you're saying, "Oh,
fine.
well, I tried." Please do.
Fine. Okay. Do you see the picture that somebody sent? It says there's a line and it says horizon line. Okay. Do you see how the bit above the horizon line between the oil rig, between that part of the oil rig and the horizon line? Do you see how the rig sunk a little?
You haven't answered my question.
Yeah, you haven't answered the question, mate.
Define horizon.
Oh, do you define? Oh, by the way, you're coming in really quiet. Whoever is that?
Sorry,
who
bro,
I think it
me.
is.
Me, Crack's
Yeah.
Just
How
trying
you
to
doing,
back you up because this guy is being evasive. He doesn't know
Yeah,
what
he is.
horizon is. He don't know the definition. He's probably
Bro,
looking it up on Google now.
If you don't know what horizon is, it's not an issue. Like, I don't hate you or think you're stupid for not knowing things, right? There's lots of things I don't know. But there is one thing I do know, and that's the definition of horizon. Now, do you know the definition of horizon?
Yes, it's the end to what your eye can see.
No.
End of what your eye can see is incorrect.
That's not the definition.
It's incorrect, but it's a good try. You get the point you're trying to make. We get the point.
It's okay. And look, I'm not going to
A brick wall could be the end of what your eyes can see.
I'm not going to berate you
That's
for
a
getting it.
vague.
Sorry, go on. Like, this isn't here for us to like shout at you and berate you and go at you. I really don't want it to be like this. It should be a lot more simple and like civil. Yeah. But it's like, I don't like being lied to, and I don't like it when people are evasive. That really irritates me. That's what kind of why I jumped in, actually. Sorry, I've kind of taken over a little bit. The definition for horizon.
You as well, though, Crack Villain, because he's been.
Yeah, I'm not Crack Villain, mate.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you sound just like him.
How rude.
No, I don't.
I don't think he sounds anything like you.
He doesn't sound like me at all. He has a British accent.
Before we must set my system, so I know.
They're both British. Come on.
Yeah. He's from S Country. A little bit.
Yeah.
Look,
but as critics, as you were saying, right? The definition of horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? So where the sea, as far as you can see with the eye, was what your point you was making. We all agree that's the horizon, right? But that horizon is so much substantially further than when it's purported to be. That this is why the Black Swan crushes the dimensions that have been given to us by NASA. And I think if you do accept this as a valid argument, you'll start to understand that flat earthers ain't crazy. They're just, you guys just need to admit when you don't know things and just be humble and go where the evidence takes you.
But this is why you have to be like super strict about certain things. So defining a horizon, for instance, horizon as I keep on trying to call you Dreams. You're not called Dreams. What are you called? Tommy. But Reasons. That's it. No. The Birmingham guy. Reasons is saying, and what I'm saying as well. Horizon has got like in as close as language can be objective. It has an objective definition, which is that that place where optically the ground meets the sky. Okay, so this is what I was looking for you, was something like that. And if you said that, then the previous statement where you said that the horizon isn't where you're seeing it can't exist, because horizon itself is defined as an optical phenomena. It is where you see it to be, by definition, right?
The thing is, you're coming in here, Graham Fix, yeah, or whatever your name is, Graham Chicks, and you're arguing something you don't quite understand. How detrimental that is to your argument.
Okay. Could I now ask you the question that I wanted to ask? Please?
Yeah, of course. You're free to do it.
Sure.
Okay. Do you realize how many the amount of people that have to be lying completely?
Yeah, how many people lie about Santa Claus? Hold on, let's. How many people lie about Santa Claus? Do you realize how many people?
Telling us about horizons.
How many people?
I think that's what it is. The ignorance of many people like yourself.
You guys are talking over each other.
I'm just.
Yeah. Can we just not rise to this? Can we just not rise to this obvious bait?
Thank you.
People lie. Get over it. That's all I have to say about this.
True. People do lie. I do 100% agree with that, but they lie for a purpose.
Yeah, they
They
get paid.
obviously lie for. They don't just lie for the sake of it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so
do
what's your purpose?
are NASA employees volunteers?
No, they're paid employees.
Okay. Perfect. So they get paid. Okay, cool. So we can
Okay,
move on.
but why would the
People are
government be
self-interested.
paying them to lie?
This is a stupid
Doesn't
argument.
matter, man.
People get paid, they do their job. That's literally the end. To carry on with this means that you haven't understood the answer, right?
Wait,
And that's not
but
really
why?
our job.
Why
To
would the
make you
government pay them to
understand.
do something false?
Gentix, listen
use this
this.
one for you. Let me use this
Listen
one. It's a
this.
common one.
serious
People like you
question,
that
though.
can't
Is
accept
he-
what's going
is he
on. It's like if I
naive?
come up to you and I showed you a picture of your girlfriend and she was in bed with another man, are you going to turn around and go, why would she lie? Like, people lie.
No, he would be like, when did
he
I get a
lied.
girlfriend?
He did that for the pleasure of it. That's a
Okay.
different.
People are self-interested. People lie for all sorts of stupid reasons. We're not the people to ask, right? Because we're not the
But
ones
people
lying.
lie for
So,
self-gain.
yeah, exactly. I just told you they get paid. Like, what else do you need to hear?
Okay.
Like, I've given you a good reason. You're like, oh, I don't accept that reason.
No,
For
because
no
the
reason
reason
at
you're
all.
giving, the reason you're giving is that NASA lies, but the government doesn't lie, right?
No,
because
Government lies all the time. But regardless,
Okay.
it doesn't fucking matter because we can look at more objective measures like the Earth itself, because the psychology of humans doesn't matter when we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
And it's a psychology question to ask you, Gemtrix, right?
No,
Is, do
no,
you
it-
think,
it- it
do you
does
think, oh,
speak to
Gemtrix,
it because-
just a quick question. Just a quick.
Mhm.
Do you think that the world is being controlled by a group of people? Yes or no?
Well, it's a possibility.
That's a good start.
Do you think the world is being
Okay,
controlled by
so do you think these people could possibly call the government?
Sorry, Hank.
One at a
Well,
time,
again,
man.
possibly, yeah.
Okay, then understand if they did have control of the world, and all the world's teachings on the maps used to be flat in a dome, all teach before, and then apparently one person discovered it was round, and then all religion changed that day to the heliocentric model. And there's people out there that control the world, and obviously the no way to control them is to know what they believe. You know, you're controlling the masses and what they believe. You control the media. You control everything. They want to be better than God. They want to be greater than God. So what they're doing is trying to control of it. That's what they get out of it. Pleasure.
I'll admit
Gentix, listen, your question was why would they lie? But listen this.
Yeah, I already admitted that the response Riven gave was good.
Yeah, but listen this. Let's say they are not lying.
Okay.
Because this is so big, they are not lying. But again, we will come back on that horizon. Where is the curvature, man? Because if they are not lying, it must curve in the nature, you know. Because Earth will not lie, you know. Earth is not a human being. Earth is natural thing, you know. Water, you know. Water will never lie. It will behave all the time the same, you know.
Well said. Well said.
Okay.
You know, and we will go in
I've
nature,
already
and
said-
because of that argument before, you know, we showed you that Earth is not curving. And now your next question was why they would lie about that. No, man, they're lying about that. And why would they lie that? Nobody knows. But we don't have curvature in nature. That's the problem. That's the lie.
Yeah, and the evidence that they are lying is is the stuff we're presenting you. So asking why they're lying, like you've already missed the show, my dude. We've already presented the fact that the lie is happening. Like asking why they would lie is like, well, you fucking tell me. I don't know. I don't really know. I mean, we all come up with reasons. Oh, well, NASA might be self-interested, and maybe the government, they actually don't like you very much, so they like deceiving you. Maybe they find it funny. Maybe there's 150 other reasons that we haven't even thought about. I don't know. Maybe something's religious. Maybe some of them are like psychopaths. I don't fucking know. We're not the right people to ask. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Who actually knows? No one here actually knows. We're just presenting what who knows and who cares? What we're presenting to you is what we think might be possibly true. Maybe this is why they would lie. But actually, none of this matters. This is psychology. Like, the question isn't a psychology question. The question is, what is the Earth? And if they're lying about that, so be it. But we just care about what the Earth is.
That is a good response to that question. That is the reason why I jumped to that question, by the way, is I didn't see us coming to an agreement on the other one. So I wanted to see your response to this one because I need to go to bed now, so I just wanted to wrap it up. This has been insightful. You guys seem to. I underestimated you, honestly. If I'm being truthful.
That's fair one.
Don't worry, everybody does.
Can you define horizon before you leave?
Oh my god.
I want you to prove that you've learned something. Can you define horizon before you leave?
Well, I did learn something about the answer to the question, which is why would they lie? Which is a question that I've had for a really long time.
We told you we don't know.
There's actually a song.
What's the horizon?
There's a song that Flat Earthers have made. Called
The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky seem to meet or appear to meet.
Hold on,
That's
Gen
what
Tricks,
the
Gen
definition
Tricks.
that Riven gave, or Sasha. I don't know.
Gentrix.
I'm happy with that. Sorry, go on.
Hello, Gentrix.
Yes.
Gentrix. There's a song,
Yes,
right,
Riven.
that Flat Earthers have made called "Why Would They Lie?" Because it's literally the first thing that every Glober, when they get to realise they've been lied to, the first thing they ask, "Oh, but why would the whole world lie? How could they all get it wrong?" So there's a song called
and it's
"Why
always
Would They
after
Lie?"
a proof.
Okay. This has been insightful. This has been nice. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I hope I didn't offend anyone.
No, it's not about offending people. This is objective
What
talk,
kind of
right?
bedtime is 6 o'clock, by the way? What's going on?
Okay,
So
but I seriously do have to go to sleep. I have class in the morning.
Okay, just
So-
remember this. When
Yeah.
you're in here, we're empiricist. Right?
What,
We're
say it again?
hyper. In here, we are empiricist. So we don't care about feelings, we care about facts and that which is verifiable. So if
Fair.
you come in here and you talk about your favorite cake, icing, or your favorite color, feelings, we don't care about none of that stuff. We only care about that which is verifiable. Does that make sense?
Fair.
And you should understand.
Verifiable.
You should understand why the horizon is so important in that argument. Because if it's going to be a sphere the size that they say, it cannot extend beyond the 1.225. So even if it did make it to the first one, even though you see it, far beyond the, or well beyond the second one, right? It can't extend beyond 1.225 miles. Period.
Excellent, Truth. Yeah, Truth. What Truth is saying is that picture was taken at 1 foot off the ground. We have the original video that's going to prove that and eliminate all of the variables. So because that picture was taken 1 foot off the ground, remember I said earlier, what's the horizon? What does it say? 1.225 miles? But in this video,
it was
the
1 foot.
horizon is
Okay.
greater than, it's greater than 10 miles. So your globe Earth horizon just got debunked. Have a nice day.
Radius gone.
Gentix, it's also not point about that video. All observation showing there is no corruption. All of them. You can check that. Nobody wants to convince you. You need to be flat earther because no, man. You can check that. If that is right, it must be that drop rate. But it isn't. There is no drop rate. There is flat. Water is flat, man. It's not curving anywhere.
Have a nice night.
Okay.
Nice night.
Good night. I seriously do have to go. Good night.
Have a good night. Thanks for popping in.
Good night.
Night.
Thank you too.
Forgive me for hogging it, boys, but I heard him made that claim as soon as he came in.
I have the feeling he's going to bury it. He's not ready.
Yeah.
He's never going to get rid of it, but he's not going to jump back in here too soon, I think.
I thought it was 1984.
Yeah.
Like he was saying, it's 5. The answer's 5.
Yeah, he mentioned Simon Dan and blah 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 in the beginning. He watched maybe 2-3 videos and came here like, I will prove now.
I just
Love
want to
it.
know what he meant when he said he misjudged us.
Yeah, but just the way to say it is like they always say that. Oh, I underestimated you guys. Yeah, they.
He thought we were a bunch of dribbling retards, is what he meant.
Yeah, I thought you'd just find a bunch of window lickers, you know.
Yeah, literally. They all do. That's because that's what they're told we are.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
these guys are fucking
It's
retarded.
Just,
Go in
it's
there
just
and
really
debunk them.
sad that fucking nobody just takes a kind of unbiased approach to it.
Well, anyone who does ends up here.
I swear Crypto, I swear to my God, logically concluding that on that picture horizon it's somewhere in between, you know. My eyes cannot see that line behind.
Did he
I
not
swear
realize?
to my
that
God.
Did you not realize that even if
Yeah.
you wanted to put the horizon in between the rigs, it still fucks the globe massively?
Yeah.
So
That's also yeah.
Well, the majority
Yeah, I just
of
want to point out
front of the rig would also fuck the globe. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to point out that you need realize to realize. Maybe that dude had like some computer eyes.
Yeah, I was
Some
getting ready to.
cybernetic eyes.
I was getting ready to ask him what
Fake
all
eyes.
that stuff was before
Yeah,
between the
excuse me.
horizon and the sky. Anyway,
crypto. I just if you look at that link I put in Instagram, that's my Instagram. I put like a song on there. I've done the vocals and stuff. I wanted to give me a opinion on how clean the vocals are that I've made.
Man, I'm driving at the moment, but I'll do it as soon as I stop.
Sorry, that's all I wanted to say.
For the record, any horizon screws the globe. By definition. Compatible.
Why is that?
Because there's no horizontal lines on a globe.
Remy, where's your track? I want to hear it.
Up and down, cause I got no chill. Burning desire, I ain't no liar. I'm only one man to head down an empire. I'ma lead that call me the Messiah. God loves me cause I am a child. Don't ever touch me cause I am a live wire. Aim for me, express and backfire. Hate on me and you can admire. Righteous demons set you on fire. I've had enough of this, had enough of that. Looking for a fight, so I'll keep it talking smack. Don't wanna fight me, you know I'll clap back. Rule number one's got strength for back. I've had enough of this, had enough of that. Looking for a fight.
Jeez. Remy, we need to do a collab, man. I'm from Birmingham. I used to do grime as well.
What do you like it? Did you, bro? Did you like the grime track I've done?
Yeah, bruv. I've heard some of your other tunes as well, to be fair.
Oh, the Flat Earth ones.
One or two popping around on YouTube.
Yeah, I put some on Flat Earth, and I've done a Flat Earth one, done a Halo one. Yeah, man. I did a Conspiracy Cats one as well. That was pretty funny. Quantum Radar.
Hey, I gotta admit, I'm a fan of your music, bro. I've heard your stuff before, and I think that it's really good.
Oh, nice one, man. Appreciated. It feels good to actually be appreciated, rather than in Gem Panda serve. I've known them guys for long years, grafting with these like that 4 or 5 years, hanging out with them. And I showed them my stuff, and all they could comment was like, "Oh, this is garbage." "Oh, look at this," and put Flat Earth. "Oh, he believes the Earth's flat" in the comment section. I just thought, "Fucking hell, these guys are ruthless, man."
Can't give a fly earth or a
They're just
single comment,
gaslighter.
even if it's not even related to the argument.
Exactly. It's just like, "Oh, you're a flat earther." So it's just like, I want everyone to know you're a flat
Oh.
earther.
Remy, I'm gonna drop you a private message. Yeah, I want to do a track with you, mate. I've been doing grime for years. I used to be on Channel U with a group called Downside.
Okay.
And I used to do Type 92 and North Birmingham Radio as well. So I'll message you, bro. I'd love to do a track, yeah.
If you got a topic, right, a good way I work is I've got you got a song or an instrumental, I brought it on my computer, and then obviously I can write lyrics to it, and then but if you give me a topic or something that we're talking about, obviously that's what I'll target my thoughts to and see what I can come up with.
Yeah, Flat Earth.
I just want to be real
Flat Earth, yeah.
Just real quick, I was arguing one day, and this new glober, he came in and said that the stars spin the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. So I was attempting to correct him, and I was like, "No, bro, they rise in the east and set in the west, just like the northern hemisphere." And he was like, "Nuh-uh, they spin the opposite direction." And I was like, "Okay, ask your own. Hey, globe earthers, doesn't the stars rise in the east and set in the west in the southern hemisphere?" None of them would pipe up. Like, none of them could admit that a globe earther had got some minuscule thing that was really irrelevant about the argument. And that was the thing that pissed me off the most. Like, it was just a misunderstanding from the new guy who was ignorant, and I'd been in this debate by like 5 years at that point. So I knew that the stars rise in the east in the southern hemisphere, but they couldn't admit it because a flat earther had said it. Now, if that's the people that we're arguing against, what's the point of arguing?
Exactly.
Yeah, I've noticed that. They refuse to criticize each other. They just won't. Even if what they're all saying is objectively wrong, and they all know it, they will not criticize each other.
Well, that's why I don't.
They just won't do it. Even about stuff that's not flat Earth. Like it doesn't matter what you're talking about. Anything at all, they do not criticize each other.
That's why I don't argue with these people through text. I tell them, like, after I send them one heartfelt message, I tell them, join the Discord. Like, I'm not texting you anymore. You're going to have to come in and talk to us. Like, I'm not wasting my time here running around in circles through text. Like, I'll yell at you a little bit, but I'm not sitting here sending you text messages.
Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, these people, they think they're in a war.
My YouTube account's comment section saying Flat Earth, like commenting and thumbs down in every video. I'll upload a video, nothing to do with Flat Earth, just like, I don't know, punching the bag or something. And as soon as it gets uploaded, there'll be like down video thumbs before I even like looked at the video myself. Literally, as I'm uploading, I've just checked it's uploaded. It's got a down thumb, like somebody there. He's literally just sitting there waiting to just down thumb everything that comes through my account, simply because I'm a flat earther, or they think I'm a flat earther. And the reason I don't objectify as a flat earther because it's what they think a flat earther is. So it's like I'm not what you think that is, but what I am is a globe skeptic. I'm skeptical of the globe. So you can call me a flat earther, but that's not what I do. You know what I mean? I'm really skeptical of what the globe purports. Their story, and I'm skeptical of it.
But fundamentally, it's not really an identity issue anyway. It's not like saying whether you're like a feminist or, you know, because that's not an identity question. Like the shape of the Earth is not an identity question. So it doesn't matter what I am. I could be anything, and the Earth is still what it is. You know.
But I say to them often, I say, I don't care what shape it is, if it's round or flat. I don't really give a shit. They seem to care that it has to be round, like, and that's a bit weird. But why does it have to be round? When they can't admit that it's objectively locally flat, that's when you know you're no point talking to them. Because if they're not even going to be willing to concede that you both experience a flat motionless plane, then when they start saying they experience a curved Earth, then I know I'm talking to a deluded individual, because I know for a fact that's not what I experienced.
Yeah, when they start saying 2 + 2 = 5, I'm like that dude did earlier, saying the horizon was in front of the last one, right? I was like, bro, you could see the pillars all the way into the water.
He wasn't even trolling. That's what he sees.
Yeah, that's what he sees, because that's what his brain is telling him to perceive. Because if we're right in our argument, because he knew that argument before, he recognized the argument. He called it something else, but he said, oh, that's that, right? So he knew that argument was like a perfect argument if it was true. So he had to go into, oh, it's not true mode.
Probably whatever Professor Dave calls it. If he's got another word for it, that's probably it, because that's the videos that he was watching.
Yeah, I knew what he was trying to say. You know, if you look at the second oil rig, like, it's not level at the bottom, but he's not considering the waves closer towards the camera that can obscure the lower legs of the platform.
Also, I mean, if he's talking about, you know, light bending, then you're not seeing Earth curve anyway, right? So it fundamentally doesn't matter. That this is why I was trying to get him to say, and he wouldn't even get to that point, is that if the horizon is at 1.2, like the geometric horizon is at 1.22 miles, but the light has bent it so that it looks like it's 15 miles away, then what you're seeing is an Earth curve anyway. So you can't verify that the Earth curve's even there. Obviously, but they don't. They don't even go into it that far. They just go, "Oh, I know it's a ball. Therefore, the light must be bending. Therefore, ball."
Didn't they? I can't be. It's just it hurts me. It hurt. I know one of these conversations is still going on to this day. I can't believe this server and these people still come in to this day. And he was taken back. He was like, actually, you guys have obviously given this a lot more thought than I give you credit for. He thought he was going to come in here and talk to absolute mental rejects, because that's the persona that the internet has painted for you. The picture that the internet has provided Flat Earth is it gives everybody an over sense of arrogance and a complete undermining of flat Earth. And you guys are the hardcore real flat Earth community, where it's not like the fabricated flat Earth community that's out there. This is just people that just have a valid argument of stuff that they don't experience, and they're not buying the excuses of centrifugal forces being cancelled out because it's negligible and it suits their argument for gases being flinged off into space. But the rotation of the Earth, because it doesn't spin, it only rotates then once every 24 hours to try and make it out like it's not really having any centrifugal force. But the larger the mass is, then the same mathematics would carry through for the effects onto the gravitational forces that it's apparently tied with the rotation of the Earth, with the whole atmosphere going round with it. So it's all like it suits their argument when it's negligible. And when it goes against their argument, it's so it's negligible when it goes against their argument. When you try to use it against their argument, it's, oh, you misunderstand. It's like, okay, anything that undermines or questions.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about, bro. So one time I was in an argument with them over there at Pandas, and I was saying that the Aristophanes argument isn't good, right, because of refraction, right? The sun is going through all those layers of the atmosphere before it hits the pole, right?
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, well, that's negligible. I was like, really?
Yeah.
Through all those layers, that's negligible. But through the same layer of atmosphere on the Black Swan, that's what was that? Oh, that's light bending, right?
Yeah.
So these people are like literally like 1984 rat heads, is what they are.
Double speaking. When it suits them, it's negligible, like you say, and then when it's against them, it's, oh, you don't understand it. It's like, I do understand that you're saying that because the Earth's rotating on an angle, that basically the light distributes across the surface at a different intensity, causing different temperature differentials, and that's why the equator is always quite hot because of the angle, not such to do with the distance. Because even when the distance is closer, so the elliptical path that the Earth goes around the Sun, that doesn't affect the temperatures. No way, not 3 million miles closer to the Sun. No, it doesn't affect the temperature. What it is the angle, because of the fucking way the world's tipped. So
Yeah,
it's like when you
that
think
tilt
about
is the
fire,
most
and you go,
fucking negligible
if
thing
you've
ever.
got like a little pea, like a little just like a pea on your plate, and then you imagine a large ball next to it, which would be representing the Earth, and then let's say a light source, millions and millions of miles, like all in scale. How large would the Earth's shadow be from that light source casting onto the moon in an eclipse? And you look at it and you think, it doesn't. When I've looked at the eclipses, I've gone fast forwarded and rewinded it, and I've gone through it in emotional play, and it really seems like it's the top of the dome that it's refracting off, and that's where you get the color differentials. It doesn't look like it's refracting. It doesn't look like
No,
it's
bro,
there.
it's magnifying the shadow. Look at these pictures I'm about to post. You ready for this?
Yeah.
It's
The eclipse looks like a
magnifying.
dome,
I'll
that's
turn
what
off
I'm
my
trying to say.
washes. Yeah, the eclipse where the shadow should be like really small, but it's not.
No, I'm just saying that the lunar eclipse looks like the dome. It don't look like the Earth that it's that's on.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the solar eclipse and the size of the moon on
Not
the
the
Earth.
solar. The
My
lunar
apologies,
eclipse,
bro.
you get
Please
like
continue.
the red, orange, and all that, and you get like the tip of the. It seems like we're under a cathode, some sort of a fucking crown that's on top of the. Like when it goes into the moon, you see one side of it, then it kind of goes over, then you see the other side of it, and that can't be the Earth because the Earth would be too big. If you've got any curvature on that moon, it would take hours. Do you know what I mean? To get across the proportional different size of the moon shadow that's casted.
Well, what they're saying is there's umbra and penumbra effect going on. But I don't ever remember watching an eclipse and seeing two shadows, one light shadow, a lighter shadow. How do you say that? A less intense shadow, and then a more intense shadow. Has anyone ever seen that? The two shadows?
I've got one. Let me find it for you. The one I'm showing you, I'll show you the one I used, and it's like it just looks completely like. Let me find it. Oh, there it is. It looks completely dodgy. Like it doesn't look like the Earth that's casted onto the moon. It looks like it's feels like it's something else. Let me try and find it. I think I got it on TikTok, in fact. Let's have a look. How do I get this video? Copy. There we go. Copy link. There we go to.
Yeah, we have Shady also joining us. If you would like to ask a question, Shady, you can unmute and go for it. Welcome to the server, by the way.
Hi, yeah. I don't have any questions just for now, so but I might ask later if I think of one.
Is it okay if I ask you some questions? Really easy questions, just to see where you're at?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so anytime in ancient history up until recent times, has anyone directly measured the Earth curve? And if so, how? And if you don't know, it's okay to say that you don't know, because we're just trying to figure out what you know, right? And many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So do you know how that was done? Earth curve directly measured?
No, but I know it's been done. And you can look up on Google. You know.
All right, so you believe that it's been done, but you don't know how or whatever. All right, so next question.
No. Yeah.
Okay, so any time in ancient history up until modern times, do you know of how the axial rotation, the Earth's spin, was measured directly? And if so, how?
Yeah, I was actually just watching a video there of the rotation of the stars and how like our ancient ancestors found out that the Earth was severe, through the rotation of the stars and how they move and how the North Star works.
Actually, your ancient ancestors, depending on where you're from, most likely thought the stars were some sort of demigod. That's why they have the names of the gods. But I digress. So any directly measurement of the Earth rotating on its axis, not the stars. The Earth directly rotating.
Well, no, the question you asked me is just it's a video I saw, and that's how it was explained in it. You know.
Okay, so you understand that all motion is relative, right? Classical relativity.
Yeah.
Do you know? Yeah. Okay. So if the Earth is moving or the stars are moving, that's relative motion. We don't know which one's doing it, and the only way we can find out is if we left the solar system, hypothetically, and we could see which one's moving and which one's not from a third point of reference. So a reference frame outside of the system. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So you believe that the Earth is rotating, but you can't actually measure it unless you leave the solar system, right?
Well, I do believe that the Earth is round. I'm not here to argue with any of you, but
right. I'm not trying to argue with you, brother.
Yeah.
I'm only trying to figure out where you're at so that we know how to speak to you, right? And just to illustrate a few things, these questions are going to illuminate a lot. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you believe that it's rotating, but you haven't measured it yourself. You
No. Personally, I've not measured it myself. No.
Okay. All right. So you believe that it's rotating on its axis. Last question. The third claim about the heliocentric model is that the Earth is sitting in the middle of a vacuum. Now, this vacuum, it's not a perfect vacuum, but it's pretty close to a perfect vacuum as anyone has ever claimed. 10 to the 17 negative torr. Is there any way that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container? So the Earth has a gas pressure of 14.7 psi at the sea level, right? Is there any way that you can show us a vacuum sitting next to a high pressure system without a container?
Are you talking about why, like, air isn't sucked into space? Is that what you mean?
Right. But vacuums don't suck. The air pressure presses out to fill the available volume. So have you ever had a car and you ran it out of gas, and the next day when you went to put gas in it, you opened the tank and it made that noise?
Yeah. No. I'm sorry.
Right. It's because the gas pump has sucked all of the gasoline out of it and caused a partial vacuum. And when you open up the gas tank, the vacuum is now open and exposed to the atmosphere, and the atmosphere presses in until it reaches equilibrium. That's how it works every time, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know much about this, but what I do know is that gravity is constantly pulling in molecules like air, closer to Earth, and as you go out and out, the molecules get thinner and thinner as you're going into space. That's why air gets thinner and thinner. Think about it. And as you're in space, there's more molecules, and that's why it's a vacuum. Well, that's my understanding of it. I don't know.
Okay,
What do you think?
that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask
Yeah,
you a
that's
question
fair
about
enough.
gravity after when you finish, mate. If you're good.
Right. So here's the thing: if I have a propane tank on the surface of the Earth, and I fill it up 250 psi, right, and I open the nozzle, what's going to happen?
Well, it's going to get sucked out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium. So whenever you got a hot cup of coffee and you set it down on the table, and then you get a phone call and you come back 30 minutes later, the coffee temperature has reached equilibrium, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say you got a hot air or a helium balloon, and you go away for a couple days on your birthday, and you come back and the thing is floating like halfway in the middle of the room, right? Because it's partially buoyant and partially not. It's reached its equilibrium, right?
Yeah.
So that happens every time in nature. So you got a dead battery and you take it off the car and you got a fully charged battery and you hook it up with jumper cables. The next morning you're going to have 2 halfway charged batteries, right?
Yeah.
Every time, no matter what. These things that I'm talking about is called entropy, right? So gravity never trumps entropy. You're never going to see the PSI inside the tank stay in the tank unless the nozzle is closed. It has to be a closed system in order for that to happen, right?
Mm.
Is the Earth a closed system, or does it freely exchange material with the so-called vacuum of space? We get meteorites, right?
We do, yeah. Well,
And every once in a while they
meteorites
say,
are being pulled in by gravity, isn't it?
well, that's what they say, right? But you believe we
Yeah.
get meteorites, then it's an open system. So what I'm trying to show you is that everything you just said, right, you believe.
Yeah.
You have no primary knowledge. But what your primary knowledge is, and this is the interesting thing, this is what your senses tell you, right? So if I were to tell you I have 10 toes, I'm the only person with primary knowledge. Everyone else in this Discord believes that I have 10 toes, or maybe they don't, right? But it's a belief. What your primary knowledge about the Earth is, and if you think about it, you've never experienced curvature. Now close your eyes real fast, just thought experiment. Close your eyes. I say the word Earth. What do you see?
A ball.
Right. Now open your eyes and go outside and take your shoes off and run around for a bit. Now that stuff between your toes, what's that called?
The Earth.
Right. Which one's the real Earth?
Oh, that's good. That is.
Which one's the one I'm walking on? I suppose the real.
Right. Exactly, bro. The other one's just a model, like a model Porsche. So if you were my nephew and I said, hey, when you turn 18, I'm getting you a Porsche, and then you turn 18 and I give you a box car model with glue and everything you need to make a model Porsche, you know the difference, right?
Yeah.
So they have presented to you a model, and somehow along the way, through all the programming, because you were a child in the cradle, and they hung that thing above your head that's got the sun, moon, and stars circling in a pattern, right? And then you got older and you started seeing like cartoons, and they had the globe in it for sure. And then every time Universal Studios does a movie and you've seen it, it's a globe. And then you go to school and the globe's on the teacher's desk, and they say, look, you live here, and they point to your location on the model, not in reality. When in reality, you should have said, no, teacher, I live here, and pointed to in your body, right? Because you live in your body. You don't live on a ball on the teacher's desk, do you?
No.
So what your primary knowledge is, if you were to meditate in your backyard for a lengthy amount of time, you would notice that the sun, moon, and stars make a circuit or a revolution once every 24 hours, roughly, once every 24 hours, and that the sun, moon, and stars are in motion, and that the Earth is stationary. It is not moving at all, except for during earthquakes. And you'll see that the surface of the Earth is measuring level and flat. Now, there's topography. I'm not saying there's no mountains, no valleys, or no rivers,
Oh yeah,
no
yeah.
plateaus, right? I'm saying the curvature that we should measure on the water isn't there. And we've measured it for 6 years. And the only thing I'm asking you to do is this two things. Don't believe a word I say. Go out and measure the water yourself. All you need is about 10 miles, 5 or 10 miles of water, right? On a calm day, you need an earth curve calculator, and you need to get something in the distance where you can see it's a landmark and you can see how far that you're seeing. And you need to make some observations. And when you make these observations over a large body of water at rest, you'll be able to determine rather easily if the curvature is there. And you're probably thinking, well, I'm too small and the Earth is too big. Is that what you're thinking?
No, I think I could do that. Yeah.
Right, you can do that because if you look at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So if you go to an Earth curve calculator and you type in 1 foot observer height, you'll see that the horizon is where the apparent location where the sky meets the water. It's only 1.225 miles away. So 1.25 mile away, right? That's where the horizon should be at 1 foot. So can you think of something that you've seen in your lifetime that was way farther than that? You live by the water?
I saw a picture of I think it was some American city, Chicago, of like from like another city or another place, and like it was like
From Michigan.
half the buildings.
Yeah.
Half the buildings were like cut out because of the water. I saw that. That was cool.
Okay, so did you know that Chicago is actually below sea level?
I did
Well,
not
I
know.
say sea level, lake level. Yeah, Chicago is kind of in a swamp area, and they dug it all out, so you wouldn't be able to see the bottoms of the buildings regardless. So someone else want to take over?
I actually do have a question for Sami.
I had one question as well. I can wait.
Yeah.
I can wait. Fine.
Just about the flat Earth model that I.
It's an easy
did
one.
see.
That's really easy to answer before you even ask the question. We don't have one. Reasons. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Just to elaborate on what he means by we don't have a model is because you guys always talk about models and we're talking about reality, and you guys need to stop talking about models.
Yeah.
It's not healthy for you because you need to determine it from your own experience. It should be something that you should be able to identify, but it's not. So,
No,
not relying on experts. You should be able to determine whether it's round or flat just by your experience in Earth, but you can't really. So I was gonna. You said I don't want to talk about what I don't know, but you do know one thing. You said gravity, right? So I know a few things about gravity. I've heard gravity being spoken about a few times. So what's your interpretation of gravity? How would you define it, or how would you go about explaining it?
Mass attracts mass. Well, that's what I think about
mass
gravity.
attracts mass.
Yeah.
Does the moon have mass?
It does, yeah.
Does it have gravity?
It does, yeah.
Does the Earth have mass?
It does.
Does it have gravity?
Yeah.
So why is it going away from us 1 inch a year? Apparently it's gaining distance away from us.
The moon?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that now.
Not sure.
I didn't even know that. Personally, I didn't know that.
Well, mass attracts.
Well, don't worry. They don't know that either. They just say it.
Well, what they say is the moon is apparently getting its free energy because basically there's no such thing as a free sandwich that we learn in the second law of thermodynamics, which means that you have to put work into a system to get work out. So in a system such as the moon rotating around the Earth in the globe model, then two bodies have mass and they should be attracted, right? But they're not for some reason. And the ocean is apparently in some sort of
What was
Does he know that that's one of the supposed mainstream theories about how the moon was created, was that like a meteor impacted the Earth and then a little bit broke off, and that's supposedly what created the moon? It's complete fucking nonsense. It's garbage. It's such obscene idiocy.
It's called the theory of planet Thea. Go look it up. Planet Thea.
THEIA. Yeah, THEIA, or the giant impact theory is the other name for it. But it's like, you sound like you're from Ireland. Yeah. Well, are you from the East Coast?
East? No, I'm in Midlands.
Oh, but you must have been to the East Coast, right?
Yeah, to the beach. Yeah.
So have you ever seen England or Scotland or Wales from where you are?
Yeah, I've been to England. Yeah.
No, I'm asking if you can see England or Wales from where you are.
I don't think I've been to a beach that you could look at it, but I wouldn't think so. No.
You wouldn't think so? Okay.
Maybe the Isle of Man you could see in between.
Well, no, it's interesting. I've spoken to other people from Ireland, and they say that from certain points in Ireland, not necessarily from the beach, but maybe from other kind of taller points, you can see parts of England and Scotland on a clear day, which is completely impossible on the globe that they say we live on. But you don't have any examples, so we can't kind of work into anything.
No,
but it is interesting.
No, yeah, maybe they could have saw something, but I wouldn't think so. Now it is very far away. Even like, well, yeah.
But if you could see, say, Scotland from Belfast, for instance, would you think, hold on, that doesn't make sense on the globe?
If I did see it, now let's say, for example, I did see Scotland or England, I would say, that's weird. Sure.
Okay.
Of course I would,
Okay, no further questions.
Well, yeah, but the gravity, with the distribution of mass, right, is what distorts the space and time around it, which creates an inward force in all vectors, which kind of warps the space and time around it.
That's Albert Einstein's theory.
Gravitational force that you're subscribing to.
That's Albert Einstein's theory, isn't it? Space-time.
That's the superseded one, because you see your mass attracting mass that was superseded by Einstein. You see, that's where I talk about the actual rhetoric that is actually on the current forefront of the globe model, because it explains a lot of things about orbital mechanics.
Yeah.
So it depends how deep you know about gravity, because you said one thing I do know about is gravity, and I thought, well, I remember when I used to think I needed to know about gravity, and you sound exactly as ignorant as I was. But yet you seem to, the reason you think it's impossible to see Scotland is because you think you're on a ball. But look, I don't even know from a ball.
I've never seen it.
I think it's just be healthy. I'd just be healthy to be skeptical and to kind of learn your own rhetoric.
Well, to be fair, if you stick around, right, it doesn't matter if you believe the Earth is a ball or you believe it's flat, or you go out and measure it and you find out. If you stick around this place, you're going to find out really quickly there's no compartmentalization. You're going to learn about math. You're going to learn about science. You're going to learn about geometry. You're going to learn about all this theoretical bullshit. For example, did you know that 96% of the universe, according to your model, is dark matter and dark energy, both substances that no one has ever directly observed?
Well, I suppose it's a theory then. Is it?
Right, it's a theory.
Yeah.
Do you know why someone would come up with such an absurd theory?
I wouldn't.
to patch the hole in gravity, because gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. According to Michio Kaku, the stars are spinning 10 times too fast. So in the solar system, Mercury has the shortest year and Pluto has the longest. But in the galaxy, the furthest stars away from the center have the shortest year, galactic year, and the stars near the closest have the longest. It's the opposite. Well, what they're saying is the stars are spinning 10 times too fast. There's not enough gravitation when you plug in the equation, the mathematical model. It doesn't work. So they're saying there must be 26% dark matter in the universe that has to be there so that gravity works at the galactic level. Now,
96.
one or two things. Well, it's 26% dark matter, and the rest is regular matter and dark energy. Yeah. So so this dark matter, it has to be there, right? But nobody can see it, taste it, smell it, observe it. It just has to be there for their model to work. So that's called an ad hoc theory. That's when you say, okay, my theory, I know it's true, and despite the observation, right, and the data that we're getting telling us that it's not true, it still has to be true. So I'm just going to take this placeholder here, right, and I'm going to fill it with some numbers, right? And that's what they call science these days. This is theoretical astrophysics. Really, science has a little more stringent view, in my opinion. You're supposed to observe a natural phenomenon, come up with a hypothesis, and then test it, and then see when you wiggle the independent variable, does it cause the effect? If it doesn't cause the effect, you need a new hypothesis. Would you agree with that, sir?
I would, yeah. Yeah.
So anything I said about dark matter and dark energy, they can't even pass the first step of the scientific method, which is to observe a natural phenomenon.
Yeah, that's definitely. So that's very.
So the Big Bang, cosmology, all of theoretical astrophysics, it's not scientific.
Yeah. Well, no, I agree with you there. Like, it's not a proper experiment if you don't even have a hypothesis. Is it what you said?
An independent variable you can manipulate.
Yeah, definitely. That is very weird, but
Oh, man, it's all mad. Like, in the day, you believe the Earth's round. That's fair enough. But the best evidence I had was looking at NASA videos of them floating around in this International Space Station, looking at the Earth. And I thought, no, that's got to be real. The way they're floating around for half an hour. But what are they doing up there for 6 months, really? Floating around doing experiments with with anti-gravity and that, and like they can't even just. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. Like it doesn't seem connected to the Earth down there. Like they just seem to. It seems to be like separate. Even though it tries to connect to the Earth, it doesn't seem connected. Do you get what I mean? It seems staged in a way.
You're talking about the ISS?
Yeah, like the whole. When I look at it, and I really look at it, and I think to myself, they look at this. You can see the Earth in the background in the cockpit, and you're like, "It's got to be real." Look at the way her hair stood up. But you think about anti-gravity. Her hair would be everywhere, like floatless, like in water does. Like water, like your hair would like have like a really, really unorthodox like flow to it. But it's not. It's like stiffed up hairspray. It's like really weird hair. Do you get what I mean? It's not flowing. Like it's just like. It just doesn't feel right, and you know, it's good evidence, but it's not enough.
do you
So
mean
this
like,
guy.
do you mean
Oh, go
like?
ahead, I'm sorry.
Do you think it's fake because of the hair?
Just the look at it, like the whole demeanor. Even the people that set up these are supposed to be like athletes, and that they're just like fucking absolute retards. Do you know what I mean? Like they're not. There's no like normal people that are on them fucking. You can't tell me there's one normal astronaut. They're all fucking absolute weirdos. They're like the worst Karen you've ever seen in the world. Like you couldn't think of a more of a reject to set up there, less of a character to go to fucking space.
Oh, come on, bro! I got to disagree with you. You can't be attacking their character. Just attack the argument.
I'm just saying, we could send up a lot more interesting people than these people. Sure. Come on, man! It's society's rejects. Like it's like fucking.
Yeah, some of them you think like, did they get their place on the ISS on the side of a cereal box or something like? Because there's no way that this guy is the cream of the crop in
I mean,
like either the army or science or like no. Some of the I agree with Reason. Some of these guys are completely retarded, but that doesn't actually even matter. What matters actually, you said, oh, is it just the hair that you think makes it a bit dodgy? Like what the
Just the
Irish
whole
guy said.
demeanour, just like
Well,
to sell it
no,
well,
can I
you
just
know,
make my
they're all
point? Can I just make my point?
casual, flirting around, and like talk
Let me just make my
about how
point.
they do this on the toilet and how they have to account for this and account for that, and like they seem like they thought it all out for you. So you're so caught up in them explaining. Oh, sorry, I got a phone call. 1 second.
Yeah, let me just finish my point. Yeah, the point I was going to make is actually I think that that's legitimate because if the hair isn't acting how it necessarily would in that environment, then something's up, something's wrong, right? So it doesn't like saying, "Oh, it's just hair." Okay, fine, it's just hair. But if it's not acting how it should be, then clearly the environment isn't what they're telling you it is, and that's couldn't be more objective.
I want to get back to the scientific method because this guy seems to understand it. You do understand that you need three things: independent, dependent control variables to conduct a hypothesis test or an experiment. You know that, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so let's say that I were to have a hypothesis that the reason that things rise and the reason that they fall is because the buoyant force and nothing else, right? So what happens when you drop a brick? It falls down, right? Your cell phone will break if you drop it, right?
Yeah.
What about when you drop a helium balloon?
It goes up.
Right, why?
Helium is lighter than air.
Right, but the brick is...
It has less density.
Right, the brick has more density and the air has less density, right?
If you think about it, if you put brick in water, it goes down because it's more dense. Or if you put like a plastic ball in water, it floats. It goes up because it's less dense.
Exactly. So here's the experiment, okay? So let's say you got a pail, and you put an apple in it, right? And you fill it with water, so we're manipulating the medium, right? The medium that the apple is in, and it causes it to rise, right? And then you take the water out of the pail, and it causes it to sink. So according to the scientific method, what was the cause of the apple falling down?
Gravity. Sorry, the question, repeat again.
Right, so I'll ask again. In this experiment, what was the cause, the thing that we manipulated, in order for the apple to sink? What caused the apple to sink?
It's the water.
It's the lack of buoyant force causes it to go down. Now think about what I'm saying. Everything in nature, except for birds, aerodynamics. Right? I'm not talking about flight, okay? I'm talking about just everything in nature. Every object you see here on Earth, it rises and it sinks due to buoyant force. Right? What happens when you drop an anvil?
It'll fall and crash.
Right. It'll hit the ground. What happens when you drop it in mercury?
It'll float.
It'll float. That's right. So what causes the anvil to float?
The density of mercury is more than the anvil.
Right. So can you see the live stream voice text right now?
I can, yeah.
All right, so I just posted mercury and an anvil floating in it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I saw that video, yeah.
Okay, so the interesting thing about this is that this is something that you can do in your house. You can test this anywhere in the world, and it's completely falsifiable. Because if I'm wrong, you could just test it. You could just get some mercury and try to float an anvil, or try to float a fresh apple in water, right? And you could do this experiment and prove that this is how the scientific method works. You observe a natural phenomenon, you come up with a hypothesis. Your independent variable is going to be the cause, that which you wiggle, and all other variables are going to be controlled so that they don't wiggle. And then you manipulate the independent variable and you see the effect. You manipulate the cause on and off, and you see the effect on and off. And that's how you know the cause of it. So anybody can do this experiment, and everything you've ever been told about gravity has been incorrect up until now, and I would simply ask you to Google the term specific gravity.
Okay. What about it? Well,
does it say relative density?
It does, yeah.
That's what we're talking about this whole time.
Mm.
This is the real gravity. All other gravities are not scientific because I can't put space-time in a lab and turn it off and on, can I? And
No.
what about mass? What about mass attracting mass? All that mass in that propane container, and it seems to be attracted to the less dense mass, even if you turn it upside down. Even if you take the propane tank and you point it away from the Earth, it's still going to spew away from gravity, right? Until it reaches equilibrium. Now, you seem like a smart guy. Are you familiar with the laws of thermodynamics?
I'm not too sure about them, no.
Okay, you know what entropy is because I described it earlier about how everything reaches its equilibrium.
Yeah.
Whether it's gas pressure, right, in this case, the Earth, needing some sort of container to have gas pressure. Because what is the definition of gas pressure? Can you tell me? If you don't, I can tell you.
The definition?
Yeah, the definition of gas pressure. You can search it or I can tell it to you.
Yeah, you tell it to me. Yeah.
The gas pressure is the force the particles of the gas exerts against the walls of its container. So the molecules are pressing outward on the walls of the container. And that force is the gas pressure. So we have like 14.7 psi at sea level, right? But then if you're at sea level and you put 35 pounds of pressure in your tire, technically your tire has 50 pounds of pressure, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if you got 50 pounds of pressure in your tire and you're driving down the road and you have a flat and you get towed to a place and you say, look, I'm a little short on cash. You know, if you could just put the gas pressure back on the rim and I'll pay you for, you know, a tire next Tuesday and then I'll pick up the tire that Friday, right? You can't do it like that, right? You have to have a tire to have the gas pressure.
Yeah.
So where's the container on Earth?
To keep a gas in.
Yeah, that's right.
He said, where is the container on Earth?
No, I didn't say where. I meant like...
No, that's what he asked you.
Oh, sorry.
Where is it?
Is
there like a little glass bubble around the Earth?
I think I have answered this before about the gravity keeping in molecules.
Right, but I demonstrated that gravity doesn't hold in gas pressure with the propane tank, and that's at the strongest level on the surface of the Earth. The gravity is the strongest in the center of the Earth, according to your model, but we can't go there. So the level, where we're at on the Earth is the strongest amount of gravity, and it gets weaker and weaker the further you go away from the surface. So if gravity can't contain gas pressure here, how could it contain gas pressure up there at the Kármán line?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't know then. What you're saying?
Yeah, we don't either. We don't either.
Yep, neither do they. They just say that it must do. You'll notice there's a lot of people just saying things that they can't prove when it comes to the globe. People who just say things, then when you go, oh, how do you know that? Then they'll just kind of just call you retarded for even asking. But they'll never actually answer the question.
Well, if you're talking about me, I'm only repeating.
No, bro. No, bro.
I'm talking about you.
No.
Like, I'm having a conversation with you. I feel like we're, Hank, you and I are all having like a friendly conversation. We're just talking. What I'm saying is that the people who kind of push this as being factual, that's how they treat people like me.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna come here and say now everything I've said. I'm not gonna say it's fact. I'm just here to just have a chat, you know. But
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming in.
I'm also not here to become a flat earther. But if I do, you know,
We don't convert people, right?
Yeah.
Like I said in the beginning, my only job is to convince you to not take a word of what I'm saying as fact, to go out and measure the Earth directly. If you go into the Glober rooms, they'll tell you to measure. They'll say, look at the shadows on the stick on the ground. They'll say, look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, right? But if you go to the Globe Earth room, the Globe Earth discords, they will never tell you to directly measure it. That's what we're telling you to do. We're telling you to directly measure the Earth, and in this case, the water, because of the lack of terrain. And if the Earth is 70% water, then the water should be curving, right? So if the water's not curving anywhere, like we've been measuring it for 6 years, and we're having trouble finding the curvature, and it's not off by like a margin of error, it's off by orders of magnitude. Do you understand what that means?
Orders of magnitude.
Yeah, it's off by like times 10 and more. Okay, so I want you to do me a favor. Look up the cosmological constant crisis. You should be able to pull it up on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
All right, can you click on the first link? It should take you to Harvard.
Harvard.
Yeah, did you get it?
Go on Wikipedia first, is it?
Yeah, it's at Wikipedia first.
Yeah.
The cosmological constant problem. Did I say problem or crisis? I may have messed up.
Crisis.
You said crisis.
Yeah, I may have messed up. I sent you the wrong thing. Let me see if I can find it.
You're just worried about that climate crisis, aren't you?
Mm.
I have the definition in here.
Oh,
So
definitions.
did you find the?
You're already
What'd you
doing
get?
better than the last guy.
All right, can you see the live stream voice text?
Yep.
All right, so a lot of people say that we're not smart enough to understand this stuff, but let's go with what we learned about English. Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. So what are the subjects in the sentence? Quantum field theory and gravitational effects, right?
Yeah.
However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. So that's 1 with 120 zeros. That's 10 with 120 zeros behind it, right? That's a big number. And this is the discrepancy where they're trying to rectify the difference between quantum physics and gravity. Are you familiar with Einstein's space-time and quantum physics? They don't match. They don't line up.
Relative theory, is it? No.
No. The theory of relativity with Einstein.
Yeah.
His theory for gravity. It doesn't line up with actual physics. So quantum physics is real physics, experimental science, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it doesn't actually line up with Einstein's theory. Like they're completely juxtaposed to one another.
That is very weird, yeah.
All right, I'm about to cite my source for that, so give me just a second. Someone else can talk.
Yeah, so just to get off topic for one moment, did you see the hairspray thingy? You seen that in the live stream?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's wise to follow this chat, but you're already doing these things.
Yeah. Would you guys think that maybe the hairspray might be to keep their hair out of things like machinery. Like there's
Well,
Well,
there.
when you just tie it back.
put it into them.
Hang on, if they wanted to do that, they would cut their hair. They just cut their hair. That's all. Like
Yeah,
regular
Yeah.
people.
GI Jane, man, go
Or
GI
just tie
Jane.
it back.
Their
Just tie
hair
it back. Why do you think
point
women
towards
wear
the ceiling.
ponytails?
Could I point something out though? Don't they squirt water out to demonstrate gravity? In all this, billions of dollars of equipment, they have water molecules flying all over the place.
What do you mean, like they squirt water out? I've seen that.
Yeah. They'll get on video with like some kindergarten, and they'll squirt these look, I let some lemonade out of my packet here, and look how it's all floating around.
Yeah.
Doesn't that seem a little fishy to you? So
Well,
why
it's
the
what-
hairspray?
it's
So
what
why
around-
would they be worried about their hair when they're okay with liquids getting into their $1 billion of extremely sensitive equipment?
Life-saving equipment. I mean,
Don't they drink it after?
now the point is, right? They just play with water in a tin can that's allegedly flying 17,000 miles an hour at 250
17,000.
17,000, yeah, miles per hour, and then at 250 miles up, right? So they're trapped in this. Let's say, let's call it
Yeah.
a submarine, right? They're trapped in this contraption, and they play with water, with all this electrical stuff around them. So if the water would hit the computer or the life supporting systems, right? But they don't care. It's all fun and games there, right? Playing their guitars and showing their jerseys and
Yeah, the other thing that's kind of suspicious, we were talking about like their demeanor is a really good thing that makes me suspicious about that, because that is probably the most dangerous environment that a human can live in. If what they're saying is all true, you're in a ball planet, you're 250 miles up, you're in the on the edge of space or wherever they claim to be. There's rocks flying around everywhere. There's no air. Everything's kind of, you're in a dangerous place. Like, that's more dangerous than being in a war, really, if you think about the two environments. Because in a war you can always just run away. You can just run away. You can, obviously there's issues with psychology and all the rest, whatever. Even if it's less dangerous than being in a war, it's a pretty dangerous environment. It's one of the most dangerous environments I can think of for a human to exist in. But they all look very happy. They're very playful. It's all a bit of fun. The demeanor doesn't make sense. It's incongruent when you consider the situation that they're actually in.
Yeah, you're right. And they're just playing around. I get why you'd like be angry at that. Yeah.
It's not proof of anything, but it's suspicious, It's like if you knew a guy who was like 50 grand in debt, and he was like, that there were gangs out to try and kill him and all the rest, and he was just like walking down the road, happy as Larry, with a grin on his face, and isn't life just wonderful? You'd be like, what the fuck's going on here? This is weird. Like, this doesn't like make sense when you understand his situation. That he owes all this money and he's got people trying to kill him. And this is kind of the same thing. Like, they're in this dangerous environment, but they don't seem to be actually acting as if they're in any danger.
And how many astronauts have died in the dangerous vacuum of space? How many have died? Do you know?
None.
Far more have died on Earth.
More have died on the launch pad.
Normally, there seems to be like a high correlation with criticizing NASA and astronaut death.
Yeah,
Yes,
if you really
there's
look
just
into
one-
it, the two guys almost drowned in a vacuum. So I don't know how you drown in a vacuum, but they say that the water was coming from inside of the suit, which is really interesting. But they said it was the head seal where the helmet goes on that was leaking. Now, what happens to water in a vacuum, right? We know what happens when you add heat to it, but in a vacuum, water boils. So the water should have been like spewing out of the neck seams.
Here's one. When
go
you
ahead.
look at how a submarine is designed, because it's actually a thing that real people have to go on. Do they make it where you have to get into a pressure suit to go outside to work on the sub? Or can all the repairs to the sub be done from inside the sub?
That can all be done from inside, obviously.
Well, if there was an external damage, you'd have to go outside to do it.
External damage on the sub, guess where it's repairable from? Inside. The sub.
But if they don't go outside, then they can't do the moonwalks, and then we won't get the footage.
Yeah, we won't get to see cool propaganda if they don't have a reason to go outside.
Yeah, you should look into Don Pettit, and when he is asked about the O-rings in the ISS, right? The cupola has 6 or 7 windows that can be opened up from the inside with a lever. And these levers go to the outside, and a couple of quote-unquote O-rings is keeping them safe. And you should listen to what he says when somebody asks, well, what do you do when you have a leak? He's like, well, then you have a leak.
Well, then you have a leak.
Right? It's the most dangerous place they claim it's the most dangerous place to be, but Don Pettit just says, well, you have a leak, right? Doesn't say what you're going to do or...
Think about all the crushing forces that are on the outside of a submarine. Multiply that by about 1 trillion, and that's what's on the inside, pushing out on what they call the ISS. Think about that for 1 second.
Yeah, let's step outside at 17,000 miles per hour to go and turn a few nuts and bolts, guys. Here we go.
Into nothing.
For the lols.
Yeah. Yeah. It's actually something I hadn't even really considered, but that is completely absurd. The fact that they would even design something that needs to be exited in that environment is completely stupid. Of course you wouldn't design it like that.
Well, no, because the moment you have to have a practical purpose for something like a military application, it actually has to work. But if you don't have the public where they could look at it or scrutinize it, or it's not docked somewhere where they could go and tour it or see it, like coming into port, you don't have to explain anything. You can just put on a pretty show.
When was the ISS built?
20 years ago, bro.
$1 million question, too. Find some footage of it being built.
Was it?
Yeah.
Do you think was it scientifically possible to, like, as you're talking about the like fixing external damage from the inside, was it scientifically possible at the time to actually come up with that technology?
Oh, you mean engineering? Yeah.
Yeah. Was it?
Believe me, yes. From the very first submarine on the Hunley, they decided we should make these repairable from the inside.
Imagine having a thing flying around for 20 years and nothing has ever happened to it. Oh, yeah, there was one small leak, which an astronaut found with some tea leaves and plugged with some tape.
Somebody should ask Sandra Bullock, what would you do if a leak happened?
I would use thumb. Put thumb in hole. Isn't that what he said? He'd put his thumb in the hole or something?
Yeah, there was...
I said Sandra Bullock, from the movie Gravity. I mean, it makes just as much sense to ask her as one of these other people. It's not like you're going to get a real answer from either one.
No, here's the thing. They said they got a hole once, and that they got like a micro hole or something. You know what happens, like, if you're in a pressure suit, you're a deep diver, and you're in one of those oxygen suits, like, they look like old-timey suits. They still make them. They're still very practical to use. You know what happens if those malfunction and you lose pressure in it? It will suck your entire body into the helmet. It will crush your entire and compress it into the helmet, all the way down to your toes.
Well, what about your bones? Does that include your bones?
Yeah, it absolutely pulverizes everything. The pressure down there is so great, it would absolutely pulverize every single bit of your body. and turn it into goo and suck it up into the helmet. There's even a Mythbusters episode where they did it. And they were like, oh my god, it's confirmed true.
With what, a real person? What death?
No.
I wish they would. There's quite a few Democrats we could get rid of that way.
Yeah, I was about to say, if they did, I hope it was a communist or a Democrat.
What's the difference?
It's not much of one.
Democrats, they get crushed under the pressure. Communists, they get to go for a helicopter ride.
Yeah, it's true. Communists, they get the helicopter.
Is it actually other communists doing it, though? I was confused about that. Because they like to kill each other, don't they, communists? No, but they like to kill each other. That's the weird thing about them. They like to kill each other. It's like, you're not as communist as I am, so you're an enemy. Okay, that's weird. Like, they hate us more, but they seem to hate each other as well. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, but all jokes aside,
their spirit animal is the Ouroboros.
Here's the thing, dude. We hope you come back. We hope you stick around. You know, you're welcome to our server. We hope that you learn a lot, and there's so much information down below. But the most important thing is we want to brainwash you to think for yourself and to question authority.
Yeah. Well, no, I've enjoyed it. Yeah, thanks. Anyway, well, it was nice. It was a very pleasant talking to you. Yeah, very smart. Good argument.
Yeah, same, bro. Same, bro. Hope you come back and see us, and especially on Ladies' Night, right? Because on Friday nights, our time, between like 4 and 8, sometimes 4 and 9, the ladies get all the newcomers, and the newcomers come in, and you get to hear the arguments because they like to face the ladies rather than us. But I digress. Yeah, you're more than welcome to come back, bro.
Sure, yeah, I'll definitely try to get to that Ladies' Night. Thanks. It was lovely
Yeah,
talking.
they would love to see you, especially since how you can tell the truth and not speak out of both sides of your face. So yeah, same here. Lovely talking to you.
All right, see you.
Brownie points for the ladies, that one. If he actually did come around, that'd be great.
We'll give you your white knight card later.
I appreciate that. No, I learned not to white knight a long time ago on the internet. I was like, I'm never sticking up for a woman just because she's a woman. I'm only going to see things as objective. And if she happens to be a woman, then I might stick up for her. But just sticking up for her because she's a woman, I ain't doing that.
I guess that was it, huh?
Yep, back to talking about UFC. No, I'm just joking. You talk about whatever you want.
How about Chevy's decision to go to a DOHC on the new Corvette?
You know, I really
I like
think
the
they should.
explanation, like the submarine. That's a really good example.
Yeah, well, that's always been one of my go-tos. Is, you know, when it comes to practical military application, like, you have to use something, it has to work, and people can't die in it, right? You have to build something that's not going to kill people by them just getting in it. That's what a submarine is. Like every single thing has a purpose, and there's so many things on the ISS that just have no purpose. You know the background of like all the sci-fi movies, and there's just blinking lights everywhere. Like, what does this instrument do? We don't know, sir. We're trying to figure it out.
I have a question. Do they claim to have gravity on the ISS? Like Earth's
Yeah,
gravity?
microgravity. They have states of microgravity, is what they claim.
So they weigh less than their weight, like on the equator?
No. They essentially mean they don't have any gravity, but they like to call it microgravity because sometimes things fall on camera. So it's just an excuse.
So what they say is that the ISS is falling around the Earth, and because it's falling, there's microgravity.
No, I think they mean despite its falling, there's microgravity, which doesn't make any sense.
And what happens to them after they return after 6 months and their bone density is all screwed up? They've been eating garbage for 6 months. All this shit inside that thing has stuck onto them. Disgusting.
Yeah, I bet all that tanning is making their brains go crazy.
They haven't felt the sun for, seriously.
How do they take a shower for 6 months? They don't take a shower? They don't wash their hair with soap and water?
Man, that's a fish taco if I ever heard of one.
Do they ever show themselves cleaning the place?
See a NASA shower in motion.
Oh man, it has dust scrubbers. It's completely decontaminated from dust. Dust doesn't exist up there, so they don't really need to clean, right?
You ever heard of mitosis?
And nobody ever goes crazy in there, like in that confined space for that period of time. Give me a break.
Only if they drink too much Tang.
What about the coffee? I thought you guys were joking.
Do they have 6 months of dirty socks and dirty underwear? I just want to know where all that goes. Do they push it into space?
That's a crusty crab right there.
Think about when they strip off those underwear at the end of those 6 months, and the rash and skin that comes with it.
Whoa!
Like, you talk about being chafed. Like, what if you didn't get a good wipe? Just takes one time, right?
Please stop it, Dummy. Just you saying that word chafe. I can't take anymore.
So, are you saying that when they come back home to Earth, those astronauts are flat out nasty?
Another Glober nasty.
Funny thing is, they got really good suntans for people that have been up in space. Look how well tanned they are. They've been on the beach every day for a couple of hours.
They have a spray tan booth up there, don't you know?
So when they carry the astronauts off of the spaceship, they should really be like holding their nose and hope that they're not getting some sort of bacterial infection.
Hang on, do they use a bidet in the ISS to clean their ass? Because how can they really clean that well with just toilet paper? See what I mean?
Do you think that the water from the bidet gets on the electronics?
But is it really electronics? Because isn't all the electronics on the outside of the ISS? That's where they have to go out every time they do a spacewalk to go out there and get that footage.
That's what the guitar is for. It's for containment. Because when you got the bidet spray, it's all about contain, because that shit gets in your eye. Fucked. So can you see him just like...
Because I have a bidet and it really works, and that's what they really need on ISS. Because otherwise, how is their ass crack really clean? That's what I'm saying.
Godric got the cleanest crack in the house.
You would have crusties in your ass crack.
Yeah, in the 80s we called them dingleberries.
So has NASA written like the protocol for recovering astronauts? Because all their bone density and all their muscle mass and everything is atrophied, and how much does their hair grow while they're up there? I mean, do they have haircuts and
Looks like that guy just had a haircut today, so his hair's all gone. So they must be cutting their hair every day. So there must be hairs all over the place, flying all over the place too.
What I do is I take a trash bag and I tape it to myself and I tape it to the mirror. And then when I shave, my wife has nothing to complain about because it all went down into the trash bag.
yes, but you put the toilet seat down.
No, I don't.
Oh, see.
I ain't gonna lie. No, I got asked one time, put the toilet seat down at work, and I asked the lady, I said, "Are you a feminist?" And she said, "No." I was like, "Okay, I'll put it down for you." The other one was a feminist. She got offended. She's like, "Wait a minute, why wouldn't you put it down for me?" I was like, "You can do it yourself." She said, "I'll just slap you in the face." I said, "For what?" For agreeing with your way of life? You want to be equal. You can equally lift and put down the toilet seat just like men.
Have some equality.
Do you remember the
I was like,
Indian lady? Remember in NASA shuttle, the Indian lady said that we eat the toothpaste, or you could eat the toothpaste. Remember that video? When they brush the teeth, they can swallow it. Remember that, you guys? So they can swallow toothpaste for 6 months.
that's what's wrong with those people. Okay, let's go over that fluoride. So fluoride is a neurotoxin, and if they're eating toothpaste for 6 months, it says that you're supposed to call the poison control center if you eat it once. So this is 6 months worth of neurotoxin. Plus they're getting radiated, right? Because they're above the Earth's shields. Is that right? At least a little bit, right? So these people are literally like sardines getting microwaved and ugh.
They're like hot pockets.
Plus, they got graphene oxide in them, which causes your body not to be able to heal itself, and your DNA can't heal itself. That's actually really true, but the other stuff's all fake.
Hot pockets with a lot of hair on them.
Hairy hot pockets. He's talking about graphene. We ain't supposed to talk about that here.
It's all over YouTube. You can watch videos about graphene, how wonderful it's going to change the world, and we're going to have wonderful things happening. So there's nothing secret on YouTube. It's all over.
I really hope somebody from NASA is listening to this.
And we must be the only group of people who are actually critiquing their bullshit. Showing
Oh
them
no, that normies do that.
what poor imaginations they have. I mean, surely once in this 20 years, one of them would have his thing that he anchors himself to the spaceship. It snaps, and the guy just goes spiraling off into the void, the vacuum, the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space.
I just want to know, how come astronauts' lives don't matter?
I mean, what could you possibly be doing in all that time to fill up those ticking minutes of the day? I cannot imagine.
Taking selfies by the window.
Record yourself playing guitar. I knew they didn't bring that guitar up there just for like musical purposes. I knew that it had to do with the NASA Boudet.
They just got a magic vault of so many things that just pop out from nowhere. Just a multiple, enormous amount of things that never ends. They can just put whatever they like in there and then pop it back in this imaginary pocket again.
Oh yeah, like the Super Bowl uniform jerseys. Right, there wasn't a launch for like several months, and then they were wearing the winners. So that means that they had to ship up like every single jersey of every single team because they didn't know who was going to win. Remember that?
That's your tax dollars at work. Maximum efficiency.
No, they just teleported it up. It's just they got a magic teleportation. They can just put anything they like up in space instantly. That's how they do it.
You know when they're talking about the toilet paper that they have up there? Behind them, they've got all these little flags. Those flags are not behaving like they're in zero gravity, sorry. Sorry, I object. Just look. If those flags are made of fabric, they would be going in an upwards trajectory, wouldn't they? Or they would be swirling around. They wouldn't behave like that. Just hanging there, motionless. That's not right.
This guy just crossed the street. It's a 5-lane, and he crossed it. Wasn't even looking towards the oncoming traffic. So this dude's in my lane, not looking at me. I'm going like 40 miles an hour, and it's raining. I'm so glad that I didn't kill that bastard just now. It wasn't my fault because I'm in the left lane, and he crossed through the right lane, which I couldn't see him until he was like in my lane. So he just like popped.
Hank, do you know, I drive around London, and today when I was driving, I was acutely aware that there were people who were just driving like they're not all there. They're either driving so slow and they can't make. It's like they take a long time to make their decisions. I was really freaked out today when I was driving. Yeah. People say the incidence of traffic, road vehicle accidents have increased.
Maybe the government cares about us and they'll outlaw guns. I mean, cars. The climate change says the cars got to go. What do you guys think about climate lockdowns? Should that be a thing?
Don't worry, they got cars made of the word that we cannot say.
Carbon fiber?
Yeah, the forbidden word.
The forbidden word. Electric? I don't want electric cars. I love petroleum.
Yeah, can you even imagine electric motorcycle? What would be the fun in that?
Well, if you want to die in a fire, yeah, I could.
Because when batteries expose, like they shoot out like huge, like walls of flame, basically.
Yeah, that's how I troll the electric vehicle threads. Is you just post GIFs of Teslas shooting fire flames 10 feet from below the car. They look like a German flamethrower from World War II.
Yeah, and how many hours and how much water does it take to put that fire out?
5 days.
Yeah. And how much water does it take to mine lithium? To take it out of the earth, then extract it, then get all the impurities out. It's horrific.
I was talking to one eco-mentalist who was saying, I showed him a picture of the desert. This big, beautiful patch of desert, and there's a giant 10 square miles of lithium, like distillation. And he said, "What's there?" I said, "So you think the desert doesn't have an ecosystem?" I mean, just shows that they're religious nut jobs. That's what they are. They're religious nut jobs. I mean, that's why we had battery-powered cars first in the Victorian age. And the problem of batteries was the same then as it is now, in that it takes more resources to make more batteries, and you can't reuse batteries.
Well, don't worry. They're not even worried about that. They're pitching an elevator that goes up into space. That's what they're gonna use the forbidden stuff to make.
They've been talking about that for like 20 years. Space elevator.
Unobtainium? Is that what they're calling it?
Yeah.
Unobtainium.
So they're just going to go right into heaven, right into space, because that's their belief. That's their fake globe belief. Yeah.
What about gravity? How's that elevator gonna hang up there?
I can't go into details because you're not allowed to use the word. Remember.
What word can't we use?
It starts with a G, but it's not God. It starts with a G and then it's a R.
Gravity. What's that?
No, not gravity.
I thought you were going to say granny porn or something.
No. G-O. 2 words. You probably have to watch a few YouTubes and you'll understand. It's all over YouTube. You can read it. You can watch it anywhere.
Go ahead and say them. I admonish you. I pre-admonish you. What do they rhyme with?
Caffeine. Box. Side. Rhymes with caffeine boxide.
I'll tell you what, you got me. These must be some forbidden words.
Yeah, it's very forbidden. If you put it into Discord, it bans you.
Use periods and spaces.
I said it just now.
Yeah, but no information was received. The
Yes,
transmission of information.
let's pretend I'm a retard, and you will have to actually spell it out for me.
You know when you sharpen a pencil, the lead in the pencil, and then there's a residue. It's called graphite.
Graphite.
Yeah.
Graphite. Graphene.
Yes.
Oh, graphene. Oh, there you go.
There's a shipment of that inside a phone battery, by the way.
I was just joking earlier when I said we can't talk about graphene because I knew that it had something to do with the other word that rhymes with fiend.
Spleen?
No, it's the other word.
They make microchips out of it.
It's the prescription.
They make everything. You can make everything out of graphene oxide. Every single
Subscription.
thing.
You can make everything. You can make
But can you
everything.
make joy and happiness out of it?
Not everything, but almost everything. It's basically what they do. They take carbon, and then they make these. They can make basically it can conduct electricity. You can have houses made out of graphene oxide that conduct electricity. Everything conducts electricity, and it's in everything basically. And they put it in like cut the said as well. It's a banned word. You're not allowed, you can't use it. You can't say it on anywhere. You get Facebook, you get banned anywhere. You're not allowed to talk about it. But it's all over YouTube though. It's got very positive reviews on how it's going to change our world and make the world a better place. And how they're making it really fast at the moment. It's really expensive at the moment, but it's going to get.
Is it going to eliminate all center-left people?
It's going to basically make the world. Yeah, it's going to make everyone happy and think they're in heaven. But meantime, at the same time, it's. I can't really mention that here. Yeah, that would be a problem.
There's lots of.
Can we just mute the live streams and have a conversation?
No, let's just move on.
You can't.
No, I love carbon. I love carbon fiber, and I love petroleum. Those are all great things.
And you like chemtrails too, right?
Love them. Just somebody has to prove that they are what they are. You know me. I'm a conspiracy heretic. I apply the what's your proof methodology to everything.
Hey, I can dig it. I'm not taking a dig on you.
No, I know. I
dig it.
Usually it's, hey, I got a document from the CIA. Oh, so I can put it in the trash pile then, right? Why would I trust the CIA? Ever.
Yeah, now we should probably do Zuckerberg. We've done the astronauts.
Ooh, we're doing another transvestigation? It's my favorite.
I'm not into holograms. Someone's gonna have to prove to me that Zuckerberg is real. and not no. You ever seen someone so out of touch? Like, yeah, he's elite. Yeah, he's one of the chosen elite, whatever. But even that, even at that level, even for being that, he's still out of touch. Like, to a cringe level. Like, doesn't know how to act like the human, you know?
He's the most bland representation of a human being that you can ever imagine.
He's Soma personified.
He has owned 200 grey t-shirts in his life.
He's like a living joke. He opens up his closet and there's 200 great t-shirts. Oh, what should I wear? Looks through them. People will think that's a joke. It's not. You're being serious. He does. He owns hundreds of the same outfit.
I tend to wear the same type of clothes. I'm a blue jeans and t-shirt kind of guy, or shorts and t-shirt. But I can't imagine having the same exact clothes. Like, how would that even work? You gotta have different clothes for different days.
See, that's the problem. Is I'm kind of a hipster with how I dress. I'm like, hey, nice cardigan, some jeans, scarf, my Converse. You know.
Did you say scarf or neckerchief?
Scarf.
What pattern?
Sometimes they're gray, sometimes they're blue, and I do have an Argyle one.
Yeah, that's okay. If you've got an Argyle, bro, that's fair. If you'd said paisley pattern, possibly.
Paisley,
anything,
not for that. I do have some nice wide paisley ties for my suits because that's what I love paisley for, specifically that.
Yeah. If you'd said anything puce, well, I don't know about that.
Nobody wears puce. Come on.
Some people do. Dago puce too.
What color or pattern is that?
Well, it's the color.
Puce? Puce? Is that pumice? What is that?
That was an 80s color.
I don't know. There's some 80s fashion I do like. 80s high fashion I do like, but 80s fashion in general I hate with a passion.
I always wanted me some of that flock of seagulls hair, some of that big hair.
I do have a cool tweed jacket that has the elbow patches, the leather elbow patches.
Yeah, I got a big brown jacket like that with the leather elbow patches. That is a warm jacket.
There are some things I deem unforgivable, like backwards ball caps. I won't tolerate it.
Why do you care how people wear their hats?
Because I can.
My wife was telling me the other day some jackass parked in two parking spots. I was like, so? I do it all the time. And she was like, yeah, but the business is closed when you do it. I'm like, so? I do it all the time. Like, why do you care if someone else takes up two parking spots? And she was like, because She was like, because we were busy. I was like, no, he was the only car in the parking lot when he did it.
I went to a packed night at the theater. It's packed. And I had to park in the very, 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 very back. This is like probably 1,000 foot from the theater, right? Walking up, someone's parked their Porsche 911 across 2.5 parking spaces. So he's taking up 3 spaces. I went back to my car, got out the cheeseburger and a bunch of ketchup, and I left them presents all over his windshield.
Got him.
He deserved it. I mean, for driving a 911 anyway. Those are douchebag cars.
Does somebody have the Tom Pettit video that says he can go to space in a nanosecond, but they lost the technology to the moon?
I just went into Gem Panda's server for a second to see what they're not talking about, and I was just chatting. One of the guys posted a picture of a boat off in the distance, just a picture of a boat, and he said, "There's your measurement of curvature." And so, after throwing up, because I have to realize that people like that are out there in the world, I told him that that's not a measurement, and I asked them for direct measurement, and I'm going to go back and see if they got any. But Jem didn't notice that I was there, I guess, so he didn't immediately kick me out, which is a first this past couple months. And that's my story.
I don't engage with those kind of people anymore.
Oh, I haven't, though. Hardly ever, so I got to get my shits and giggles out, you know?
Yeah. Well, I had this realization at some point that I didn't care about them. It's like, why am I arguing with these people? They're not going to change my mind. I'm going to change theirs. And nobody's seeing this because who watches them? Who goes there to do anything? The only people who go there are hyper partisan on either side, right?
Partisan, man. What a waste of time.
Yeah, everyone who goes there is hyper partisan either way. It's a team sport there. So there's no point in talking to them because it doesn't matter what the truth is for people like that. They're just in a team sport.
Sorry, go ahead. I had to reset my shit.
Oh, I reset it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I care one way or the other. I guess I just like I said, I haven't done it a lot, and it's really, really fun because we're on the side of truth. Excuse me. I don't have to make anything up. I don't have to go in there and act a certain way or make anything up. I can just go in and ask for globe evidence, specifically what I'm looking for. And especially when they say what would constitute an acceptable measurement? And I said, well, it certainly wouldn't be an image of a boat far away. Things like that. So we're looking for direct physical Earth curve measurement at the very least. And I'm going to keep harping on that. I can talk about whatever else. I don't mind talking about other things. But the curvature just kind of destroys all of it.
Well,
in my opinion.
I'm surprised they even gave you that and didn't just say, look at the stars. I can't believe you're not looking at the stars. All you have to do is imagine the sky as a ball. That's all they do. They just imagine the sky as a ball and say, that's what you need to do. And then you can see curvature.
Look at this. It's a sky and it's a ball. See the sky? That means we live on a ball.
People like that have kind of turned me a little misanthropic. Where I'm kind of like, maybe the elites are right. maybe 3/4
exactly. Now you
killed off.
Hey, you know what I mean now, Mimas.
Hey man, there's a lot of unwashed out there. That's all I'm gonna say.
Somebody asked me something.
Yeah, I wasn't more like an agreement because you're saying how the elites call them problematic eaters or whatever it is, because they just
mindless eaters.
Mindless eaters. They just blindly go
Useless.
by what they say, and they will never look into things on their own.
Yeah.
And now they're those people that have that kind of mentality. They have this other thing that's going on right now, and they're jumping in line, volunteering for it.
Yeah. The elite are right, but for the wrong reason. That's what I'll say. They're
just
correct.
going about it the wrong way.
Yeah, they're correct in their assessment of the general population. They're correct. I don't agree with their methodology in reaching that conclusion, but I can't commit the genetic fallacy because ultimately I do agree with them on their fundamental conclusion. But their end goals I don't agree with. By wiping everyone out, and like, look, just let it happen naturally. It'll happen naturally. You don't have to do anything.
Especially when the Greta Thunberg type come out.
You are just blah blah blah. Wasn't there a Star Trek episode where Kirk was like the children? Was it the Miri episode where he goes to the planet and it's another Earth and the kids have all turned into savages because there were no adults. The adults all died off and the children never grow up. And at one point he looked at them and went, "No, blah blah blah." That was the worst piece of Shatner acting I had ever seen. It was hilarious. That's all I could think of when she was doing that.
I don't think I've ever seen a whole episode of Star Trek. Maybe like the Next Generation, but not the first.
Just watch Galaxy Quest. You'll get the gist of it.
Oh, I know that. But it's just one of those things to where,
I found the clip.
Never just sat down and watched it.
If Greta Thunberg is a boy, maybe we should call her Garrett Thunberg.
Garrett, yeah. Grant, Greg, George.
Nah, man, her name's Greta, so it'd have to be Gunnar. Yeah.
Gunther, yeah.
Gunther Pegberg.
Man. So it's a Down syndrome tranny, is what that is, right?
I think she's just Down syndrome.
I don't think that that's a girl.
It's like a girl to me. And I'm married.
I don't want to get into it. All I know is that character knows it's lying. If you look at the difference between the first speech and the second speech that it gave to a big body, the first one was a very convincing performance for the most part, especially if you don't have eyes to see. The second one, I'll just say the second one, she was so ready for the applause that she got every time she spoke, and then she would pause and then wait for the applause. She was smiling and just having a ball, having such a good time, while saying things like, how dare you, you stole my childhood, etc.
I think you stole my adulthood if you go by what she's claiming.
Shit, the childhood was stolen by her father.
I don't think that thing got a childhood.
Her childhood ended the day her father got rid of that puppy.
And Greta Thunberg is going to die from climate change, global climate change, before she gets to the age of 40. How does that make you feel?
Makes me feel very good.
Excited?
She'll be the only one to die of climate change. Huh, crazy.
Yeah, I know there's such a thing as climate change. It's called spring, summer, fall, winter.
Indeed.
Reset.
Inclement.
But then again, you have these fucking mongoloids that are just trapped inside their fucking house that won't leave their fucking house. You know, because they have the air conditioning and the heater. So if they ever are, you know, spend a whole day outside, they're going to be like, oh, wow, why is it like this? Well, yeah, you didn't realize it when you were a child because you were having fun when you were outside when you were a child. Now that you're an adult, you go outside and you get, you know, hurt by the sun. You're like, oh, no, you know, that playing outside, that's for kids. I'm going to go inside because I'm going to melt, you know, and it's like, no,
It's
you're
a
never going to
generation
melt.
who grew up in the AC, and so they think it's warm.
Yes. Yes.
But climate change in 100 years, but what happened with 4.5 billion years?
Say that again?
They are saying like climate change, you know, that in which, what is that like change from which date? Like 100 years, 200 years?
Well, look, here's the thing. You could somebody's got a bad hot mic.
Yeah.
Hot mic and bad. They're snorting a
Glad
lot of lines of Coke, too. I was just... Take a breath. Anyway. I was gonna say you could use the same argument, like you say. Okay, well, I'll give you gravity. Let's talk about gas pressure. You can do the same thing. You can say, sure, there's climate change. But what are you measuring that against? Uh-oh.
Yeah, you need to have time. You need to have
it's
time
not
and and temperatures, and everything. Yeah.
I'll tell you what you need. You need to know what it's supposed to be. If you're saying it's wrong, you have to be able to say what it's supposed to be. And that's it. It's really that simple. They cannot make a claim that it's wrong because they don't know what the optimum is. How do they know we're not at the optimum? How would they know? All you have to do is apply rudimentary logic to their argument because they don't have any scientific claims and their data claims aren't even real. You can take apart the entire thing with very simple rudimentary logic. And I've only seen one pundit do that. That was when Tucker Carlson had on Bill Nye. And I thought Bill Nye was going to start crying.
Yeah, he went
When
to
Tucker,
seizure mode. Oh, sorry.
when Tucker said to him, "What's it supposed to be, Bill?" What? Look, it's changing. Sure, it's changing. What's it supposed to be, Bill? There were no humans. What would it be? Well, it wouldn't be this. Well, what is this? How do you know what's wrong, Bill? It was hilarious. I think it was the funniest takedown I've ever seen.
And then he went to full like seizure mode and started just blurting incoherent things about Trump.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's really all it is. All climate change is a political thing. That's all it is. Anyone who says otherwise is either stupid or lying.
Political climate change, maybe?
Yeah, that's about it. Bad people make it not rain for harvest. Must kill bad people and have sacrifice for rain god to make better harvest. That's all it is.
You know, when I was growing up, I hear people say, "You see that black man breathing up all the white man's air?" And I would be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, bro?" And
That's
now
right.
it's like,
Stop them black people.
and now it's rich people and
Yeah.
poor people. Yeah.
It's like warfare to keep people fighting so they don't pay attention that government is a problem.
But you know whose fault it is that everyone's fighting? It's their fault. It's the people's fault. They're falling for it. I blame them. I don't even blame the government.
Oh yeah.
The people who fall for it and fight each other over it, I blame them 100%. Because people who are deceived want to be deceived.
Something about powers meaning freedoms and rights that we struggle against, and we struggle against the principalities, but not the actual blood of the people.
Right.
So that's something you have to realize. You know, don't pick sides. Don't jump on the bandwagon to be on the warpath with another group. Don't enlist yourself in an army to crusade against another thought. Just realize, that the whole thing is just a bullshit method of control. That just you participating in the whole thing, getting up there and protesting and all that, kind of dooms the movement. I mean, what movement do you know of that started with protesting and destruction that's ever ended good? I don't know of any protest that started, with revenge that ended up good.
No, that's usually
So
called counter-revolution.
Yeah, don't fight amongst yourselves, right? Because ourselves are not the problem. It's the ghost enemy, the enemy that cannot be seen. Because the man that created the way things are is long, long dead. And then again, it says spiritual wickedness on high places. It literally translates to the heavens, to the cosmos, to the sky, to the night sky. So if spiritual has something to do with your mind, has something to do with your mental state, wouldn't that be all these NASA fanboys and these globers doing spiritual iniquity, doing the spiritual wickedness, thinking that something is one way when it really isn't? They're just lights in the sky at night. we call them planets because they wander and they don't keep the same track as the other stars at night. So what did we do? We created those as idols.
So this friend of mine recently showed me a TV show, a cartoon called Inside Job. It started this year. It's a Netflix cartoon. First season was this year. And basically the whole purpose of the show from a propagandist's perspective, I think, is to basically reinforce the idea in people's brainwashed minds that unverified things are real, like aliens, Bigfoot, the Earth being a ball in space, and bullshit like that. And then the other part of the purpose of this cartoon, in my opinion, is to make flat earthers look stupid. Because every time they mention the Earth being flat, they always mention it in just the most stupid way. In fact, they even include in one of the episodes the Flat Earth Society. They have a bunch of people, in the cartoon that are behaving in stupid ways, when we all know there are no flat earthers at the Flat Earth Society. They're just people trying to make us look stupid. They're not really flat earthers, But they'll talk to people in the cartoon, like they're real flat earthers at the Flat Earth Society, all that bullshit. And anyway, it's just a really nutty way. But what's interesting, though, is that I was wondering how it is that they would ever put the propaganda out there to brainwash people to think that flat earthers could ever be violent. And I realized that this cartoon is how they did that, because they make the flat earthers, armed and crazy in the cartoon. So they finally found a way to do it. It's in a silly cartoon.
Yeah, this is kind of why I got sick of Geo. They had that dude riding on eggshells, basically presenting stuff in that cartoon as evidence against the flat Earth. He said QAnon like brain drained the flat Earth movement, so only the stupid people are left. And if you challenged him, then you were a problem. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's like the stupidest thing. If you tried to make up a string of words even more stupid than that to show you are not processing anything presented to you, you've been here for like a year, and you still don't get it, And then somehow that makes flat earthers a problem. Like, you gotta give him a chance to speak. He's got the whole rest of the world. He can turn on Netflix and hear his own ideas in echo chamber. If he comes to a flat Earth Discord, he should at least be his feet held to the fire when he makes crazy claims, like crazy claims that that he can't even repeat unless he's got written on his his hand. Like, oh, what silly thing should I say thy day? Well, it's funny too that show is brought to you by the same people who do Rick and Morty, which kind of tells you that they make fun of everybody. They make fun of that scientism type stuff too.
They make fun of God as well.
Oh yeah, it's like nothing sacred to them. It's all about the laugh, the giggle. They're not trying to do anything other than that.
Yeah, but something I need to point out though about this cartoon I just mentioned, Inside Job, it would be one thing if what you said was true about them making fun of every subject in an equal way, in a like, let's say an equal attitude with an equal attitude behind it, like the same sort of jokes on this subject, the same sort of jokes on that subject, same brand of jokes on the next subject. But that's my point, though. That's not how this cartoon is structured. Like they really, the way that they wrote it, it really does seem to normalize deliberately the idea of Bigfoot walking around, aliens walking around, the Earth being a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. Oh, and it's hollow. That's another thing. Oh, and it's hollow too. Oh, that's a normalized thing. But then once they get to the episode where they're talking to the people in the quote unquote Flat Earth Society, then the jokes get only dirty. Like, they're not really funny. They're just only dirty jokes when they get to the Flat Earthers. So they're not making fun of things equally. They're not doing that. Same thing with Saturday Night Live in a different way.
Yeah, I totally get that.
The jokes aren't really ha-ha funny. They're kind of telling you what to think of certain groups of people. What's the approved opinion and what isn't the approved opinion, aka it's propaganda.
Yeah, they're not even dirty jokes because dirty jokes are funny. These are not funny propagandist jokes, which are not funny. They're guilty of not being funny while claiming to be funny. That's a terrible crime, in my opinion.
Well, comedy is being used as a tool of, just social construction, basically. A tool of social monitoring and social construction. You have to laugh with the jokes to be considered as part of the in crowd or part of the crowd that is approved, basically. And that's it. It's signifying that you're part of this group or that group, really.
Well, that's just it. That's not what comedy is. That's what their propagandist brand of comedy is. Real comedy is just making jokes that are funny. That's it.
Real comedy brings everybody together because everybody, it's up for grabs for everybody. But the tools of power, don't want people laughing, especially at them when, Joe Biden poops his diaper or whatever. You're only going to laugh at the pre-approved, groups and the pre-approved funniness.
But if you make laugh everyone, that means it's funny.
Yeah, it's truly funny, because all groups have their foibles and the funny stuff that they do. Powerful, not powerful, top of the totem pole, bottom of the totem pole. But they're using it as a tool to reinforce power. They're even trying to make Dave Chappelle, toe the line. Back then, black people like him would have been this sainted victim group that would have been untouchable. But he went, a rung too high on the victim group ladder and dared to go against the transgender agenda. And now they're trying to cancel him.
Yeah, what about Candace Owens? All that white privilege she has.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, nobody's safe. I mean, you got to know this unspoken hierarchy of victimhood and who you can punch up or punch down to. And if you make the unspoken faux pas of punching the wrong group, you're out.
And it happens now in flat earth spaces too. Like Pete Shea. Like Brenda had said that transgender is the highest form of transitioning, that a transitional position a human soul can make. And Pete just said, "What are you talking about? That is, lunacy, right? How can you say something like that?" And of course, Geo banned him.
Wow.
Wait, should say to someone who says that, "Oh no, there's a step beyond that. You got to start putting computer chips in your arm. Oh, do that now."
Who banned him?
This is on Geo, that guy who used to be a mod here until he went.
Until he turned into a lunatic.
Yeah, so now he'd set up his own Flat Earth Discord where he's like inviting all the the rejects back for another go around, and then let them play victim.
Us sheeple.
Well, Geo means well. I disagree with him on the, I call it the new agey stuff. I'm Christian, religitard, and I'm going to push that element of the flat earth to the highest. But, him and I have some good conversations about, different things. And I think we're both looking for the truth in our own way, but, just in different arenas. But with the whole transgender thing, if you get to know a person, you get to know Brenda or whatever, and you feel using fine using their pronouns or whatever, that's fine. But the insidious thing is when they're policing speech and keeping a person from simply speaking the truth, not trying to offend anybody, but, deep down inside, you think this person's a male, female, attack helicopter, or whatever, and you just speak it, freely. That's what this thought policing is doing, making you too uncomfortable to speak the truth without monitoring and policing your behavior, and that's insidious.
I don't get it. I have never, in all the conversations with my friends, ever had to refer to my friends by anything other than you or their name.
Yeah.
Who is talking about their friend almost in like this third person, they're not really there, speaking, using like just informal language, pronouns anyway? This person, if the person's right there with you, how are you using their pronouns anyway? What kind of weird, backwards, linguistic caveman world is that?
Yeah, I think sometimes
progression is regression.
Yeah. And here's the thing, too, is my friends and I don't refer to each other except by, like, dildo and fag. Like, what? All we do is insult each other. It's because we're friends.
Like that
That's
scene
that
from Gran
toxic
Torino.
masculinity.
You remember that scene in Gran Torino where he walks in the barbershop and they just start roasting each other?
Yeah, that's what friends do.
I think it's in the little things that people take offense with. Like if you see what you think is a dude, and you're like, "Hey, go and bring your girl or your guy or something like that." They're like, don't assume the gender of me or the person that I'm with, or come on, man, or come on, miss, or whatever. Little things that slip out that kind of show what you really think about the situation on a certain level.
I know a guy. Hey, Lemon, I know a guy. He was with me. It was not me. I got to say, this is not me. We were walking through a grocery store, and he went, "Oh, man, check out that girl's butt." And I looked over, and I laughed. I said, "That's your mom."
What?
She stood up, and he went,
awkward.
He did have a fine mom, though, I got to say. He accidentally, it was a total accident. But so what? So he got it wrong. So you get something wrong. Who would even care?
Yeah. And then you chuckle it up and you laugh about it. It's not like you're trying to offend the person, but it just slips out. Like people say to me, ma'am or miss, because I guess I give off that feminine energy. And by feminine, I mean, docile, somewhat submissive. There's an initiator and I follow or whatever. And some of that's correct, some of it's not. It's just the way that it is. People have intuition; they sense these things. It just comes out.
You know what I used to do on the phone? I would be talking to like another contractor on the phone. And right when we're about to hang up, he's about to hang up, and I'd go, "Love you." And they would instantly say it. They'd say it back and go, "Oh, oh, oh."
That's hilarious.
People care. People care. And, saying the truth is an act of love. We want to, concord with reality. And when our words, our actions, and our deeds don't, there's just all this cognitive dissonance. But if you get to know a person and want to use their pronouns, because you care about them, that's fine. But on the other side, I want people to be free to state the truth, even if it offends, even if you don't like it, even if it doesn't agree with your worldview. I want people to state the truth because then we can really work on stuff.
Yeah, because fuck people's feelings. Everybody's all wearing their feelings. You're being aggressive. Your microaggressions are assaulting me. Like, you don't think I have the right to exist. Like, bitch, I never said you don't have the right to exist.
See, for me, I always lean into that. I never deny it. I always lean into it hard. When I know somebody is insulted or hurting, my first instinct is to go in harder.
Well, I mean, it helps toughen you up a little bit because it helps show you that there's a world outside of yourself that, we all share. And that's a good reminder. This thing where, you have to submit to my world and my pronouns or whatever is a little insidious. It's not the same where we all shared this reality together and we could come to the table, as a group, to kind of see what the heck is going on here.
As a side note. Go ahead, Lemon.
I think it's being promoted because it helps get rid of free speech. And that is the worst element of it. It's not like, please use this if you want to use it. It's like, use this or else, or you're a terrible person or whatever.
I might have said this before, but there's this, when you would go into the mall and there'd be this kiosk that has like a thing where you fill out your name and everything and put it in there and you could win like the car that's on display or something. Y'all ever seen those?
Yeah.
What I used to do is I would go get a ton of those and take them out to my car, and I'd sit there and I would draw big, nasty, veiny dicks all over them. Then fold them up and then put them all in the thing.
That's hilarious.
And I think people, the edgelord culture is kind of a backlash against that. Edgelord stuff like that. It's kind of saying, why do we have this convention? Why are people getting offended at this? They're just words, or it's not like people have been killed or whatever, and people are just having these meltdowns over these things that are otherwise seemingly meaningless to some people anyway. I just don't get it.
So it's kind of like this world that we live in. You could, quote some statistic like this many children were killed in abortion last year, and some people are like offended, and then the other group is like, cool, great, good, right? And then you say, something, and then the next group is like good, and then the second group is like offended. It's like, so it doesn't offend you that all these children died? It's like, no, who was going to raise them? I don't know,
Well,
people?
they have this narrative where you can't even have children anymore because Gaia has too many people because of this overcrowding narrative. So it's a clash of narratives, and if you have a narrative that overrides another narrative, like the life of this baby, being under the freedom of the mother, being under Gaia's freedom to be free of humans, well, this hierarchy of meaning is just totally inverted. They just
Does
don't care
anybody
as long as Gaia is being served.
does anybody know how many acres are in the state of Texas?
No.
The way I was told,
It's in the
or the way
billion.
I had tried to figure it out, right? There's enough acreage in Texas to give every person on Earth 1 acre apiece, and there'd still be land left over in Texas. It's not an overcrowding issue. It's a city issue.
I can actually cite it directly. What it is there would be there's enough land in Texas for everyone to have their own acre of land, have the population density of 1950s Paris, France, and still have enough farmland left over to feed the entire population.
Wow. That's crazy. So, like you said, it's not an overcrowding problem. It's just that everybody wants to live in the choice cities or on the coast and don't want to, expand and go outward to the country or whatever.
Yep. Everybody, like China, where is China? The majority of China's population, it's on the coast. There's hardly anyone living inside the continent of China, or the landmass of China. It's usually all on the outskirts of the port cities and all that, because that's where the commerce is.
And you know what, Greta Thunberg, the thing that would help deal with overcrowding, if you were pro-human and not an anti-human pro-Gaia zealot, would be transportation. These cars that burn up fossil fuels would allow people to move out to places like suburbs, the country, and spread out a little bit. Think about that, Greta Thunberg, when you're telling us how we're ruining your childhood by driving a car or whatever.
She's grown through that childhood. She's almost an adult now.
Yeah. He, I think she might be a transed out boy. These elites do like to invert their children, like they do in Hollywood and stuff like that. The boys are girls and the girls are boys. I wouldn't be surprised if Greta Thunberg was like Greto or something like that.
Well, they were saying it earlier, Gunther.
Gunther Thunberg.
Yeah.
And that mom, the shoulders on that mother is just wow. She is wow.
Big girl.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Big.
So all those numbers about Texas, highly educated.
You're robot and Hank.
About us.
God damn it! Whenever I want to hear what Hank has to say,
We lost you, Hank. They don't
right?
They don't like pseudo libertarian mindsets.
Needs more cowbell.
We need gravy and cowbell.
See, the problem is the vast majority of people are functionally retarded. So you could never have a Texas utopia.
it's tough to think on your own. I mean, persecution is a necessary element of truth telling. It's like Southern Israelite said. You know, persecution is a necessary thing to tell the truth, but it's not a sufficient, cause to say that, oh, this person is telling the truth necessarily. But a lot of times if a person is being persecuted for saying something, they're right on the money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess that I have just become completely misanthropic.
Yeah, it rubbed off on me a little bit too. I gotta admit.
Yeah. I don't feel sorry for anybody. I don't think, I genuinely do not believe that anyone is actually deceived. I think there's this, you know how in the Matrix they say, at the end of the Matrix it said everyone will be given a choice and they won't know they've made the choice. It'll be presented to them somehow, right? And I think that's, I hate using Matrix because that's so blasé, but I think that's how it is people on some intuitive level somewhere, they know everything they believe is a lie. They know it. And they choose to believe it. And they've been invited to believe it. I don't think anyone's deceived.
Well, it's like they believe that somebody else will bear the brunt of the consequences for the lie. That, some people are going to get persecuted for the truth, but it won't affect them. It's just creeping, closer and closer and closer. The fallen angel, alien invasion is coming, the persecution of people that don't want to have certain things in their body. It's just coming closer and closer and closer to tyranny. And more, we're just going to lack the freedom to just say, hey, the emperor has no clothes. Hey, this is bull. Hey, this is a lie. Everybody's just going to fall silent and just march along right toward the edge of the cliff.
It has to happen.
Does it have to happen though? Because I feel like there's a lot of people like waking up because they're choosing to wake up. Because back in the day when it was we're going to vaccinate the children. Oops, just came out and
Oh
said it.
boy, what did
I'm
you
not good
do?
at self-censoring, guys.
Well, here's the other thing: we shouldn't be unable to say any word for any reason.
Hey, there's this movie. I can't remember what it was, but it was at least freaking like 2012. And the whole thing was pretty much about what exactly, or it wasn't a movie, it was a TV series. It's pretty much exactly what had just happened within the last 2 years. And they canceled it right before 2019. So they removed the show completely. I don't even know. I can't remember the name of the show, but it's kind of strange. And the whole plan was to, what's it called when you make a surface, when you pacify a surface to where it's incapable of housing life on it.
Nuking it?
Sterilization, right? It's like sterilizing a surface so that there's nothing living on it, so nothing can divide on it, right? Like, say your cutting board, you would sterilize your cutting board instead of just putting detergent on it. That kind of a thing. But it's, yeah. The similarities between that show and what's going on, like right now, is like pretty astronomical. And it was even one of these, same kind of a bug too. Same kind of a nasty.
All right, we'll try again. Okay. So back in the day when it was, for the children, right? Like nobody cared, right? I remember like, posting it all over Facebook, and then you would have like, nurses who like actually administered these, and they would be like arguing with me in the chat section, right? And I'd be like, how do you know the consequences, and now that it's for everybody, right? Because it used to be just for the children, now it's for everybody. And now that it's for everybody, a lot of people are like, I don't know, what are the long-term consequences? And it's like, wait a minute, how are you just going to flip-flop like that? Like, you were saying that it was perfectly safe and it's perfectly fine. And now all across, we're practicing, on who, right? 5 to 11. So we're practicing to see if it's safe. And I'm betting if it was bad for adults, what is it going to be like for people with smaller bodies? Right? Because they say that it's been administered incorrectly. You're supposed to stick it in, pull back. If you get blood, start over. That's not what they're doing. They're just like jab, push, jab, push. They're not pulling. So it's going to be bad, guys.
And if you talk about it, they could ban you.
Talk about what? I was talking about UFC again. Jab, pull your punches, push.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they can. They don't like what you say. They just, cancel your account.
Yeah, they could lie about you, like say that, would they say that Joe Rogan was on horse dewormer or some shit?
That's what he claimed.
Something happened to Joe Rogan?
No.
Oh, okay.
He claimed that he was. Go ahead, Hank.
He claimed that he was taking medicine from his doctor, and then everybody on CNN was saying that it was like horse meds. Like he went to the co-op or whatever and got some medicine from like a non-doctor. But he went to his doctor, got something that was prescribed for humans, and then CNN tripled down and said that it was like for horses, and it was like horse dewormer. Unless you got a different story.
No, I just haven't looked into that guy for years after he went complete bullshit against Flat Earth. I'm like, alright, whatever, dude.
So you say that he went against it. He just stopped talking about it. And then he had Eddie Bravo on like 1 out of 10 shows on after that. And what was
more UFC connection and just kind of put it in due to antiquity. I mean, he would admit the other guy from Thailand or whatever. Like he tried to turn it into like some sort of roasting. And then he's gonna have all these, he had that guy on who supposedly crossed Antarctica on foot for 45 minutes. And all they talked about was how stupid Flat Earth is. If I was the first dude to do anything ever, what do you think I would use my 45 minutes to talk about? Something other than that?
They got to keep us in check, man. They got to keep the mass propaganda, mind control in play 100%. They have to attack the Flat Earth. It's like Obama.
Hello, my friends. How are you? Is anybody here talking or searching about the truth? Anyone?
We're always talking about the truth in here, partner.
Anyone? Bueller? Anyone?
You didn't hear what I said.
What do you want, bro? You got some truth to offer?
I'm just playing, man. Did you see the Bueller's Days Off?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Where the teacher asked all the students, Bueller, anyone? Bueller? Was funny. How are you?
Yeah. Anyone?
That was a classic movie.
Bueller.
Actually.
Yes.
Yep. Top 10 for me.
Wait to find the GIF. I think I can find it.
It shows basically that you can get away with lying if you're very good at it.
Oh yeah.
Lying.
Sorry, go ahead.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Boom, boom. Just God dang it, just madness. Yes. Wait to find it. I think the whole CD is like this. Wait. Oh yeah. Can I play it? I think from Hello it is. Can I play it here, please?
I don't think so.
10 seconds?
No. I don't think so either. You'd have to ask somebody else. I'm not a mod here.
Okay, just okay. Not to
Sorry,
get
man.
Okay.
Because sometimes you can play 2 seconds of a song that's copywritten, and the bot will pick it up and be like, "Well, that's it then. That's it for you."
Dude, on Facebook, all you have to do is just sing some lyrics and you get hit.
Yep.
Will I get banned from here?
No. Here's what'll happen. Here's what we don't want to have happen. The live stream on the YouTube, we don't want that to get flagged for having any copyrighted material played on the live stream.
Oh, for monetizing things?
It's actually just for copyright infringement. Yeah, because his channel isn't even monetized, but they're still going to give him a bunch of strikes for, whatever they can.
I saw here Ferry Bueller's Days Off cast reunited. Wait, can I send it this here?
Cool.
Can I send it in text here?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, wait. So everybody can see it. God damn it, they're all very cool. With the channel ET Canada, I think. And he gathers all the actors. I think he gathered also the actors of the Lord of the Ring.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, man.
Are they?
Man? Anything?
Go ahead.
No, tell.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I was going to ask if the whole cast is still alive.
From who? Lord of the Rings?
Ferris Bueller.
I think it's...
Most of them, anyway. Yeah.
1 year old. The video is 1 year old.
Right. Man, Matthew Broderick's getting old. Holy shit, that dude from the top right, is he from the Kids in the Hall? I'm not sure.
Maybe. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. It's 10:30 at midnight here. Let's see.
What?
It's in Greece, 10:30 night.
Oh, okay. Got it.
You know what? Last time I go to another chat and I don't feel comfortable. I don't know why. I go to another chat here. There are many people inside, but I don't know. For some reason, I feel comfortable here. Maybe we don't chat too much. Maybe I chat every day with different person, but it's cool, man. You're great. Thanks for your company.
Hey, man, back at you. Likewise. Thank you.
Did we talk again?
I mean, honestly, this is what's that
Did we talk again?
again?
No, is this the third time I'm talking to you or not?
Oh, Siler, I've talked to you a couple times.
Okay, I didn't see the label here, so I don't know who you are. But
Oh, this is Glatflobe.
oh, with a black circle.
Yep, black circle, right?
Okay, yes, I remember you because I don't see the tags all the time. I talk, but I don't see what's like lights up. Okay.
No problem. And a lot of us dudes in America and Canada have similar sounding voices.
Yes, exactly. My English sucks, so you can understand me very well who I am.
You're doing fine. No, I mean, trust me, dude. I've heard some. I've had to, like, at work and stuff, try to get through conversations with people that don't speak any English. I don't know how they got here, how they have a job here. So you're fine.
Just trying. It's all about from movies and Joe Rogan podcast, listening, reading some books, listening some audiobooks, talking with some friends. Okay. Just to have a normal conversation or typical things. Okay. Not too exclusive, but just small talks, something like that.
Yeah. Well, that's the best thing that goes on here. I mean, other than when we get somebody genuinely interested in the topic and they're intellectually honest, it's good to just come hang out with friends, man. That's like, especially now, you know, I think life would be so much worse if we weren't able to, you know, tune in and turn on like this together.
And I think if you talk, even if you don't be so good, I think you will get better in the long time because you understand how other people are talking. Your tongue will flow easier. Some words doesn't stuck together. You will change it again. Even if you can talk very good, you will get better every day or every month. Let's say.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Listen, I have to go to the bath because I did gymnastic. And after 10 minutes, I will be available again. So we talk in 10 minutes.
Sounds good, Siler.
See you in a little while. I'm closing the computer. I will connect with my mobile. Okay, see you soon.
All right.
Bye.
Cool.
See you later, dude.
Did he say something about learning English from listening to the Joe Rogan podcast? I was thinking that's got to be just the craziest way you ever learn English.
Hey, you know what though? That's fine because that's, I don't know. I guess anywhere is a good place.
That's a good place
hope
to
he doesn't
learn
take
English.
Joe very seriously.
No, that's a good place to learn English because so many different people come through there, so many different walks of life, and they have like 3-hour, sessions where he can like pick up on their style of talking and their language and how they use the words. See, man, I don't hate Joe Rogan. I mean, I recognize him for what he is, right? He's someone who probably sold out, right? And that's why he's got the big bucks, because at one point somewhere in his life, he must have sold out. He was talking about the moon landing, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson came on, and Joe kind of got punked after that.
Well, Tyson said, "Think about your family." Right there. Yeah, I've heard it. Like, if you play it back, he's like, "You better think about your family here."
Really?
I could see being intimidated. I mean, the federal government is ever reaching. So it's like it's like that meme where it's like every year the FBI does some sort of Twitter post for Martin Luther King Day when they tried to get him killed themselves. It's like the complete switch, a rewrite of history that somehow questioning what the federal government does is some sort of terrorist act against them.
Yeah, but wasn't Martin Luther King a CIA plant in a false operation? The blood was too thick and it was not liquid. It was more like a waxy type substance.
I'm not sure. We talk about like after he got shot?
No, I'm saying it was a psyop. Martin Luther King Jr. never died. Neither did Tupac. These are all false flag operations to cause a rising in the black population because they want to they've been trying to create a black messiah figure so they can kill the messiah figure so they can cause the helter-skelter, the ethnos against ethnos. Tupac Amaru Shakur, right? Tupac means shining serpent, and Amaru means winged serpent or plumed serpent.
Does the word Messiah have anything to do with snakes?
No, but they all, even today, people still look to Tupac and say, "Oh, never forget what this great man had done." Dude, that man was a CIA plant. In fact, Tupac actually died before Machiavelli, before he came out with the Columinati and the Machiavelli records. He no longer produced it under Tupac.
Yeah, Machiavelli.
There's a YouTube channel called The Industry Hoax Exposed or something like that.
Yeah, I think I'm subscribed.
Hey, when you guys send it to me?
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
So let me get back to Joe Rogan. So the thing about Joe Rogan is, yes, he turned coat in front of everybody. Everybody saw it. But then what did he do? He gets like a flat earth guy to come on there and organize a debate for Neil deGrasse Tyson and one of our premier flat earthers, right? It never happened, but a lot of people saw that our flat earth guy was ready, right? And for some reason, Neil deGrasse Tyson wouldn't come through. Isn't that what everybody saw? Does anybody disagree?
Yeah, and Tyson explains it that he would lose the debate because charisma wins debates, not science.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
No, it does. Charisma wins debates instead of evidence and science. Yeah, it's the way somebody argues that will win them the argument, not the actual topic itself.
So yeah, Tyson did a whole reason why he backed out. He said he doesn't do well in front of a live audience, going back and forth. He wants to write out his thoughts and ideas. He sometimes speaks faster than he thinks faster than he speaks, so it comes out wrong. A lot of this stuff, he kind of did this weird apology about why and then after that he seemed to have left Flat Earth alone and said some really, did some kind of hint and a nod, like that stuff is flat. What's gravity? I don't know.
Well, isn't that all he can do after that? Is just leave Flat Earth alone? I mean, what else can he do other than that? Other than just leave
he really
alone?
can't. But I'm saying some of these, like hardcore anti-Flat Earth people, they'll get their ass trounced, and they did no shame. They'll come right back the next day saying exactly the same bullshit.
So wait a minute, you're telling me all the debates that I've won, I don't know how many that is. It's up to the audience, right? All the debates I've won, it's not because my arguments were clean. It's not because the truth is on my side, but it's because my charisma?
No, I'm saying that if the fire inside you is burning brighter than the fire outside, all you can do is win. What can happen, though, if somebody has a lot of charisma and someone's just a complete numpty, but they might not have it, the audience kind of goes with the show. They don't really, even if the topic is somewhat hard to understand. it's kind of like that idea where
Hank, it's because you have a sexy voice, Hank. That's it. People don't hear the arguments. They just hear your voice, and if it's sexy, you win. Charisma.
I don't know, man. I don't believe that for a second, bro. Because I don't really see myself as someone who has a great deal of charisma.
But
yeah,
the
it seems to me
audience is
like
swayed
from the
by
audience too.
charisma.
Like, if the audience honestly thinks that someone is, on the right side of the debate, and someone else is on the wrong side of the debate, when the opposite is true, just because of their charisma, I say fuck them. Like, let them be stupid.
Well, yeah, I see what you're saying. So I'm not really advocating for what Tyson said. I'm just kind of saying why he thinks that and why he didn't want to debate. And then later on, seemed to have dialed back, like dropping microphones on Comedy Central and whatnot.
I don't know. What? Somebody define charisma for me, because maybe I don't understand the word.
Force of personality?
Say it again?
Like force of personality?
Do I
The
have that?
charisma is your ability to move and sway people by your words and presence.
Yeah, so in other words, nothing to do with facts.
That is correct. So, like Hitler had a great charisma, right? Jesus, all leaders do.
So it's like swagger in a way.
Yeah, you
It's
can
like
go
swagger.
with that. Yeah. If you got a lot
I
of
just
swag.
I just don't see myself possessing a lot of that. I don't know why.
You have swagger, are you kidding me? You're so articulate and intelligent.
Well, I appreciate your kind words, but I just always thought that if I won a debate, right, it wasn't about me winning. It was about the information getting out there and the audience deciding like who won. And I'm just trying to offer them a choice, right? You can choose, right, which information you want to listen to. If you don't want to listen to my information, fine. Like, I don't care if you don't think that I won the debate. It doesn't affect me at all. But the whole reason for coming out onto the circuit and debating was to give people that freedom of choice. And now you're saying it has to do with.
Well, how about this? How about if you reframe it this way? Say you've got all the facts, the science, everything on your side. But people just look at you and they hate the sound of your voice. They just hate the way you're presenting. You sound condescending.
Like Ben Stein debating Eric Dubay. Like, it would just be like really one-sided. Right?
Yeah. Who are they going to think about? They're going to side with the person that they like and they identify with, or would they side with the person who seems to be talking down to them?
I don't like your tone of voice. My thoughts about your tone of voice make me think you're wrong. I think you're wrong because your tone of voice hurts my feelings.
Yeah, it's true, right? You see it all the time. It's like you have people more concerned with tone than content.
If they like you, they're going to listen to you, basically. If they don't like you, they're just going to turn the switch off in their mind.
You do have charisma, Hank.
Yeah, Hank, you do. It's also kind of like a leadership ability, too.
Hank, buddy.
I'll put it to you this way. I never tried to use that in a debate. I was only trying to get like the words out in the best like sentence structuring possible to make sense to the widest available crowd possible. So I guess I was more worried about my words than my charisma or whatever.
So basically, there's a Megan Fox in the movies, and there's Hank on 24 Discord.
Hank, you're a very, very charismatic man. In fact, you don't get interrupted too often, in my opinion, because people just listen to you. They take you seriously because of the way you speak. So at least that in my experience.
Okay, we got to quit doing this. My head's, blowing up.
But that also allows him to sell ice to Eskimos too, though, so he can take advantage of it. So.
Well, listen, you're a really good person, but you need to take a fucking shower, okay?
I took one yesterday. I washed my hands today.
Super.
If I need it or not.
Yeah, I used to be one of those people that showered every day before work. And then I listened to George Carlin stand up, and he was like, you don't got to shower every day. You just got to wash the 3 places: your mouth, your armpits, and your crotch every day.
Yep.
I was
If
like,
you can do
George
that, you don't
Carlin.
need to waste. Yeah. Oh, Carlin, listen, if you listen to Carlin's entire catalog, you've got enough common sense and street smarts to go about your life at that point.
I just thought Carlin was being funny about like the NASA and stuff, NASA holes and stuff. But I didn't realize that he was talking truth until after he died.
Yeah, his last stand-up was so good. Talking a whole bunch of shite about Bush's mama. Dang.
Yeah, who's the guy who said like, "Oh, making fun of Stevie Wonder, ha ha ha, motherfucker"? They came up the other day.
Bush waved at Stevie Wonder.
That was
Stevie's been blind since
Eddie
birth.
Murphy. Eddie Murphy.
Okay.
I think that was a Cat Williams thing. Bush waved at Stevie Wonder. Stevie's been blind since birth. Was it Cat Williams? That motherfucker think I'm looking at. No, that wasn't Cat Williams. That was Robin Williams. Does that motherfucker think I'm looking for him? Who's he waving at? He ain't waving at me.
I love that.
Yeah, Robin Williams is great, bro.
So when Helio gets on, he starts drinking too much, starts blabbing, his charisma goes down. Right? Right?
Is that a fact?
Even if he has flat facts.
That makes sense. And why does it make your charisma go down?
I think it's just that tone, that just slur of speech and the tone of just babbling. Just nobody likes that. You want to be on your game, on your point, and articulate and present, the best.
Yeah, that's why I don't debate when I'm tired. I remember one time I was debating all night, and then the sun came up, and then Atheist Rex came in there, and they took over shift, but I was still going. And Atheist Rex was this super, super gross guy. I mean, just so disgusting the way that he treated people. and he thought he was going to get me because I was tired. But yeah, I think I still did pretty good. But I try not to debate when I'm tired, because
So
when I'm
you
like,
can do the God debate. Hey?
what's that?
You do the God debate.
Yeah, I can debate God. Yeah, whether he exists or not. Or I often find myself just trying to preach to Christians that they're supposed to follow the Ten Commandments because they don't know. It's like, really? You didn't know? You didn't know? It's like, you
I
sure
like to
you
hear
didn't know
that.
that? Yeah, I've had some debates with a preacher's son that you're supposed to follow the Ten Commandments. He's like, no, that's nailed to the cross. So I'm like, oh, you can just sin and do whatever you're supposed to do. Anyway, we're gonna leave that alone. That's one of them subjects. But yeah, I debate mostly in evolution, creationism, and I'm not too good at that one anymore because I haven't done it in a while. And obviously, flat Earth and political stuff, geopolitical stuff. I'll be back.
So how does gas congeal in a vacuum? I mean, like, what do the Globers say? Like, how does Jupiter form in a vacuum gas giant? Because if I turn on my 5th grade science experiment vacuum, it just sucks all the air out. So how did that air ever even get there? Wasn't sucked out by the vacuum of space to begin with.
Was that hot micing?
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
It's not okay to say that the earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the earth is a sphere for a long time.
Photograph
Anyone here?
Hello?
What up?
Hello.
What up?
What's going on? Everybody having a flat-tastic Wednesday?
Damn, it's Wednesday.
It is. Any word on any supposed curvature today?
No.
Bank still out on that one, right?
It's so curved.
So I got banned on Facebook.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll say it's so curved, it's flat. You can tell it's flat you can tell it's curved by how flat it is.
Exactly. For some odd reason, it curves because it's so flat. So I got banned on Facebook today for 7 days for just speaking on flat Earth. They said I was bullying.
What they do is like a lot of those atheist groups, they're fake. They're not real flat Earth groups or run. They wait for anyone to post anything legitimately flat Earth, and then mass report it. They got this, these groups that just wait, and then they'll post things to kind of get a conversation going, and then as soon as someone responds with, "Wait a minute here, are you, like blah blah blah, right? Like that's not right. That's that's not what flat earthers say." And all of a sudden, boom, mass report, and then they think they win. That they think that's winning the debate in their mind.
Exactly.
They got your account for 7 days.
And I had like 30 different Globers on it. There was 3 flat earthers who liked it, and then 30 Globers like that were sitting the laughing emoji or whatever, and they're like, "We're not." It said, "Look at all these people like laughing at you and stuff." And all I did is I commented. It was a meme. It said, Elon could single-handedly end world hunger," and then it said, "Elon, bet simply publish your plans and I'll pay for it right now." And then UN is some like SpongeBob meme face where he just kind of looks starstruck, like he'll actually do it. And all I said is the Earth is flat. Elon makes too much money off people's delusion that space is a physical place you can go to and their belief in the fake moon landings. He doesn't care about hunger, laugh out loud. And then, it went from there. I just was attacked left and right by Globers out the wazoo, and I'm just trying to reply before I freaking go to work. And, eventually it came down to it. I got kicked off for responding to this one guy that said I was bullying.
Mint Monkey. Where's that mug at? If Mint Monkey comes in and goes out again, I'm banning his ass.
That's funny. The ISS is leaking again. It keeps leaking. They just brought up a new toilet and it's leaking again.
Put your diaper on, get in the back, and be quiet. Get the hell down, cat. Who's in the damn gym? What is that? A single cylinder press going bam, 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 bam. AM radio.
So the thing about it is the literal anger that comes out of people, like when you even try to casually have this conversation. Like, I'm just so glad that this server exists because it's the only place to really come sometimes at the end of the day. Most of my days, other than my fiance, but just talk to other like-minded individuals who just know the truth, live in the truth, because most people don't live in the truth. And even speaking the truth, it gets you banned, obviously. There's no curvature. You can't show me curvature. You can't tell me I'm on a heliocentric model. This is obvious common sense shit. It's always, you just don't understand the science. And then you're called a zealot, but they're the zealots. The projection's on another level. Dang, I hope I didn't kill the server. Got real quiet.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Cedric on flat Earth. Over. Is it still flat?
Cheerio, good George. How are you?
Yeah, Jim. Well, doing fine. How about you?
Doing pretty good over here.
As military. You military?
Yeah, I used to be.
You think the
Now,
military can be trained to kick down doors and take people out of their homes like they did
no,
back in Hitler times?
no. I was
Sure.
trained to turn wrenches and make a helicopter fly in the air so it could go boom off in the distance.
Listen, I'll answer your question. Urban combat training was given in Iraq. What? We actually train other forces how to do that. Yeah, we can be trained to do that. The police work with Blackwater, though. And Blackwater's not just full of the people who didn't make it. I don't know that shit, but it's full of veterans. A lot of veterans go into private security, especially if they were special skills operators. Pay is good.
Yeah, if you worked on Apaches and then you jumped into Dynacore, you could have got a job for being overseas in Iraq or Afghanistan or Romania or such. I got a job offer for Iraq, and it was 3 months at work, 1 month at home. So that's quarter of the year I'd be at home, and I'd be making like $11,000 a day, or not a day, excuse me, a month,
A
11,000 a month,
month? Yep.
a 1 month.
Yep.
But I decided I wanted to be at home, Fort Couch, enjoying my family.
Range, but if your superior officer told you to kick down the door and take these people out, you wouldn't do it?
I actually had a problem following orders. That's why I was kicked out of MARSOC.
Nobody can tell Battlemon what to do. We know that much.
That's why I ended my career in the garage.
That's like trying to push. That's like trying to push a rope.
Yeah. Yeah. It don't work. I think for myself. I'm not going to be told to do shit that's inhumane and follow orders. You can go fuck yourself. If you threaten my life, I'll let you know whether you're capable of taking it or not. If I don't think you're qualified for that job, I'll fucking let you know quick as fuck.
Look, the flat Earth is a cult. We're gonna brainwash you to think for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Put the My Little Ponies up. My daughter be kicking your ass, Miguel. Why are all my ponies on the table, Dad? She'd be mad right now. I had them in a box, organized in the closet.
Telling you guys, we should have let the Globers use their fallacies. Otherwise, we don't get any Globers.
That's a fallacy. Ha 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 ha. We'd have Phil, huh? Bob the science guy. He'd be all fallaciously wielding his sword up in here.
We'd be talking flat Earth 24/7, though.
I wouldn't even unsheath it. I just beat him with Newton's flaming sword while it was in the case. Who's hip? Who can tell me what Newton's flaming sword is?
I don't know this one. I don't know what you're talking about.
That which cannot be cured or proven by experiment is not worthy of debate. Settled. That which cannot be settled by experimentation is not worthy of debate.
I've heard that before. Didn't know what it was called.
Yeah, it's a laser sword, man. You can't prove it. If you can't demonstrate it, why debate it? And that's what flat earthers been. We've been agreeing with Newton this entire time.
Well, and if it's true about him not really wanting to be credited with the gravity thing, then really that's even more true. Like with that, yeah, we have been in agreement with him the whole time. Because as far as I know, like his laws of motion and shit like that, we don't argue with any of those.
If you post in the middle of my next post in my picture, I'm just going to erase your message. Sorry. I want these two together so people know what it is. All right, Jim, thanks. Jimmy, thank you.
Most graciously welcome.
Yo, Mike, what day is it? Yo, someday. The livestock's the only one humping on the farm, but not the bull. That bull, he don't get none. We got a contraption for that, and then we sell it off. You city people wonder why the bull's always so mad. He'll always smell it, but he'll never get it his entire life.
City people don't wonder things like that. Don't even think about the bull.
Well, they will if they accidentally trespass in the bull's runway. Why is he so mad? You are part of mankind. You're the reason he doesn't get laid. And you stepped off in the wrong fucking area. Don't go out there when the heifers are in heat, damn it. He's a motherfucker. You just drop his food and get the hell on. That shit's in the air. It might get mounted.
Any good flat smacking happened today?
Hell no.
No.
I went to a few servers last night. Do not go to the feminist flat earth server. It's a trap. It's a setup.
A feminist flat earth server?
It's really homosexuals, bro. Do not go there. Oh, I was looking for a place to do a review on it, where people could read the review. Oh, if you're a homosexual, you might like this place. If you're not, you won't. I swear, the places I go looking to promote this server. OMG. Can't unsee some shit.
So do they actually talk about flat earth there?
I don't know. I was looking around and I said, oh snap, and I got the fuck on quick. I didn't look back. Oops. Tripped and fell in a mud hole. Get the hell out of here. Hell, there was a couple of them. When you do the flat earth search on Discord, you know what Discord is?
Is it another one of those? There's a few of them out there, like a search engine basically for finding Discord servers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For public ones.
Right. I think there's a couple of them at least out there.
Yep. So this one right here, Lou. Do not go there.
Oh, I didn't need a link if I'm not gonna go.
That's not a link. You can click it all day long and it ain't gonna send you nowhere. I'm smarter than a link. That's a screenshot.
Who's this? Croesus? I don't see any roles.
You tell me.
I don't know. Check him in here.
47777. What's up?
What's up?
Chicken's ass when it's eaten. What's up with you?
So what do you think about? Okay, never mind. He's gone.
How was that, man? How was that feminist server, Mike?
He said it's all gay dudes.
1 minute. Let me finish my comment here that goes under that. I told you last night, funny guy.
Did you? Oh, I forgot, man. I
Mr.
thought
Funny guy. I got in there. I was talking to you guys. I said, "Ooh, it's got an NSW." You don't remember?
Right.
And then I said,
That I
"Oh
remember.
shit!" I said, "Oh shit, I'm out of here." And you all was like, "What? What?" I was like, "Hold on, let me click."
Okay. Right.
It's a cesspool. It's Sodom and Gomorrah. Do not go.
Do not go.
Do not click on the NSFW.
To discuss feminist and gender studies. What's the point of the flat Earth thing? Is this just it started off as a flat Earth server and they like just kind of like veered off topic and never came back to it, or what?
I mean, you can go investigate and then let us know, Lou. Just let us know how that went, bro.
I'd like to know how this came to be. Somebody explain it to me.
Well, if you search my comments, I did. I think I did share a link in here. Where he said you can do the science. You can Darwin that shit. I swear that's got to be the funniest shit I ever heard. I know I'm not gay. I did the science. My mind just went all. Blah, 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 blah. That's an algebraic formalization that I'm not capable of making. You did the science, huh? Moving on. That Omegle ladder schooling, there's a few of our members there.
Omegle flat Earth schooling. So what was this
I
one
went
like?
to one. Yeah, I went to one. It was an anti-flat Earth server. The first dude I seen there was Big Chungus bitching about all of us. All the trolls that we ban are there on the anti-flat Earth server. I had to laugh my ass off. I was like, yeah, that's funny.
Nah, the circle of people like on both sides, like the people who discuss flat Earth versus globe Earth, we all pretty much know each other after not too long. They're just spread out in all kinds of different places.
Yep.
Yeah, Reconor sent me an invite yesterday, I think it was, to Earth Awakenings.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Whatever. I don't know exactly what the main goal of that one is, but I see all the common faces. Like I know pretty much everybody's in there.
Yeah, that's Geo's server.
That is his server.
Yep. Correct. That's why like everyone in there is also in here.
You won't see Michael in there.
I hear that fucking bick. Here's mine.
I think that 2 million motherfucking messages I got from that snobby Mr. fucking self-centered narcissistic motherfucker is enough.
Those are not traits you normally attach to hippies either, and he's quite the hippie.
He is.
He said peace and love in the damn voice chat, but every fucking day that motherfucker sent me 100 DMs that were like prideful bullshit. I don't think, I don't want. I said you shouldn't be doing that. Like, listen here, bitch, you're not my boss. You came after me. Move the fuck out my way. Move, bitch. Get out the way.
No, I don't know. I never had a problem with Geo, but
can't stand
yeah,
him.
I mean, you know,
he's a druggie. Got pre-latent homosexual tendencies. It's freaking annoying. My ex-wife didn't nag as much. My ex-wife didn't nag as much as that dude.
I'd heard enough though about the magnetic mountain in the north after a few times. Otherwise, I've no grief with him.
Astro projection to the north and seeing lizard people. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good image for flat Earth. Yeah, this shit doesn't like to stay lit.
Same here, man.
It's not cured good enough.
Yeah. It's too moist.
Still smokable though.
For me, it's just the consistency of this herb. It's pretty dry actually, but it's going off. Keeps on going off. Which is better than not going out, you know. At least it's not burning. You know, rice paper.
Yeah, I got them elements.
Yep. I love elements. I just bought got these zigzags because they didn't have elements at that store. But it's still rice paper, ultra thin, so cool.
I like the classic Randy's. It's nice having that wire in there. Randy's papers, where they got the little wire in there, so you just hold it. It's like a built-in roach clip, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, I bust them out when we're working, man. My nephew was like, "Oh, this is pimp. Where'd you get this?"
Yeah, that's what I use.
He said, but just before that, he said, "Can I keep the roaches today, Uncle Mike?" And you can smoke until it's gone with them fucking wires. I was like, "Yeah, well, if there is a roach, make sure you get the wire out of it."
I roll mine Dutch, so it's like I never have to worry about that. You know, I got a little cardboard filter or whatever the fuck you call that, you know.
Yeah, but then you're worried that you want to stop early before you start burning cardboard.
No, I mean, actually, you can smoke right up to the cardboard and you'll never actually burn it. It's a myth. It is a myth. Unless you're fucking, like, I don't know, man, you got some serious, like, puffing power and like, the cherry. Yeah, it's about, like, how big that cherry is. If that cherry is large...
Turn it into a smokestack and just really roach that thing down.
Yeah, it'll just burn your lips. By the time you get there, you just won't even, like, you won't be able to puff it. Like, it's just, whoa, what the fuck, this is way too hot, you know? And there's another, if it's rolled perfectly, like the one I got in my hand right now, it's a perfect roll. Sometimes I can pull the filter back because I don't, like, I leave about a little under a quarter of an inch sticking out. That's like the paper is above that, right? So a quarter inch of the cardboard is exposed. So I can actually grab it and pull it out some more. Here, I'll take a picture of this roll. It's a tight roll, so.
I get what you're saying. It's all right.
Yeah. All right, well.
Right.
Here's worth how many words? 1,000?
But I've done that also too, is even put the little cardboard filter in there and have the wire. Now what?
Well, how about them apples? I have roaches made out of quartz glass that I made myself.
Okay, well,
Conical.
I don't have that. I
I
don't
can
have
reuse
that.
it. I can make you some, man, and send it to you or something.
Oh.
Quartz, motherfucker. It's anything made out of quartz glass is expensive, just because of the amount of heat you got to put into it. You know.
Yep. To work it.
Yep. It's ridiculous. It's stiff as fuck too. It does not flow, and it doesn't like you, and it's badass shit. All right. Picture took. See, Livestream voice text. Yeah.
Friggin' kid at work last week came in with a little bag of some shit from fucking dispensary stuff from California and a freaking pipe that looked like it's been used once. And he was like, I've got a friend that says he can't have this anymore. And so he gave it to him and he gave it to me. I was like, okay, yeah, I'll take that. Add to the collection.
Hell yeah. Glass collection.
Honestly, it's a cool looking piece, but doesn't hit that great. I think the carb hole should be bigger.
That's how I always roll. Blunt or joint or whatever. It's gonna be like the Dutch style where you do have a cardboard filter, not American where you got weed running all the way through. You're just spitting out fucking nuggets the whole time. It's like, what the fuck is this, man? I want to enjoy my smoke, not spit it out.
I like my steamroller and my bubbler.
Yeah, I got a pretty cool little Sherlock style bubbler too. Glass piece. Kind of nice to bust out. Thing that sucks about those things is trying to tap out the bowl. You can't fucking you can't do it. You gotta
I carved a bunch.
You gotta scoop it out, or you gotta change the water every time.
I do have some stone. I have a stone pipe. Finally, made out of limestone.
Problem is the crackheads started using steamrollers and they call them glass dicks now.
What?
Yeah, my son's friends come out here. I bust out the big steamroller. They like, oh, we don't want to smoke no crack, Mike. I was like, motherfucker, this is a
Bust out the light bulb. I got a light bulb.
Really hard. I don't think you do crack from a steamroller. I think that's the wrong piece.
I wouldn't know.
I don't actually know, man.
I was just defending myself from the allegations.
I thought they usually use just a little like straight piece, like that's like those glass roses that they sell at the freaking Indian gas station.
I don't know. The kids told me that looked like a big glass dick. I was like, whatever.
Fuck you.
Don't smoke my weed then, punk. That's what I told him. Don't smoke my weed then, punk. Get your ass out of my garage. Touch a tool. I dare you. I'm wanting to beat you up now.
My neighbor across, older woman, she was like 55 or older. And yeah, smoking up, dabbing, she busts out a fucking dick-shaped bong. Like, you smoke out of the head. And it's like, she's like, oh, sorry about that. Like, whatever, I don't give a fuck. Whatever. Smoke your fucking dick bong. Sure.
Yeah.
Like, like, oh, whatever. I don't care.
Oh, she was hoping you'd say, "Hey, you don't need that one. We got a real one right here."
Dude, yeah, trust me. Yeah, we hashed that one out already. I was like, look.
She was hitting on you.
Oh, bro, no, it was like to the point where like I was like, hey, look, I don't spirit. I had to come up with a decent excuse. Right? I was like, hey, look, I'm not like that anymore. It's spiritually, I only want to be with one woman for the rest of my life, right? Just and have children with her or whatnot. It was like, oh, but anytime you change your mind, it's like, okay, woman, sure. She was pretty hot, actually. She's a hot blonde, man. She had abs, and she was like 55.
That's funny too. When I'm confused, I forget their name. I just say woman. All right, woman.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's like
My dad used to always say that. It's much better than slinging, curse names around.
Them older women, man. They come straightforward. They're like, yeah, you want to fuck? I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pass. No, thank you. So it's like, okay, how do I say this nicely now? Because she lives across.
No, but I could use a good.
I don't think it's all older women. I don't know if that's like a real stereotype.
For me, man, it's been always like that. They're so straight, like forward with me. Like they're so like just boom, hey,
I could use the good lasagna though.
Yeah, just straight up, and I'm like, I wish if you were younger and more attractive. But you're not. It was like, fuck. It's interesting.
If you ask Dr. Roof, it doesn't matter. Age is a concept sexually. Ask Dr. Roof.
Yeah. Whatever. The age, yeah. Serious thing.
I mean, yeah, once people are adults, I guess, whatever, but it still matters. Age still matters.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's like, I would like to have children. Like, still, so it's like, age fucking matters. 100%. It's like, if I have a choice between let's go my age, a 30-year-old, and we'll go minus 10, or a 20-year-old. It's like the choice, quite obvious. For what purpose, right? It's like, yeah, for greater potential for family growth. It's like, no fucking shit. Like, yeah. So it does.
You ever heard Dr. Roof's radio show? Sex Talk?
No.
Sex Tips for Millennials?
Nope.
That dude, that lady's like 102. Like, what the fuck does she know about sex?
Right, man? She's so fucking old.
I'd say a lot after 102. Fuck.
Okay. What does she know?
I mean, this ain't her first rodeo with the penis. You know what I'm saying?
100 years fucking with that shit.
Just
You're right.
saying, she's been dried up for fucking 40 years. Like,
you gotta have more than 4 seconds on the bull, though, man. That makes her an experienced rider. Sexually Speaking with Dr. Ruth. Winston Hensenmeyer. No, it's Westermeer. Something like that. That lady been a millionaire on sex books and sex talk and shit. She was on public TV when I was a kid telling me where the G spot was. I was like, Dad,
Dad, why is that 90-year-old freaking telling me this shit?
I said, what is this? My dad said, just watch it, son. Just watch it. That woman knows what she's talking about. I was like, all right, Dad. My mom come out there. What? My mom said, what the hell are you watching? Turn this shit. But Dad said, go in the barn then and get on your dad's TV. Mom don't like Dr. Ruth. My dad said, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you that." Yeah, sure. You set me up, you fat man. Used to call him the fat man. But he wasn't really fat. He was just tall and wide, you know. To me, as a young
It
kid,
don't work out, man. Above 40,
anyone bigger than me was fat.
lax muscle, you get that belly, because you're just not working out. So most of his lax muscle, not really a belly, but yeah, above 50, I guess, yeah, something like that.
Oh yeah, fuck. My dad was almost as wide as he was tall. He was just big. Fucking Dr. Roof wrote a fucking library on sex. Damn, how many books this bitch got?
Actually, I'm curious. How old is she really? Because I don't. Even though I was exaggerating a little just to
She
try to be
looks
funny,
90.
I don't. I think it might be pretty close now that I'm thinking about it.
80 something,
She
yeah.
she looked 80 20 years ago. So I don't know. How old is she?
A hundo.
I don't know. Born June
Fucking
4th,
Benjamin, bro.
1928. She's 93 years old. She was born June 4th, 1928.
Okay.
How many books did Ruth write? I'm Googling this shit. She's the author of 34, huh? Was Dr. Ruth really a sniper? They just say everybody was a sniper.
I never. Is that a common Google
Ooh.
question? Is that what it says?
She was a sniper. Only a few years later, at age 17, Dr. Ruth went to Israel and became a member of the Haganah, a Jewish paramilitary group
Interesting. Well, special forces.
fighting for the country's independence and training as a sniper.
Hmm.
She said she never killed
Sniper,
anybody, though.
sex expert.
I'm the reverse of that. I was a sharpshooter, never a sniper. I can't say I've never taken a man's life. Nice to meet you, Ruth. Heavenly Sex, that's one of her books. I've read a couple of these. I'm not gonna lie. Dr. Ruth was my sexologist.
He is still alive, though, huh?
Hey, at 13 years old, some old lady starts telling you how to find the G spot, and you'll never forget her in a lifetime. I'm not bullshitting. I was in the desert one day. I woke up and just thought, I wonder what Dr. Ruth's doing right now.
Yeah, I got it. I want to find out how her health is doing. See if I need to add her to the ghoul pool this year.
See if she wants to be a flat earther. Send her an invite.
There's a radio show around here in the afternoons where they've been for a few years now. They've been doing the ghoul pool where they they each take their picks. Like, I don't know, they get like 5 or 10. I think 10 people that they pick, and they're basically whoever gets the most right the next Halloween, the next year, as far as like who died during the course of the year, like they won the ghoul pool. So you're basically betting on people's deaths. Kind of fucked up. But when people start when celebrities get to a certain age, you got to start thinking of them for the pool.
Ha 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 ha.
Mic check,
Take
please.
a look, Lou. I'm not gonna leave it up too long. Mike's just fine.
Thank you, sir. Was signed in the whole time.
Hank, what do you know about Dr. Ruth?
You really want to keep the Dr. Ruth conversation going.
She's so disgusting. The things that she says online, on air, it's so disgusting.
You got to stick it in and curve it back like you're saying, come here, come hither, and then you will find the G-spot. You must know where this is if you want to be successful at sex with your wife. I think she's the real king of the hill.
Man, all I gotta say is,
Telling
if
the
I had a choice between Kama Sutra and Dr. Ruth, I'd be reading the Kama Sutra.
The Kama Sutra ain't got shit on Roof.
I don't know about all that.
I don't know.
If you ask me,
this
I
is
think
too many dudes for this conversation. I don't know.
I think Dr. Ruth would come up in your room and give you commentary and instructions during. Would the Kama Sutra help you like that? Here, let me put the little lube on it for you, Hank. It seems you're having problems.
Apply the KY jelly.
Could you imagine her and Arnold Schwarzenegger having a conversation over this?
You got to ram it in.
Give me the rubber.
I will not talk about this with you. You're like 90.
Get to the rubber. Where's the lube? What do I do, Roof? Quick!
All the sexual advice you ever need as a man comes from Jim Carrey. And he said, you got to rub it up and flip it down too. That's all you need to know.
You got to lick it before you stick it. You got to rub it, get it wet before you hit it. Booty call.
Okay, this is my advice for all the young men out there. Females are a lot like modern day controllers. They got a lot of buttons. You just got to know what order to press the button in to get the combo. You got to pay attention because they're trying to tell you what buttons to press, and they're not always physical buttons. So you have to think outside the box. Women are very intuitive. So if they lead you and they give you bait and you didn't see it, and it could be something super subtle, so subtle you wouldn't even think, but if
A
you
touch
miss it,
on the shoulder, a brush as you walk by,
the way that they point their
a
feet,
wink,
are they crossing their arms to hide their breasts? Are they pushing their elbows to accentuate their breasts? Those are two big ones right there. Primping is a big one.
I ain't never missed that in my life, Hank. My dad taught me that young. If you come home and it seems that all you can see is breast, boy, your woman wants sex. Don't hold her up. There's a reason that's all you see. My dad was a pervert, so he was always giving instruction. I was like, Dad, I kind of like Dr. Roos more than you. Be quiet, old man. You call a butt a turd cutter, I ain't hearing it.
So I never did listen to Dr. Ruth or that other guy on the radio, Howard Stern.
Yeah, Howard is funny, but I would definitely not take any advice from Howard. He's funny, motherfucker, though. I kind of think it's Sternberg, though, don't you? Stern. It's just too plain of a name for that motherfucker with that curly Jewish hair. That big ass nose.
Fucking nose, man. That nose. Yeah, for sure. I agree, Mike.
I'm gonna share something with you guys. You want to see some curly Jewish looking fucking hair?
That's Sternberg green and shit.
No, dude. I went digging through some like old SD cards, like out of old phones and shit, and I found like the last time I grew my hair out, and I got really curly hair. Like, and then it actually, I dreadlocked it, but then it was just starting to be good dreads, and then it came summer, and working construction, like I had way too much sawdust and shit getting in there, so I just had to shave it off again. But
He said, I twist up the fro, let it lock and grow.
Yeah.
Quick to go to gunplay about that flow. Boy, you don't know.
There's a lunatic with hair, with long hair.
Hey, man.
Lou, bro, you are Irish, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not showing any of my young photos, damn it. I got my mom's photo album box, and I got every class photo ever. My brothers and sisters like, how do you still remember your friends? I'm like, fuck, I look through that photo box once a year, except for 12 years of my life. I remember the kids in kindergarten, but that's because I look at my kindergarten class photo all the time, you know? Remember my teacher's name, Miss DeBolt. She was a bitch, so I do remember that, and that not because of the picture.
No, Mike, but I think it'll be cool to know how everybody looks, right? As we're talking.
Dude, I turned my camera on. I don't give a fuck. You know?
I would too, bro. I don't give a shit. I'll take a fucking selfie right now.
Oh, no, I did and I do. It's not theoretical what I speak of. Like,
I got some old photos I'll share. I just said I'm not sharing all of them. I don't have a perm though. My mom feathered my hair.
Yeah,
my hair's wavy, so it goes straight from. Sorry.
No, my bad. We started at the same time. You go ahead. I'm done already.
My hair's straight, but if it grows from the top of my head and it gets down to the ears, after it gets past the ears, it starts waving. So I got like naturally wavy hair. So if I grow it out, like if it goes down past the ears, it sticks out from the other side of the ear instead of going straight down. So where's gravity?
Wait, how come your hair doesn't go sideways?
It does. That's what I'm saying. As soon as it passes my ear, it takes a left turn and goes straight out the side and waves at everybody as I pass by.
This is from Christmas in 1979 before I got a feathered hair. I had a bowl cut. I'm wearing the dark long net in the front. This isn't all of my sisters and brothers either.
Yeah, Vlad, you only sound like you're 13, bro.
For real.
I was 7. It's a photo of a instant print, a Kodak instant print. I took a digital photo of an old instant print. It's Adney, Lisa, Rhonda, Renee, Becky, Michael, and Timmy. It's close to half the family.
It's funny, we mentioned kindergarten. I'm about to go see a girl I was in kindergarten with.
Really? I still know a lot of my friends from school. It's a small town, though.
I got one more I'll share too. So like, it's been a while. It's been a while, but remember my dog that I missed so much that I had to put down a couple years ago. You want to see like the first puppy shot of her? She looks like a freaking stuffed animal. I was so happy when I found this SD card. I was like, oh man, I didn't have like a bunch of pictures. Like,
I'm not leaving
I
this shit
got
up there,
lost.
so take your look while
Yeah.
you can, damn it.
Yeah, this one's my daughter's older sister, or half sister, with Millie. That was my pup.
Well, that's a little
That looks like
wide
a UFC fighter, bro.
He's got a little wide stance to him. It's a good looking dog. I like them dogs.
Yeah, she was great.
I like to get females too. Females fall in love with their male owners. My female used to get in the middle of me and my ex-wife, and she'd just stare at my wife like, "Back up, bitch! That's my man."
That's my man. Yeah, they do. Like they. uh, freaking my daughter's mother. There was a couple times like I just didn't even really believe her, but like she said that my dog showed teeth to her, like got in between us and then kind of like showed teeth at her, like. No, she didn't. Not my dog.
That was just a friendly smile.
Just leave me and the dog alone. You're trying to come between us.
This is 16 years ago when my last daughter was born. That's my dog. That's probably the best dog I ever had there, Sassy Girl. My Worcestershire Labrador got in with a Staffordshire Bull Terrier, and they had her. She was a mix, lab, and Bull Terrier or Pit Bull for layman's. But that's royal blood. They're both royal blood, and that dog was so smart. I could give her specific instructions, and she would follow them. I got a pet cemetery out back with every animal I ever loved in it. Some ashes. Some of my ancestors are out there too. They tried to make a law saying I had to move them, so I had to designate that area.
Starting to
make
sound
it
a little bit like Ozark, Mike.
make it a graveyard. So that pretty much 2.5 acres belongs to the county now because it's a graveyard. If they ever come in and try to move that shit, they'll have a war on their hands, though, I guarantee you that. They'll have to kill me first.
I'm pretty sure it's illegal to mess with the Native American burial grounds.
Yes, it is.
I'm the type of person that I would dig without permits just because I like to see what's down there. But I'm like scared to death that I'll hit like a Native American burial ground and I'll just be like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, my
I mean,
youngest.
if you find something, I think you just fill it back in and be like, "Sorry, didn't know you were in here." You know, like I think you'll be all right.
Yeah, it's not that I'm scared of the government on this one. Actually, it's just I don't want to mess up, you know, some shit like that. They found like this redheaded mummy, and like they did genetic tests, and they said that it's like definitely not related to the Native Americans, and the government still wouldn't let them dig it up, even though they've proven like, hey, we accidentally dug this up. Here's the genetics, like not even close, and they still couldn't dig it up. So we're definitely not allowed to just dig.
Actually, when I just got home from work, I flicked on the TV for a minute. News was on. First thing I saw, supposedly in Wisconsin here, they just brought up from the bottom of a lake an ancient Indian Native American canoe that was. They're saying that it came from it like the year like 500 or some shit like that. They brought it up to the surface, and they're gonna preserve it and stuff.
Sure, it lasted underwater since the year 500. Sure. I'm sorry, I have a hard time buying that.
A wooden canoe sitting at the bottom of a lake for all that time, for 1,500 years. You know,
when a deadfall in the forest, it disappears within a fucking season or two.
well, there's ways to treat like with oils and things like that, treat the lumber or wood and stuff, but
petrification.
Yeah.
It had to be petrified. We use saps.
I think they said it was like the descendants to like. I think it was like it was from a tribe that was like the earlier descendants of like the Ho Chunk or something like that. I think they said. I think it was the Ho Chunk. I think this must be it right here. Oh, they're saying it's 1,200 years old.
Really? That's that's the Winnebago tribe, right? Ho Chunk.
Dude, I know all of these names. No, I know nothing about any of them or how they're related. I just know them because we've got all of everything around us is named after Indian stuff. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Winnebago tribe. They're predominantly from the Wisconsin area.
So where I grew up at, I kind of used to play in this patch. Go ahead.
No.
Okay, so yeah, I used to play in this patch of woods when I was a child. I used to spend like most of my time outside in the woods, unless it was like a rainy day or something, then I'd be inside. But if I could get out of the house, I was getting out of the house. And I would play out in these woods, and there was this field, and it's like someone did that thing in paint where you like click and it draws a square all the way up to this mound. And everything in the field was like right there and it's perfect for planting crops. But this mound right next to the field, it looks like they had to stop like right there. They couldn't go any further. Either they couldn't buy any land or whatever, but there's no mounds where I live. Like a mound is like very weird compared to where I live at. So I've always wanted to dig up that mound and see what the fuck is in there. Because there are no mounds. There's hills.
Yeah. See, that's something with what you said earlier about wanting to dig but being afraid of what you'll find. Like you probably shouldn't, because like those, they call them like serpent mounds and stuff that they did a lot of. They have those a lot around here actually too, where the Indian burial mounds are like that. They're raised graves. So yeah, you see a hill that it looks like an artificial structure, like it wouldn't be, like it doesn't fit the rest of the landscape around it. Yeah, I mean, that could be what you're afraid of hitting.
Yeah, and about 20 feet away from that mound is like the oldest looking, creepiest tree I've ever seen. Not the biggest, but certainly an old one. So north of Michigan is a bunch of like state land. What's north of Wisconsin?
No, north of Michigan? You mean above Michigan? Above Michigan is Canada. So, but the furthest northern part of Michigan is state land.
Wisconsin and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, the UP, is what's north. So Lake Superior and the UP.
Yeah, that is
that's
north of Michigan. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, did anybody notice that the tribe, the whole chunk that you're talking about, is the Winnebago tribe? Winnebago, like a Winnebago RV trailer.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they're the same, but I'll take your word for it. You would know, like, more than me anyway.
Yeah, in my area, it would have been Potawatomi.
Yeah. Well, we have the Potawatomi here too. Like they've got the biggest casino in Wisconsin, the Potawatomi Bingo and Casino, and
they're all Anishinaabe or First Nation, tribal nation. It's funny they say the Ho Chunk Nation. The Ho Chunk was a tribe, not a nation. They were part of the Anishinaabe.
Ho Chunk is the other big casino in Wisconsin. It's like Potawatomi and Ho Chunk. So
yeah, they're both tribes within a nation. Neither one of them are a nation. They always like to say that Cherokee Nation, Potawatomi Nation. No, motherfucker, Anishinabe's the nation. Cherokee's the tribe. It's just.
So that's all part of the Cherokee tribe, you said?
No.
Or what?
The nation is Anishinaabe. Anishinaabe. The peoples of the Great Spirit of the land of Turtle Island. And it's one large family, and each tribe is just a branch in the family tree. So it's one family, many branches, Right. There's not a million different Native American, North American nations. There's only one nation. They tell that shit to people because they want you to believe all nations were at war with each other, and when the truth is we were one nation, just brother and sister tribes.
Yeah, I mean, other than like what I remember being taught actually around here was that for the most part they were all one big like family. Most were peaceful, helpful people, like, but more in the more in the Southwest, that was where you get the kind of the stereotypical, the savages, that the warrior tribes, like as they called them.
Well, they were harsher. They lived in harsher environments. Yep. But a lot of the people that wrote them books only know what they experienced of them while they were invading their land.
Yeah, I gotta say, you gotta dodge the hijack on that savage stuff because, they say all sorts of things about the Native Americans, but a lot of them lived in a certain place and just didn't move. Not all of them were nomadic, like the Cherokee They lived by the rivers, right? They had permanent housing, and they didn't get up and move at all. And the way that the law worked, it said that the woman owned the house and the man owned the land. So that's where you get the whole thing about sleeping in the doghouse, right? Because if they would fight, she couldn't kick them off the land, but she could kick them out of the house. So in order for them to get along, he had to, play by her rules in her house, and she had to, work the land, his land, while he was out hunting or fishing or whatever he went out to go do. So it's really interesting. These people weren't lawless at all. The word savage kind of, hints at lawlessness. And me and my brother fought about this for quite a bit.
And when I said savage, I didn't mean it that way. I was just
good,
saying,
bro.
like, stereotype of savages, all that. Like
Levels of
That's all right.
aggressive. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
Hank
explaining to
knows.
people that, yeah, I've
Not
done a lot
too
of research on this.
Not too many white people know that the woman ruled the teepee.
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of research. So yeah, it's really important to look at how they did it, right? Because it was working really good for them until the white man came.
Yeah,
But I wanted to
that's
say,
and that's
Go
when
ahead.
they started taking their history of us. And we were at war. We're a nation at war with you. You called us savages. You brought war to us. We didn't come to your land. But we don't hold ill will. The biggest thing for natives is to live in harmony with what is.
yeah, me and my brother used to argue quite a bit about this because I'm pretty sure that he's 100% Aryan and my mom cheated on my dad, and I'm not. I'm not 100% Aryan. So, I hold true to my Native American ways just as much as I would my Aryan ways. So, right, I'm a Christian. I follow the Most High God, right, and I follow Christ the way, right. But also, I look at some of the stuff that the Native Americans were doing, and my wife, she's also part Native American. So, me and her see things eye to eye on a lot of different stuff. So, the words "fuck the government," I think my wife invented those words. As much as I hear her say that sort of thing. So she's very, anti-establishment, anti-government, but yet she has an understanding of like natural law and shit. So, like me and her get
Don't
along
worry.
great.
Us whites are capable of hating the government too. That's not a Native American thing.
Well,
Bear in
I've
mind,
just
the
noticed.
people, the white people in government who invaded your lands do not represent me and my people. They are a very specific. Oh, sorry. I think I just. Am I still coming through?
You
Am I
are,
still
but you
coming
just
through?
dropped your audio. Oh, there you go. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. So
Yeah,
the
I
white
got you.
people who
All I was
invaded your
trying to say.
lands are a very specific kind of psychopathic, multinational, not even multinational, like they're a very specific kind of psychopath that wants to rule over everyone. And it's not the kind of people that I identify with, and I would always oppose that kind of thing. So I find it quite dangerous when people talk about, X person invaded lands. Well, I wouldn't have done so myself, and I didn't approve of that myself. So whatever happened in the past, like I don't know American history as well as you guys do, but what I certainly do know is that it takes a specific kind of psychopath to want to do that to someone, and that doesn't represent all white people.
I completely agree. So what I was trying to say was that when it says like this side of the Danube, these are barbarians, or this side, these tribes, they're savages, you got to dodge the hijack, right? Because I mean, it's just because, some Roman emperor or something said everybody on this side of the Danube is a barbarian. Well, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, right? I mean, it goes both ways, that just because they weren't part of the 5 civilized tribes doesn't make them savages either. So all I was trying to do is, hate the whole label thing, right? But I guess it's important.
Brits were described as savages by the Romans. Like they thought we were savages, right? So,
They did.
I mean, was that true then, and then false, like 1,000 years later? Like, it all comes down to who's in power and who's calling the shots. And at that time it was the Romans, and later on it was some British generals. Like, yeah, is what it is. It happened. Doesn't mean we have to repeat that shit. You know. Because they used to describe us as Northmen, which was synonymous with being basically, behind them, because they were almighty Romans. They had, aqueducts and cities and all this other shit. And we were
They
just
hijacked that shit.
scum to them.
They didn't. I don't think the Romans made all the aqueducts that they claimed that they made. But I was going to say, the Romans said that the Norsemen. I can't remember which emperor said it, but he said that the Norsemen were a lot like the Romans, and they had pagan gods, and they made sacrifices, and there was no real need to go to war with them. But I think he was just being a little bitch because he didn't want to go to war with the Norsemen because they're pretty badass.
Yeah, well, people forget as well. Like, I mean, the Angles, actually came from Germany. Like, we've got quite a lot of history with Germany. There was a tribe here before called the Celts, who are kind of mainly represented by Scots, Welsh, and Irish now, and that's why there's kind of this kind of tension between the English and the other three, because we're actually a different ethnicity, which a lot of people don't know. So there's that kind of element to it, but also, I mean, North Europeans have become skilled at the art of war because we had to actually fight animals, as we were going further north and further to the west and discovering new lands and stuff. So we became very skilled fighters at that point. So people didn't want to come and fuck with us because they knew that was a bad idea.
Yeah, I just want to say that, I don't hold any ill will, against the British for doing whatever they did to my ancestors. Maybe my ancestors wanted to come over and they were like, oh, hey, let me sign that document. Oh, give me some of that, I want to go to the States or whatever, right? That's probably how the Irish, some of them came over, just indentured servant, indentured as a contract. So a contracted
Yeah, a lot of the
servant.
Irish. Yeah, a lot of the Irish didn't have any choice. They were just taken by the psychopathic rulers of England at the time and just dumped in America. Like, it's not their fault. They ended up there. They had no choice in the matter. Just like a lot of the Africans that were taken over also had no choice in the matter. So, yeah, I mean, I suppose it depends on what part of history you're talking about. But I feel like people like to take a lot of the context out, especially nowadays, and they just go, these people are bad because of the history. Okay, that's nice, but actually it was a very specific set of psychopathic rulers who actually did all of this nasty stuff, and most of the rest of people don't want to do that to other people.
Right, like I said, the British, right? And I often think about, it wasn't just the British, because King James, right, the Scottish king, sent, I think it was 35,000 Irish to the States or to the new land, and he just like grabbed them all up and like sent them, like they were just like snatched.
Yep.
And then I think I've seen this thing where the children that come on the train or whatever, the children on the trains, that didn't happen. That didn't end until the early 1900s, so like 1908 or 1910 or something.
Yeah, I think people forget as well that as an island nation, the English have had a lot of people try and fuck with us as well. Like, I think a lot of people have got this idea of the Brits as being this kind of imperial force throughout history. We subjugated all these people and all the rest. But when you actually look at history, if you believe everything in the history books, the French tried to invade multiple times. We had Barbary raids from North Africa multiple times. The Swedes tried to invade. The Danes tried to invade. We've had the Romans actually invaded and took over. So it's not like we've just been
Charlemagne
sitting
beheaded
here.
5,000 of you guys.
Yeah, it's not like we've just been trying to waiting for who we can oppress next. It's a much richer history than that, and some of it was bloody and some of it was great and some of it was terrible. But isn't that the history of every nation?
Yep. And the Scandinavians, they settled in your East Coast, and you guys were nice enough to let them stay after they settled. That was nice.
Well, there's actually a port in northeast England called Lindisfarne, right? That's not an English name. It's called Lindisfarne because of the people who settled there, named it, and it's just stayed. If you look it up, Lindisfarne, that's not an English name. And I think, is it Ham? Like, we've got a lot of places in the east of England, like ending in like ham, the word ham. I don't think the word ham actually starts from the English language. I think that's like a Danish or I'm fuzzy on this bit, but that comes from like Danish or Norwegian or something. Yeah, like all of these different lands have got these like rich histories of dominance and being subjugated and then rising to prominence again. And I think nowadays people just love to just cut the context out, and they just go, these people are good and these people are bad.
That's true.
That's true. Ignores all of the history, and I don't know. I just don't like it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
So what about the Spanish Armada that was on their way to kick your guys' ass, and there was like a terrible storm that sunk pretty much the whole Armada?
I mean, am I supposed to be happy about that, or?
No, I'm saying that there's been lots of people trying to take your lineage away by killing you.
Yeah, of course. Loads of people tried to fuck with us. But it's not like... This is the thing, is like, do you ever hear an English person complaining about literally every country in Europe trying to fuck with us at some point or another? Like, we don't talk about it. But
yeah, you were the first Protestant nation. I think you might have picked a few fights, you know?
Yeah, I mean, again, but that comes down to a psychopath in charge decided that he wanted to divorce his wife, and he was going to do it no matter, you know, what the consequences were and all the rest. The point I'm trying to make is that I don't actually think that like most people in my eyes are peaceful people of all creeds, colours, whatever. And a lot of these wars are caused by psychopathic rulers, and then we take it as part of our identity, which I don't understand. Like, I didn't decide to invade Iraq. I didn't decide to, you know, kidnap a bunch of people from a country and enslave them. I've never decided any of this stuff. I don't approve of it, and I don't support it. So I don't understand why people would either expect me to form that as part of my identity, or to defend that history in any way. I don't. You know?
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't do it, why should you, you know, be charged with it?
Yeah.
Like, you can't be charged with other men's deeds, right? That's a war crime.
Yeah, true. There's a reason for that.
Yep.
But it might be your own fault because you're white.
Sorry?
It might be your own fault because you're white.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, I mean, that would be as absurd as saying, well, you know, O.J. Simpson killed someone, so, you know, all black people are murderers, right? It's comically poor logic. But people use that kind of logic in all sorts of strange ways. I don't understand it at all.
Look, if you look at history, right, what they do tell us, it's like the pages of history are soaked in blood, like so much so that if you just read any stretch of history, right, there's going to be like a massive undertaking of troops moving and proximity leading to conflict and a whole bunch of people dying, right? And then you go see like a lot of it was like personal, right? Like between the so-called Dracula and his brother, like fighting over the throne. It's like all these people had to die because these two brothers couldn't divide up the kingdom or whatever. And a lot of it boils down to family feuds just spilling over into a country, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I dare someone to find like a 50-year period where there wasn't any war throughout history.
Yeah, but this war history that is being put in the books, obviously it's a big patch of the history, but it's not the whole of it. Not every nation is being always in war.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, they don't even tell us the truth about the present. So they're clearly not telling us the truth about the past. But you know, like, I mean, what do? You can throw it all out if you want. In which case, then no one has any right to moan about anything at all from the past because you can't trust any of it. Or you can trust the bits that you like and discard the bits that you don't. Just cherry picking. Or you can trust all of it. So, and if you trust all of it, then you know that brings us different set of challenges. I'm not sure there's a correct approach, to be honest.
Well, I know one thing's for sure, that the Native American men probably try really hard to satisfy their wives in the wintertime.
Everybody having enough food during the winter? Working before winter to provide during winter? You can hunt during winter and still fish. I mean, go fishing during winter.
Well, we can, but if you're up there in the northern areas, animals tend to go to sleep during the winter months, so it's hard to hunt. You can trap, but they're going to be like small creatures like squirrels.
A lot of rabbits, deer are still pretty active, and they're easy to track too because of the snow on the ground.
I mean, if you're near the coast, you can fish any time of the year, right?
Dude, I mean, you can fish on the ice too. You drill a hole or you cut a hole. You just chop a hole through the ice and you fish.
Yeah.
But it's better during summer.
Yeah, if you're hunting rabbit, you don't need much more than a 22 long rifle.
That's why I say everybody should own a 1022.
That or even a shotgun. Shotgun makes it easier if you can't see to aim. So if you have eyesight problems, it's better to just use a shotgun. But if you can see, use a 22, man. Shit, I've been hoarding 22 ammunition since I could buy it. I still have some boxes that say like 59 cents for a 50 round box of 22 long rifles. 59 cents, man. And this one says 79 cents. Now it probably costs you like $5.
Something seriously has to be done to get glowers in here somehow. We chased them all off, man.
I had a Glober in earlier, didn't we? Skirix or something. He was on the Why Would They Lie train.
Okay, that was his primary concern.
After he'd been shown the Black Swan, yeah, he was like, "But why would they lie?"
Did you guys happen to do the new observation?
No. What one are you referring to?
Well, check out BMLSB's new channel. Or I mean, not new channel. His channel, his new video. Same place, except for there's like a rock formation that's 31.82 miles away that you see the whole damn thing.
Right. How high off the floor?
1.5 feet.
Oh wow,
dude!
Because this guy wasn't a flat earther, was he? I heard that he wasn't a flat earther when he first did the video, and so there was some story.
I don't know about that. I think because I know I've heard that story a few times, and I think maybe people are kind of like accidentally conflating stories of different people. Like I know that's true, or supposedly that was true of Dr. John D. Right? Like, and I don't know. Like sometimes the story got told 2 or 3 times, and I'm not sure if it's true in all 3 cases.
Fair enough. Well, I'll reserve that then, and I'll just say I don't know. Yeah, because we don't want to be spreading BS if possible. So yeah, no Globers, I'm afraid. I'm thinking. Do you remember we had that space? I think it was the summer before last, and we had loads of Globers come in to, or not Globers, sorry, podcasters come in to ask us to come onto their podcasts. I did about 3 podcasts, if you remember. And they were asking me all these different questions about flat Earth and stuff. That seems to have died down. I don't know why.
Crypto, would you like to come on to my podcast and explain the flat Earth to the Globies?
If you want.
Yeah, you really though got to check out that BMLSB 69 video if you haven't seen it yet. It's pretty awesome. He's got like 7 targets out there, so there's more rigs, even at greater distances, and then in frame you have the rock formation that he was talking about, and also one of those rigs for more demarcation and stuff, just like the original Black Swan. So it's like it's a killer because at 1.5 feet, the expected horizon is 1.5 miles, and nearly 32 miles to the thing. I'm pretty sure the horizon's still beyond it. That puts it at like 650 some odd feet that are supposed to be missing, like the target hidden height, and it's only like 80 feet tall.
What was the hidden height? Sorry.
The hidden height is like 650 some odd feet or something like that. and the thing is like 80 some odd feet tall.
Yeah.
I told you guys the light's bending at 8 inches per mile squared. Why don't you believe me?
The Black Swan even more black then.
What are we going to call this? The Dark Swan?
There you go. That's the best name I've heard for it so far.
Man, the video is beautiful. With beautiful music also.
Right. Yeah, I mean, obviously the Globers are going to come up with some completely ham-fisted supposed explanation for it, but we can just laugh about it, I guess, at this point.
Can we call it the swamp donkey? Right, because not too many people believe that these exist, but they really do. They're out there.
Yes, I've encountered a swamp donkey.
They're out there. I told you.
They live in Louisiana.
What is this swamp donkey argument you guys have been talking about? I've been hearing
Not
about
too many
this.
people believe. Not too many people believe they exist because when you say swamp donkey, you're like, what? But it's a real animal. So, it doesn't matter what people believe. right? You can see it from 30 miles.
Is it some other lands there? Because if it's something on 50 miles, it will appear one day.
I think my ex-girlfriend was a swamp donkey.
She may have been. Was her name Richard?
No. No, I've never dated a Richard, mainly because I'm not gay.
Okay, good. Yeah, whatever you do, don't search Swamp Donkey Richard. Don't do that.
I mean, you saying that has guaranteed that at least 3 people have done that now. Including me.
Richard. Oh,
Redheaded
wow.
fluffy guy. Oh shit, that's funny.
There's also a band. There's a band called Swamp Donkey. You may be interested to know.
I might have checked that out.
What's the best? Every time I go and do an Earth curve calculator, I pick a different one, and I know there's some that I like and some that I don't, but I don't know which ones are the ones that I like. What's the which one do you guys like to use? That has like that's the most detailed or whatever.
I just work the shit out of my head, to be honest.
Here's Walter Bislands. How do I switch this shit to Imperial? There we go.
You just have to invade a few countries.
So the height was 1.5. The distance was, I believe it was 31.82. There we go. Yeah, this is a one I was looking for because it's got the target height also. Some of them don't have that. And this is going to be a rough, but I believe someone said it, or I believe the video said it was like 82 feet or something like that tall, the arch.
Why does he get such good shots over there? Is it because the weather is always the same, so the temperature of the air is like pretty close to the
like
temperature of the water?
that would have to be it, right? That's I mean, it is sunny California, you know. Shit.
To tell you the truth, I was a little surprised when I went on 4th of July and I could see the buildings on the other side on the first try. Because I could see it from the shore real easy. I was like, okay, what happens when I get in the water? And then I got in the water and I could still see them. I was like, oh, okay, there's something over there. I don't know what it is. But I knew they were buildings. And I'm glad I went to that spot because apparently a lot of people go to that spot. So when I talk to people from here, I'm like, hey, you ever been there? And they're like, oh, yeah, I've been there. So it's real easy for me to say, you shouldn't have been able to see that. Yeah, my family members have all been there, so I got together and talked about it with them. I was like, that's an impossible shot. They were like, what do you mean? Like, it's on the other side of the curve. You shouldn't have been able to see that if you live on a ball.
It's too easy to slide these things wrong. Accidentally tap it. Trying to figure out this calculator, like that I accidentally moved the refraction and then I didn't know if I just set it. I think I just reset it to standard refraction. And then it's saying
So you set it at standard refraction. Can you set it at negative refraction? Because
yeah,
I've seen
you can
refraction
slide it.
cover up the bottom of stuff. Is that
Yeah,
calculated in?
It's got a slider where you can move it up or down, negative or positive. Yeah.
Okay.
So just out of curiosity, what are you actually doing? Like when you slide the refraction up and down, what's actually happening to the maths equation?
I don't know. I didn't make the calculator, but it makes
horizon radius is moving up and down.
Okay. Yeah. So they're basically altering the size of the Earth mathematically.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Right.
So I mean, yes, they're basically saying that if the Earth was this size, then this would work. Cool. So they're agreeing with that an Earth of that size can't have that image, but they don't realize it.
No.
So if I use this calculator right, though, that 31.82 mile observation, it's showing the entire target should be hidden by 503 feet. The drop is 560 feet.
Where's the curvature? Where?
How high is target? Maybe target is high, 1,000 feet.
You can change the target height, yeah. But the thing is in that observation is it's like an 80-something foot tall like rock formation. So that's just while I'm trying to plug those numbers in.
I do find it interesting that they even bothered making an Earth curve calculator, because the only thing it can do is debunk the globe. It's literally the only thing it can do.
Well, yeah, it's funny because they've got a whole bunch of them that's made by the globe side. Like there's more than one.
Don't they get money for traffic to that thing?
Probably,
yeah.
It's no different than selling lunar real estate to dumb people, Put the Earth curve calculator out there and get some traffic, put some ads up.
That's mirage. That's not real target.
You say it's a mirage, but I guarantee you if you brought a Navy vessel out there and told them to use it for target practice, it wouldn't be a mirage anymore, it'd be a memory.
And it will be 500 feet in the sky, in the air.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Whole town, it's a mirage. And it's not small town, it's big town.
You know, when that dude came back a year later, was like basically saying, "I'm sorry, it's not a mirage." I don't think that gets enough airplay. Like, I think people should like hear that more often, because that guy who came out, you know, he's like a specialist in his field, optics or whatever. I can't remember his name, but the way he talked about the atmosphere working like a lens, like that's so important to understand.
Especially if you are in military.
No, just in the subject in general. Like, if you don't understand, because like I don't think a lot of people realize that the atmosphere is like a fluid. It's not a liquid. It is a gas, but there's fluidity to it, right? There's stuff going on. It's dynamic. There's currents and all sorts of weird things.
What's up, guys?
Why would they lie?
What's up? What's up?
Yo, I got a question for you guys. So, I forget who it was, but we're talking about flat Earth to like some newbie in here, and he kept talking about the like he's like, because we were talking about the second law, I think, of thermodynamics, how you can't have an atmosphere in a vacuum, and he goes, okay, so what's the barrier? And you're all like, we don't know. Do you guys not think there's a firmament? Is that like?
Here's the thing: we're empiricists, right? So you know what an empiricist is, right?
No.
Well, we're not going to talk about anything we don't know about. We understand that the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, the necessary thing that you have to have, is a container. Do we say that it's a firmament? Like, I don't know. It's kind of an emotionally charged word, right? So would you say that it's dome shaped, or would you say that it's flat? Like, we don't know. We don't know the answer. We just know that there has to be a container, right? Because we're experiencing gas pressure. So is it hammered out brass like a shield? What is it?
Pyramid?
And even with that in mind, see, the question, in my opinion, is it's none of it really matters, because the container, yeah, we know we needed containment for pressure, but it's against what? It's against this vacuum of space that they haven't proven that either. Like, do I have to assume there's a vacuum out there?
No, I see what you're saying. We don't have to give them evidence for everything just because they supposedly have their evidence for everything. But I thought that the sprites mainly, same with like Sundogs, kind of proved the existence. Or, I know we all know that there is something. We don't know exactly what it is, but as far as I knew, like, to me at least, the sprites definitely proved the firmament. Maybe that's because I'm like a Christian and most of my flat Earth beliefs go with the Bible, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, just the word firmament, it's a biblical word, right? Like, so if we all just used firmament, I don't know, personally, I have no problem with it. Like, personally, on a personal level, but I know a lot of people out there would, because a lot of the people who come in, the new people we talk to, are people who believe in the globe. They also typically, not all, but many of them don't believe in God, and they hear the word Bible or anything that's biblical at all, and they roll their eyes and stop listening to you.
Yeah.
So me,
Hank, if you can hear this, you're roboting right now.
Am I roboting?
Oh, there you go. You're good.
Am I good?
You're good.
Yep, all good.
All right, yeah. I don't care if you call it a firmament, right? But it's like, well, how do you describe the firmament to someone who doesn't know about the Bible and they don't know about any of this? And then once you've described it, how do you know that that's the truth? So it's like, okay, the necessary antecedent for a steak is a cow, right? But think about how many different types of cows there are. I mean, yeah, they're all the same kind of animal, but there's different types of the kind, right? So is the firmament dome shaped, or is that due to our perspective? Is it flat like a disc over top of us? I mean, it's one of them things.
Could be
What is
pyramid,
it,
kind of.
right?
Cube?
Yeah, or it could be.
Why not? Nobody knows.
Yeah, cube over top of us. Yeah, nobody knows. So it's like, do we believe in the firmament? And I'm going to say that's where the word belief comes in, right? Do we know that there's a container? Yeah, there has to be a container. That's all I'm going to say.
No, that makes sense. I see where you're coming from.
Well said, Hank.
Yeah, Hank's been on fire today, as usual.
Today's a coffee day.
It's getting a little late for coffee, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll probably wind down in about an hour. I haven't had coffee in a couple hours.
We've got a couple of new people in the chat. We've got Bree, B-R-I. I don't know if this is oh no, they're flat earther, sorry. We've also got Bufu. Hello to you guys. I don't think I've spoken to you guys properly before. And for some reason my Discord won't let me access anyone else. So I can't actually check. But is Michael Gleason? Hello. Oh. Yeah, I don't know.
Hi.
Oh, fair enough.
Hello.
Yeah, I was just saying hello to people. Just seeing if anyone wanted to get involved in the discussion.
Oh, it's been so long since I got to rumpus you. I'm glad you're here.
If not, Hanky Karen.
Like, that had that same laugh right there, like, shit, not rumpus time, man.
I found the rumpus last night in the server. On my way out of that gay server I accidentally went into, I seen the rumpus.
Yeah, he was over. He was over in that one I was talking about that I got invited to yesterday. That from Reconor that to Geo's server. He was in there, and then he kept talking over. He kept rumpusing everybody, so they actually muted him in there for a minute to tell him that he kept rumpusing everybody, and so he deafened himself and then left. That's rumpus for you.
Classic.
And then you ran into him over on the gay server. That's even more rumpus for you.
On my way out, get it right, on my way out, I got in there, I said, wait, oh no, snap, I'm out. Ooh, the rumpus. Later. They probably let him rumpus him. He's probably right at home there.
Hey, that Asgunas has a question in there, or a statement. He's saying you've never seen the container.
I've never seen the curve either, but I see evidence to logically infer a container like pressure. What do you need for a pressure? It's in the definition of gas pressure, right?
What's the necessary existing condition of pressure? Gunas? There's a state that has to exist for pressure to exist. Do you think gas pressure behaves in a way at an elevation you never been to? Okay, first of all, can you please use syntax and grammar?
You have to have a closed system in order to have pressure.
Yeah. And by the way, elevation is not going to be your argument because that's not an argument for pressure. That's an argument for gradient. We're not talking
You
about
can't
gradient,
have
are we? We're talking
you
about
can't have
pressure.
you can't have a gradient without first having pressure. Which comes first? X or delta X?
In this
You're
case,
not
you
a
got
globe.
double X.
You're not a globe. That's just what I'm thinking. What? You're not a globe. You're not a glober? Okay.
Where are you reading that from? Is this on the YouTube?
Don't y'all watch the live stream voice text in here?
I do. I'm with you,
I know
brother.
MJ does.
Oh, you
They're
know what?
lost.
I ended up scrolling around and now I'm looking at another server's live stream text.
Oh, I've done that before. I've been posting in other
Yeah.
people's chat. I'm like, oh, no wonder no one can see what I'm doing.
I'm trolling. I'm also trolling Mike Flatbird in the check-in in his server where I've been for the last 2 weeks waiting to get let in.
Blackbird? Oh, wow. Is he still a fifth dimension spirit creature on horse opiates?
Well, listen, this who said that gas pressure behaves in a way in an elevation?
I'm hearing something like that.
Somebody of us, because he mentioned that sentence. Who think that gas pressure behaves in a way at an elevation?
I don't know. I guess
Nobody.
Eunice was asking us, well, doesn't that have to do with an elevation? And no, because that's gradient. That has nothing to do with the pressure. That's a result of, not a cause of.
Did he get something?
I don't know.
Can he write something now? Like I get it now, or I didn't get it. You are wrong. I disagree.
Give him some time to Google.
No.
He's got a mic. I can hear it going off.
He's gonna leave you hanging, bro. That's the long troll.
Yeah, I have a mic.
Come on, Eunice, give us a good one.
Now, theory and gas pressure.
Gunas, explain yourself.
I'll just repeat that.
I want to know which instrument measures that 10 to minus 72.
Basically, I mean, we don't know that there's a container because we've never observed one. We just think there is one because the laws of gas pressure.
No. Did you pay?
Wait a minute.
It becomes a logical inference from the evidence.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. The container is the necessary foundation for even making the claim in the first place. To have gas pressure, you must have a container. Period. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. You have to have it.
Meme, can you have an aeroplane without wings?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Can you eat a steak without a cow?
No.
But what about filet mignon?
Hold on. But can a filet mignon cause a steak or cause a cow? Huh?
Except,
nope.
See, I see the filet mignon.
Well, what if we cut?
That's not proof to me a cow ever exists.
What if we cut it up in 1,000 pieces? Does it then in turn prove a cow?
Look, hamburger doesn't resemble a cow. So if I can't see the cow, then I believe hamburger doesn't need a cow to exist. I mean, goodness, there's the thing. You have to have A before you have B. You cannot have it goes container, pressure, then gradient. To have either of the following two, you need the container.
Right. You have to have it because it's an inference, but it's not an observation.
Because it's natural law, man.
Oh, no.
Nothing else.
In every experiment, it's necessary.
It's an
Anytime you try to
antecedent.
create pressure, you need a container. To
Yeah, it's
have
a necessary antecedent.
This
Necessary
was
antecedent.
established many years ago over many debates and demonstrations.
We can demonstrate it too. Give me a tire. An air compressor.
Yeah, but you can't demonstrate it at the scale that Earth is.
Scale is irrelevant. Yeah, all that
Here's
means
the thing.
is that
You can't demonstrate the pressure without a container at any level. How
Yeah,
about that? How about
Right.
them
Actually,
apples?
actually, see, the thing is it's about burden of proof. Like, we're able to demonstrate the way that air pressure, gas pressure works here on Earth, okay? And we can expect it to work that way every time because it does. Works the same way every time. Now, if you're the one who's claiming that it works some other way, you now
Time
have
for
to
me.
prove it. And you're the one who has to somehow scale down a planet and show it to us, or just show it to us on a planetary scale. But I don't know how that's going to happen.
excellent. Yes, perfect example. That's exactly what I was going to say, Lou. You stole exactly what I was going to say. It's that they're making a claim that, sure, we see everything we have to do down here needs a container, but we don't need it up there because we don't see it. They're making the inverse of the argument. Doesn't make any sense. Like every single demonstration we have is you need a container for gas pressure. And they're saying that because we can't see a container at the large scale, because we can't reach it, it must not exist. So that's the claim against the evidence. The evidence is that you do need a container.
Gas may just behave differently way up there.
That is a claim with no evidence, though.
See, according to like most people who understand how
that is
science works, if you make a claim, you have to back it up. If you can't back it up, then we could just miss it as easily as you brought it into existence with a sentence.
Yeah.
We could just say, "Yeah, that ain't happening. Show us." Oh, you
Break
can't show
out
us.
Newton's
Never mind.
flaming sword.
Hello?
Well, no one can go that
break it.
high. No one
Is
can
that
go that high.
essentially what you're
hello.
saying?
No.
Hold on. Essentially, what you're saying is that at a certain altitude, the laws of physics change.
It may
What's
be
that tonight?
different.
Hoarder, shut up.
Oh, sorry.
So what you're saying is that what we can test, experiment with, observe, and what we know to be true, with just a little altitude, is just not true anymore.
Right.
So
And
let me explain.
You can't prove pressure. You can't demonstrate pressure without containment. And that which can't be proven by experiment isn't worthy of debate.
So let me explain. Let me give you an example of what you're doing. You're saying, if I go high enough, I can see unicorn nipples. And we're saying, show us the evidence for that. And you're saying, well, I can't. You have to go high enough. Well, I don't see any evidence here, right, for unicorn nipples or gas pressure without a container. So I don't have to debate either one of those, right, because there's no evidence.
Unicorns don't exist on a flat over. Sorry.
Have you ever been that high? Have you ever been 5 miles up? How do you know? Have you ever been above 5 miles?
Hey, you know what? I didn't go anywhere to see unicorn nipples. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
See, I'm just mirroring his argument. He's saying that up there, this happens, right? And he's saying, well, unicorns, someone else said unicorns don't exist on a globe or a flat earth. Exactly. Neither does gas pressure without a container.
Well, see, we're arguing invoking credulity. He's arguing with an appeal to incredulity.
Yeah, I mean, in addition, it's a special pleading fallacy.
Yeah, it's like many fallacies all wrapped up into one.
Yeah. They often are.
Come on with that Palational.
Okay, I have one more thing to say.
Yeah, I was telling you to come on. I seen you trying to get in there. Come on.
I'd
Let him
like to
speak,
feel,
guy.
I
Let him
feel
speak.
like somebody should be ready on this one.
Let that us gun
on an
us
insult towards
speak.
someone's mother.
Let him ask his question.
All right, so we don't really even understand this place that we're in, right? So how can you say that gas pressure is gonna behave in a way, in
Yes,
the
we do.
same way, a place where you don't really even understand?
We do understand.
We can demonstrate it through
Yeah.
experimentation. That's how.
Yeah, reality is real.
So if you build a house out of bricks, if you start with the foundation, you know when you get done, you're going to have a brick house. If you build a house out of wood and you start with wood and nails, you're going to end up with a wooden house. That's
You
how
don't
it
even
works
know.
in the world.
You know where the wood came from. The wood came
Shit.
from the tree, but you don't know where the gas came from.
Yeah, I know where the gas
Earth.
comes from.
No. You don't know where the gas came from. That's not our problem. That's your problem. We're fine. We're fine with what we have.
Where did the gas come from?
Gunas, you're
The
the one who is
ecosystem.
claiming that the gas has no container.
You know where
Gas
the
comes
gas
from the
is.
living ecosystem. Decomposition, plankton, the oceans, trees, photosynthesis. We know where gas comes from. Try again. We can demonstrate that with experimentation also.
Let's look at the Big Bang model for like 1 second here, or a minute. And at one point, Earth was just a rock and had no gas, no water, right? Had no gas, no water.
No gas, no water.
Yes. There was a point in the past when Earth could not have had an atmosphere. Right.
No.
So are you
You
saying
don't
Earth
know.
just sprang into existence? Ex nihilo?
Did the creator just sprung into existence?
That's what I'm asking you. Did Earth just spring into existence with the gas pressure already there? Where did it get the pressure?
Can't be there.
Huh?
The gas pressure can't be there, right? It would have to.
Came in. What did it like? Pay rent? Did it arrive there on a jet plane? How did it get there?
Evolution.
If you don't
Evolution
know,
is
just say you don't know.
Just say you don't know. Don't make stuff up, right? Why are you making stuff
No,
up?
no, me that time joking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. How did the gas get here?
How did the gas get here? Not how did the gas get here. How did the Earth get pressurized in the first place? Where did the pressure come from? It came pressurized, you said?
No, because it is pressurized.
No. It is pressurized. How did it get pressurized?
That's how it came from Amazon.
Saying, did it take a cab? I mean, was it always here? There has to be some point in the past when the Earth got its pressure.
It needs to be a container.
Well, obviously. And at first it was in a vacuum. How to get water, since water just boils off.
Water boils in a vacuum.
Yep, just turns to gas.
Indeed.
This might seem a little bit derailing, but what's at the edge of the heliocentric universe?
Gravity.
Come on.
Come on, don't joke us
To be
around.
honest, that is the standard global answer to literally everything, so I don't blame him.
I am C3PO. Human cell.
Okay, let's ask him. How do you know that gravity is at the edge of the universe?
I don't know. I'm not a Glover. But I just brought this up just so I could hear you guys argue it. So I know how to argue it in the future.
Okay.
Well, there's plenty of ways to do it, partner.
Well, you don't really have to use anything except logic because there's actually no rational claim being made based on any facts. So the
Even though
mistake,
there's still logic, there's no observance of the container.
No, we can't knock on anything and say this is the container, right?
I'm going to use one of QE's examples. Have you ever gone out to a restaurant and ordered a steak or a burger before?
Yeah, and I know it came from a cow.
Yeah. Did you have to see the cow to know that it came from a cow?
Well, I already seen cows.
No. But you didn't see
already seen
the
containers
cow,
too.
did you? You didn't see the cow that your burger or your steak came from, right? So,
No,
in order
but on
to
point
know,
five, not seen cows before.
Stop being argumentative. That's low IQ.
just you need to understand the point being made, right? The fact that you have a steak or a burger on your plate is proof that cows exist without having seen a cow, right? Does that make sense?
No, it could be like a genetically engineered steak. It could
Stop.
be tofu.
Stop being argumentative. That is insipidly low IQ.
Was it genetically modified steak in the question,
Medically
or did I just say
engineered.
steak? I just
Yeah,
said
you just said
steak, right? So you know what I'm saying. Clearly, if a steak exists, then a cow must have existed to produce that steak. That's the argument.
But without ever
Okay,
seeing
think about it
a
like
cow in
this
my
is
life.
this is so much easier. Say I meet you in person and I introduce you to my oldest. I say this is my son, right? You know that somewhere there's a woman that I must have taken to bed and produced the son with because I can't make them all by myself, can I? So the
You could
necessary
have been
antecedent
adopted.
for me having a boy child is a female to make him with, right?
I understand the logic, yeah.
Okay, so where do you get gas pressure from?
A container.
A container. That's right.
Container.
Technically, it's how
Still have a
you
finger on
have
there.
pressure, not where you get the pressure from.
I also wanted to address this because this is something that's been annoying me for a while. It's actually not gas pressure that we're talking about. We're talking about maintained and sustained gas pressure.
Yes.
Because you can create pressure with wings or just by moving things. You can create gas pressure, sure. We're talking about the maintenance of that gas pressure. That's what really matters.
Yeah, and when the plane flies by, when it creates those two different pressure differentials that makes the plane lift up because of the low pressure under it and the high pressure above it pulling it into the air, it doesn't stay that way after the plane passes through.
Yeah, exactly. So actually, it's actually a fundamentally incomplete question to say how do you have gas pressure without a container? Well, you can have gas pressure without a container, but you can't maintain it.
Right. And technically, those planes are flying around inside a container that has gas pressure, which is why they can create pressure differentials inside a pressurized system.
So it's okay to say you know that something's there without observing it. By just inferring.
That's what? Well, you know the steak came from a cow, so you know there was a cow. You know
I
the
mean,
human came from another
it's
human.
No, you know that there's a steak.
I get his point. I get his point though. Like, so you can. That's where I think a lot of people say that's why you can't really be 100% certain of anything. There's always a little bit of a shadow of doubt, but you can be fairly certain.
Yeah, unless you can produce a steak without a cow coming first. I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
Or a male
And
child without a female.
Aristotle qualified, I think it was Aristotle who qualified knowledge with a justified true belief. And so when you have a logical inference like the steak exists, therefore it came from a cow, that's a justified true belief. And so if I say pressure exists, therefore a container must exist, that's a justified true belief. Now, I don't know what it is. I don't know how far away it is. I don't know if it's a container or if it's just the end of reality. Like it's the just end of everything.
Yeah, and to contrast that with, say, like, things fall down, therefore gravity exists, well, that's justified, and it's a belief, but it's not necessarily true, and so it doesn't fall within the realm of knowledge or within truth.
My thing is, it's specific gravity, right? I think they just hijacked the name.
Yes, which is density.
And I often use your little experiment. You brought it up one day, like, hey, we could prove this in a vacuum chamber, right? That the density is the relative density is what's causing things to fall down, right?
Oh,
and I've been
yeah,
using it ever since. I'm pretty sure that was you that came up with it.
Yeah, that's the one I always go to when they try and use the vacuum chamber for gravity. I say, okay, let's put that into a scientific experiment.
But listen to this meme. When somebody using that stupid example of taking some whatever, let's say pen, they say elect gravity. Nobody will say, look, I'm taking the more dense thing than air, and I'm dropping in the more dense medium. Nobody will say like that simple. I'm taking the more dense thing than air, and I'm dropping that more dense thing into air. That's it.
Now, see, I don't know if everyone here has heard the argument that I made, which is they'll say, if you want to prove gravity, you put things into a vacuum chamber and they both fall down at the same rate, right? That's their argument, isn't it? Okay, well, if we put that into the part of the scientific method where it goes in the experiment part, what is the variable that we've manipulated to cause those things to fall at the same rate? The medium.
Yep.
That's the only thing we've manipulated is the medium. Therefore, the cause of the effect is the medium. Done. It's density.
Hey, back to the gas pressure thing for a second. So is wind technically gas pressure?
Wind is high pressure seeking low pressure. So it's when you're experiencing wind, it's because it's trying to seek its equilibrium.
Pressure differential.
Oh wait, so I guess wind would be gas pressure if it's pressing up against an object and moving it, and you're talking about the object, right?
Okay, think about it like this. You're driving down the road. The front of your car is extremely high pressure. The back of your car is extremely low pressure, right? Because you're not behind the 18-wheeler. It's just you on the highway. You're going 85 miles an hour. Like your front bumper is experiencing quite a bit of pressure, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the back of your car is not very much pressure at all. That's why we like to get behind 18-wheelers, right?
Yeah, or an albatross likes to hang out, behind those ships at sea that have the updraft come behind them, and they just ride that, That Pink Floyd song that has the lyrics in it, albatross hanging motionless in the air. My dad told me a long time ago that's what that was referring to, was them doing that.
What about the labyrinths of coral caves, where the echoes of a distant time come willowing across the sands? Boy, I can't believe I know the lyrics, all the lyrics to that song too.
I'm not placing. I know Pink Floyd pretty well. I'm not not
Echoes.
their
That's from
entire
the album
collection.
Metal. I believe it's 1977. No.
Off the Metal album.
It's
Okay.
off of
Yeah, I don't know that one.
MEDDLE. Yep, that has
That
Meadows.
well.
It has Saint Tropez, which is a great song. That's a good album. It's the lesser known album, but has a 23-minute track in it called Echoes, where he says, "Overhead, the albatross hangs
Oh,
motionless
I
upon
know
the
that.
air."
Okay,
Yeah,
echoes. I've heard echoes before,
yeah,
not too, but yeah, I know. Okay,
yeah.
that's what that's from.
Pink Floyd. When I was from the time I was 13 to probably 22, I only listened to Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin, and that was it.
I did. That's actually exactly me too, dude. And then now that I've got my old tube amplifier stereo receiver back from being refurbished, I've been jamming some of that stuff again, and it's taking me back. I feel good.
Yeah,
It's like
it's funny because any Pink Floyd that like they would sit there and they'd put on any Pink Floyd song and I can just sing along with it. I knew lyrics every song. They'd put on any B track. They even put on the final cut, and I knew the lyrics to the final cut that only had Roger Waters really in it, which is a really kind of mediocre album.
The final cut is shit.
yeah, it was mostly. I mean, my Pink Floyd collection was back in my CD owning days. I had I had Dark Side. I had Wish You Were Here. I had The Wall. Those are like the three staples. Everybody has those. I also had Animals, and I think that that was probably it for my Pink Floyd collection. But I had
the box set that had all the naked ladies on the front of it, painted up like Pink Floyd, in all the albums.
I don't know what the box sets look like, but yeah.
Well, that's what I had. I had a
I'm
box set with every Pink Floyd album on it, and it had a big thick book with all the lyrics. So, but yeah, I must have watched The Wall 100 times.
Dude, The Wall is actually pretty cool. The Milwaukee Symphony or the Milwaukee Rock Orchestra back in it must have been the late '90s or early 2000s. They did The Wall, and I got to go see it as a play with it was a play and a live orchestra doing
Nice.
it. It was fucking
Look,
cool.
Mummy, there's an aeroplane up in the sky.
Yeah.
Which one? Oh.
That's from The Wall. That's Goodbye Blue Sky.
Did you see the frightened ones?
Have you ever seen them live?
Did you hear the
Who in here when
falling
I said the final cut was a mediocre album? Who agreed with me? Someone British did. Who was that?
It's shit.
Yes, I would agree with you. It was just Roger Waters pontificating about his own personal pain. It was ego and nothing else.
Is a consummate whiner, Roger.
Yeah, and Roger is why they broke up.
Yeah, pretty much.
And held a grudge. And I like David Gilmour era Floyd. Those are great albums. Division Bell, that's great.
Have you seen him live?
I have a live concert on VHS somewhere. I never got to see them live though. They were. I was too young. Like I was when they really kind of stopped touring. I was still too young to go see like their last shows.
I saw them on the Momentary Lapse of Reason tour.
Yeah,
that was quite something. Some at Wembley Stadium, which is like at the time was the UK's biggest pop venue, pop concert venue.
It's like everybody who's like 5 years older than me has seen Pink Floyd, and I never got to. I'm 40.
Sure. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm about to turn 40. Yeah, we listen to the same music at the same time. Way too late.
Yeah, I found Pink Floyd when they were on their way out. When it was at the kind of the tail end of like David Gilmour's session with running Pink Floyd, and they were just not going to be a band after that.
Right.
They just
Answer this for me then. I know the group of people in that time that listened to the same music as me. And you say you were always a straight edge, like never freaking did anything. How did you manage to how did you manage to have the same musical taste as all the drug addicts when you say that you never touched any?
Because those were all my friends. They were the only interesting people.
Okay, that answers it. That's it.
Yeah. I was like, I'm never touching it, but I like being around y'all.
When I saw Pink Floyd at Wembley, I was in a group of people. I was about 24, and we were in a group of about 30 people who went. And one of them was my friend's landlord, who saw Jimi Hendrix in his last live performance in the Isle of Wight.
My dad went to Woodstock and he saw the Beatles.
Cool. My mum.
The Beatles are shit. Who cares?
Yeah.
My
Overrated.
My mum saw the Beatles in a local theatre when she was 17, and the way she described it, that's all she did. She saw them because they came on, and this girl screaming was so loud they didn't hear a bloody note or words being sung.
God, I can't stand hearing that noise though. All the women screaming.
I see the Beatles as the same as do you guys remember Acorn computers?
Yeah,
sure.
The Beatles are Acorn computers for music.
Yeah. You know, I like some of their more psychedelic stuff.
Dude, I don't know, man. That bothers me a little bit. There's good and bad Beatles, and I don't know exactly how to separate it, but
it's easy.
there's a lot of different Beatles.
It's easy. Just throw it all in the
all
trash and listen to a better band.
Yeah. Look, just get rid of all your Beatles albums and just switch over to Led Zeppelin. Because, I mean, Led Zeppelin, yeah, sure, it's mainstream, it's been played to death, but it's legitimately great. Led Zeppelin is one of the few bands whose reputation matches their actual music, where they're actually good enough to match the reputation that they garnered, or the popularity they garnered.
It's old. You can play them always through every generation, and they're still good.
Yeah.
Unlike Rihanna.
I feel like Tool might be like that actually. As far as a more modern band, they're one that I think is going to stick around with a cult following for a long time.
I knew a girl who used Long Black Wavy Hair by Zeppelin as her stripper routine back in 2011. It's timeless music, right? Chill out, Freya.
Have you got a number?
No, she's married now.
She got a sister.
Yeah, but you don't want that. Woof. Those genetics are split right down the middle of the road in that family.
No, that's a shame.
Yeah. Oh, wow, you got so many beautiful people in your family. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It was like she carried the can so everyone else could be fit.
He said full disclosure.
Full disclosure what? Oh, yeah, full disclosure.
You don't want nothing about that. You don't want none of that.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a beautiful kid and an ugly kid. It's weird, because I have three beautiful kids. It's great.
I love parents that say that shit about their kids. I got a pretty kid and an ugly kid.
No, my kids look like they came from the shores of Valinor. They are legitimately tall and blonde and lithe. It's just nuts. Where'd these kids come from? They look like me, but they're blonde. Of course, I have a bunch of blondes on my mom's side of the family.
All my kids were born blonde haired, blue eyed.
Elsewhere, man.
I was born blonde haired, blue eyed, but my eyes turned green and my hair turned brown.
Yeah, that's super common in my family too. I guess that's probably just common with white people, but where it changes. In my family, both my dad, pretty much me, my dad, all of my dad's brothers, like they were born blonde, but their hair darkened up and became like mine was I wasn't born blonde, but it was a light brown, and it got darker and darker and darker like all through probably till about my 20s, and then it yeah.
Yeah, mine was platinum blonde, like paper, when I was little.
Children of the Corn blonde.
Yes.
Or no, Village of the Damned. I always say Children of the Corn when I mean Village of the Damned.
Both.
Yeah, like devoid of color, like
blonde and strawberry blonde. Malachi.
No, I think that obsession with like rock and roll and like stadium rock, I got so sick of it. That's why I just, by the time I was like 19, 20, I just completely got into punk rock for like a decade and a half.
It's another interesting group of people to hang around with. And you'll find a straight edge group in there too. Like, okay, I get that. You fit in that for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Not really so much the Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin fucking group, but the punk rock, yeah, you do.
I never met a fan of Pink Floyd. I am the only fan of Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin who was not stoned all the time. Every single person I knew who was like, man, these are my favorite band. They all talked like that. Bro, you got to listen to this, man. Wait, why you call me man all the time?
Oh, what's wrong with that, man?
I was so straight edge. I never even got a contact high.
Man, why you so uptight, man? Get in the circle, man. Don't fuck up the rotation, bro.
No, it never appealed to me. None of them were hard drug addicts or anything.
Man, man, how do you poop with all that tension, bro? You need to get high.
No, see, that's why I got into punk though, because I was like, I need something that's more like, I need the cocaine of music. That's what I needed. Because I needed. I didn't need to be mellow.
So hold on. Let me find out. Did you ever have a fucking like 9-inch tall glued, like Elmer's glued mohawk?
Yeah, you ever listen to Method?
No,
Method
I had
of
something
Destruction?
else. I had something else. I had something called a devlock.
Okay, what's that?
That's where you slick the sides back and pull the front down into like a point, kind of like over one eye or over the other or down the middle.
Yeah, okay, it's sort of emo-ish today, isn't it? They still kind of do that.
No, it didn't look like that. No, it was objectively punkish looking.
Oy vey.
It was hard to manage all that hair, though.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't put it in a ponytail because it wasn't long enough.
I didn't want to put it in a
Stuff in the
ponytail
hat.
because I didn't want to look like a faggot.
I can put my ass hair.
I hated ponytails with a passion.
I can put my ass hair in a
Let's
little
walk
bun.
around the hat. Let's walk around the ass hair.
If you scroll up a couple of hours, probably you'll see a picture of me from when I was.
I can put my ass hair in a bun.
That is a tainted subject.
What is
ass bun hair?
Yeah.
You're braiding your ass hair.
I did.
Bun.
Is it the unhappy trails above the crack, or is it like from the crack?
Oh my
I can't give you all that information. I can DM you a picture.
DM Mike the picture. I got your back. I won't let him ban you.
No. Not if you don't want banned. That's a bannable offense, man.
Bro, do you think I'm going to post something like that? Ha! Ha! Shit.
Look, here's my
That's a no,
daughter
by the
as
way.
a youngin' saying, do it. Do it. I dare you. Do it.
Nope.
Do it. He won't ban you. She hates when I share her pictures. She gets on here to see. She's like, damn it, Dad, I'm not that little kid anymore. Stop sharing my pictures.
Hey, a favorite picture's a favorite picture, man. You're never going to put that one away.
No,
mine
I
wants
got a digital.
mine wants to be in every picture and freaking show it to every. She wants me to show it to you guys all the time. I'm like, look, this doesn't fit. I'm not gonna just
She's
start
a
dropping you, do it, doing poses and shit.
She's a ham.
Oh God,
loves a photo. Yeah,
she's gonna be fucking trouble. This one, like, she's too pretty, too smart, and too outgoing. It's gonna be hard keeping up with her for.
Just teach her karate, and that's it. It's black belt, dog. I'm not kidding.
Tell her to think when she first looks at people, can I take him?
Exactly. Everyone is to be sized up just in case.
Just in case. Dun 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 dun. You take a modern girl.
Okay, check this out. So she joined Scouts, which it's not Girl Scouts or Boy Scouts, it's Scouts. She joined Scouts. I had to take her around to go and try to find garbage in the park to pick up to get a badge. But I live in like a rural area and people like keep things pretty clean. There's not like a lot of garbage blowing around. So it was a little bit of a chore. And I didn't want to do this all day, but she wanted to take a picture with every single piece of garbage. And it had to be like, she had to do a pose to do it. It had nothing to do with the garbage. I just had to prove to her, a Cub Scout leader or a scout leader, that she picked up garbage. That's what these pictures were for. I told her that. But no, she wanted me to like,
I
she
have
wanted
some
to
bad
do
news for you, Lou.
Instagram model picture for every single piece of garbage she picked up. I'm like, no, this isn't what we're doing.
I have some
Like-
bad news for you, Lou.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just gonna leave it there. That's all.
Yeah. Like this is one of them, but like it had to be her. Like, oh, you're gonna pull out the camera? Don't take a picture unless I'm ready. I'm gonna pose. Like, like.
She just wants to show off those shades, bro.
I
thought you were going to say something like, I've got some bad news for you, Lou. She's going to be picking up garbage for the rest of her life.
Oh, my God.
Exactly what I was gonna say.
It's the kind of thing you would say, so possibly, is it?
Harsh, bro.
All right, well, I know for a fact that's not true, so fuck you.
Fuck you very, very much.
And this girl's gonna do pretty much whatever she wants.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least you know it early on. You're like, okay, well, that's how it's going to be. That's all right. Okay. Crack your knuckles. Let's do it. Let's go. I made this meme the other day. I think it's funny. But
You making memes now, bro?
yeah, I'm getting bored.
It's a little too subtle.
Too subtle? Because I just wanted him to look at you at the end, be like, okay? I don't know. Anyway. It's just that face he's making is such a nonsense face. It's like all of the emotions in one face. All right, how about that one?
Better. I need to find all my Jeremy Clarkson reaction images. I got a bunch of them somewhere.
Who's that?
The original shit poster.
Oh.
Back in the late '90s, he had a show on British television, and he would make fun of other nationalities, other countries, other races, and he would stick stuff in microwaves and blow it up. And he was kind of an edgelord. And he's like, it was great. It was like the internet.
The Wild Wild West?
Yeah. So.
Well, you know, I think the Wild Wild West wasn't anything like they say.
Actually, it wasn't. It had a low crime rate. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Hollywood always blows it out of proportion. And it sucks, too, 'cause, like, Tombstone, very good movie. But
well,
they
keep remaking the same story over and over and over in Hollywood. Wyatt Earp, Wyatt Earp, Wyatt Earp. How many Wyatt Earp movies are there?
12.
1,200?
Yeah, the whole Wyatt Earp movie, it depends on him telling the truth. It's basically his story of what happened, and that's it. And how do we know that that's what really happened?
Yeah, because he killed everybody, so.
Dead men tell no tales.
Coincidentally, dead men get no tail.
Oh!
Tell that to a Muslim.
Yeah, well, boom, 1,000 virgins, that's male virgins. Nobody specified gender.
No thanks.
Well, if it's male virgins, count me in. This is MAIL, right? As in unopened envelopes?
No. Hey, Joe. Where you going with that gun in your hand?
He said, I'm going to kill my old lady. Caught her messing around with another man. Joe, keep your mouth shut. Don't say that. That's premeditated. Shit,
Going
man.
downtown to shoot my old lady. You know, I caught her messing around with another man. I like that. I shot the sheriff. Yes, I did. But I did not shoot the deputy.
Oh, no.
Like, wait. No. Okay, maybe I did shoot the deputy. I shot them both. Fuck it.
They were in on it.
That's what they get for standing in a line. You ever heard the Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin?
Probably.
It's a good one. You've heard it. It's one of their more popular ones. You've definitely heard it.
We come from the land of the ice and snow, from the midnight sun where the hot springs flow.
Did you guys? I believe that's from the 2 album, yeah, which is like my favorite album. So I believe that I could be wrong, but I think I'm right.
Still the jam.
Remember that one Led Zeppelin song? He's like, the evil Gollum stole my woman away.
Please,
dude,
no.
Actually, that tone right there, nobody has ever duplicated it. many have tried, all have failed. Like nobody can do that the same.
No one can do
You
that
are
that scream.
Yeah.
I can.
No.
I can, but I'm not. I can, and it's actually really, really super easy because it's a nasal trick. You hear how I have a really nasally voice?
No, I know. People
Yeah,
can get close. They just can't do
that
it. They just can't do it the same,
yeah
man. Like,
that broken
I can
deviated
nail it.
septum. That helps me with that.
I can nail it. It's actually when we do karaoke. That's one of my go-tos because I can actually nail it.
all right, because usually that's what drunk people all say. They're all like,
Yeah, but I don't drink. And you know how to talk like Meatwad, right?
Yeah, that utters from a deviated septum.
Yeah, if you can do that, believe it or not, if you can do that and you can switch between that and your voice fluidly, you can actually nail any Zeppelin song really easy.
It's all about that. Just got to know how to form your larynx and other stuff, right, to get the sound. Just practice, dude, a lot.
Because most people, when they do that, they're trying to sing it. You don't sing any of that.
Yeah,
They're trying to sing it from like their throat and stuff. You don't do
which
that.
is hard to do. Those notes are too high.
That's not what he's doing.
I know. It's his singing style.
I am coming.
If you can talk like Bobby, you can do it.
Master Shake! I can't do Master Shake to save my life. I'd have to practice on it.
I don't know what you're talking about, Fur.
Fur.
You listen
Make
to
me a
me.
burger.
You listen
Listen
to
to
me.
me.
My brother-in-law used to watch that stuff all the time, and the only thing I can remember is in the year 75, I was there. I'm like, what the fuck are you watching, bro?
Yeah.
What is this shit?
I have 5 seasons of that on DVD. This is a great show.
Well, aren't you better than everyone?
Yes, I am. You finally figuring this?
So? No, I already knew it, but
It's just like Nordic Gamer. Yes.
The only thing that makes sense in that show is Carl, because Carl's the fat slob that's eating that food. Right?
he's my favorite.
It's
I always
his
considered
dreams.
Fry to be the voice of reason on that show, but he's completely insane too.
Why don't you come over later?
Whoa, ow!
Can you say I'm Pepe the Frog with that voice?
How come that sounded like Dr. Girlfriend?
Can you say I'm Pepe the Frog with that voice?
Which voice? Pepe
I
doesn't
thought
have
you were
a
doing
voice.
the voice.
Pepe is all of us. All of us have Pepe's voice.
We are.
I'm just mad about Harry, and Harry's mad about me.
Yeah.
Figured it out. We are the frogs in the boiling water.
Just think about how it looks on the YouTube. Your name will come up with that avatar, and they'll hear that voice and see Pepe's face. I just thought that'd be funny.
Somebody put something in the water, and now I'm mad about Harry. Oh, I meant to ask you earlier, Crypto. The expression you said earlier, happy as Larry. How happy is Larry, by the way?
I know, I'm pretty happy.
I agree.
Why is Larry so happy?
Because Larry realized it's everybody's fucking choice whether or not they want to get jabbed or whether or not they want to do bad things.
Because
So
I used to
people
buy
are just
weed
gonna...
from Larry.
No, not me. I ain't selling no weed. But yeah, I'm just pointing out that I just realized that everybody's gonna do what they do, and they know not what they do. So who the fuck cares? And ever since then, I've been pretty happy.
Yeah, box ops. That is kind of funny because SpaceX apparently has a problem with toilet paper, so they're making them wear disposable undergarments. So what purpose does disposable shit in diapers, work with toilet paper? What the fuck?
He's leaking methane.
Why is reverse cowgirl banned in Alabama?
Dude, the ISS must stink like shit, man.
No, it's coffee, bro. Chugga chugga.
Why does that look like a chocolate starfish?
Memes still thinks that cake right there is punk rock. He's like, that's he's just a punk rocker at heart. He's like, all of his memes are around that type of an attitude. That Zuckerberg picture reminds me. Okay, so about this meta crap that he's talking about, has he released like any details of like what the Facebook vision of Meta actually is yet? Or because I'm pretty sure I know what they're going for, but I'm curious as to like what product they're about to release in order to do it. Because it's this. Am I wrong to say is it kind of like this augmented virtual reality, like like holograms everywhere and shit like that, or being able to see people as avatars and stuff like that? Like, would it take like something like Google Glass or something like that? Is that
Well,
what
the
they're
only people
talking
using
about? Or?
Facebook are 40-plus-year-old boomer types. So it's going to be boring on every level
Yeah.
anyway. And I'm not
Yeah,
going to
it's gonna
touch it.
suck. And if it whatever it becomes, it's going to be for marketing and propaganda. Period.
You know what it is? It's a scam. That's what I think it is. I don't think it's AI or the mark of the beast or anything like that. I think it's just a big
That's
fat
the
marketing
perfect
scam.
box office. That's fucking great.
That's what I
For
thought
what?
about the CV19 everywhere on every website. It's like it's just a marketing tool. It was one big commercial.
Yeah, of course it is. It's like electric vehicles. It'll never happen. And that's a good thing.
What about hydrogen? What do you think
Yeah.
about
Oh,
HHO,
hydrogen.
Brown's gas?
I'm going to drive around with a hydrogen cell in my car on roads where there's deaths every day from crashes. Oh, man, hydrogen cells. Great idea.
No, hydrogen on demand. That's what I was talking about.
Oh.
So when you're saying electric cars won't ever happen, just let me know what your opinion of this is. I bought a plug-in hybrid like 8 months ago, and I've bought gasoline for it 3 times because I've been mostly just using the plug-in electric option on it, And up to this point, even though I'm about to set it up, I think so that I can plug it into my own place. From a few different places, I've only been plugging it into places where I've been like taking the electricity not from my own place. What I'm saying is I've been charging it with free electricity from other places.
Where are they getting the electricity from?
My apartment complex and a business nearby.
Well, they're getting it from a power plant, right?
I know, but I'm saying like the point is like, you're saying it's not happening. It's like happening. It's happening for free for me.
Oh, no, they've had electric cars like that for 50 years that you can just buy and plug in. There's literally nothing new about them. They're actually older than petrol cars. The first cars that came out were all electric.
Yeah, it's amazing too, right? Because
First car to ever break 100 miles per hour was an electric back in like 1908 or something.
I mean, I'll never drive an electric car because, even just based on principle, I never drive one because I hate electric cars. On principle.
Wait, what about one with both in it? Would you settle for that? Could you tolerate that?
As long as as long as it doesn't diminish the experience of the it's like hiring a guy who doesn't know everything but he knows a little of everything. You don't have an expert. Why not just get one or the other?
Well, but what if what if it was a mostly gasoline engine that had a little bit of electric at the start to give you that edge for torque off the line? Just a little bit like that. Is that cool?
Nah, because I don't like what it takes to create electric cars.
But I was hoping to sucker you in and say like, yeah, I guess I would be all right with that. And then I was gonna push it to the other extreme and be like, okay, let's say it was all electric except for a tiny little bit, but they just threw a little gasoline in there for you.
Yeah.
Because you like gas.
Like I drove through Death Valley and there was that thinking back on that and like electric cars now, I was really glad that I was in a gas engine. Because like let's say you run out, someone could stop and like give you some gas. And let's say you get to a gas station and fill up.
You could just put a cable from one car to another and
then you have two
jump
dead cars.
Now you got 2 half dead cars.
You have 2 half dead cars.
Yeah.
Now we will both die. We're environmentalists.
We have half a chance of surviving, but there's 2 of us, so it's equal to 1.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. The argument that a lot of people are making is that ICE engines are on the way out, which is internal combustion engine, because we're going to stop creating crude. And these people are fundamentally stupid, and I'll tell you why. 92% of the products in your life are derived from crude oil. I don't care where you are in the world.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with why I bought the car I bought. I bought it
But you
because I
probably
wanted
just
to
didn't
save
want to pay for
money,
gas,
first
right?
of all. Well, yeah, I wanted to save money on gas. That's why I wanted that. But I didn't want to pay for the full battery pack. You know, the full electric car is a lot more expensive than a
Oh
used
yeah,
plug-in
yeah.
hybrid. But also the acceleration rate I thought would be fun to have an electric drive in a vehicle because of the acceleration rate. And I got to say, it is really fun. I mean, seriously, like it maybe not on the highway because I'm pretty sure it just tops out at like 140. Like the cop cars could probably do faster than that on the highway. But at least on the inner city, I just always wondered to myself how a high-speed chase would play out with the acceleration rate, the ability to turn a corner and just slam on the accelerator and go to 0 to 60, maybe not as fast as a sports car would, but certainly a lot faster than a regular economy car would. And I gotta say, it's just hilarious. It feels like a roller coaster. My friends describe my car as a roller coaster.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you like electric, go for it. Do you know how to work on a coil engine?
I would tell you though, me that argument about a dead electric car and jump starts. That's actually a pretty good argument against them. The two half dead cars. That's not optimal, because like that's a best case scenario too. Like if the car that pulled up to jump you just left his driveway, yeah, great. You know what I mean? But if he's half full and then he's coming to help you and you're dead.
Well, every 10 years or so, they get into this. There's a big electric car fad that it's like comes in waves, you know. So it's been a new craze at least 10 times. I mean, it comes and goes and comes and goes.
I don't know how we got suckered into that anyway. Like everybody knows that cars had a lot less like issues before they were so computerized and had so many electronics running through them. Electrical problems are the worst thing to freaking deal with. The more gadgets you have, more shit it is to go wrong. Like,
So is that why NASA's using LCD screens for their controls now?
I guess.
Like, how dumb is that? Think about you seen their new the Dragon capsule, and they're controlling it with touch screens. That's
Oh, that
fucking,
is dumb as
that
fuck.
to me just proves to me that it's fake because no one in their
They're
right mind
they're
would
controlling
make
the
it
shit
controls
with a
electronic.
fucking tablet.
Yeah. I'm giving my life to fly by wire.
Yeah, to an LCD screen, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they never fail. Like the backlights on them never fail, right?
Yeah. Oh, here's the thing on your like all you have is a touch screen to do all your commands and everything. What if you just get screen lag and you press the wrong button? It just lags out for like a microsecond. Like, oops,
What about the radiation?
I pressed detach and we all die.
Well, remember, there's radiation in space, right? So you have like little energetic particles going through your little LCD screen. They're not hardened. They're not like hardened for particles.
No,
Like,
no, that's
it's stupid.
diffuse radiation. I'm just making something up.
Oh, really?
It's just diffuse radiation, right?
Yeah, look at this equation.
See, Miguel, that upper picture, I can tell you, that's networking from a company with a $10,000 budget. Well, see, here's the thing too: is like the Tesla. There's how many Tesla factories have or Tesla shops have now burned down? There's one shop, I think it's Arizona, Their shop has burned down 3 times. 3 times. Because you can't put the fires out. Because they're chemically induced.
Yeah, when those batteries get exposed to air and they got like a full charge, it's like an ultimate flamethrower.
It is.
It's almost like a torch.
Yeah. And then there's that, you remember the Chinese factory? We all saw, like, there's a Chinese factory burning. Ooh, I wonder what it is. You know, that was an electric car factory. I mean, electric cars, they're like Nokia phones. Just. We've named this model the Dragon because it gives you 3rd-degree burns.
Says, give me $1,000. All right, trust me, I tried. You're not going to go with the group. Simon says, I don't eat roadblocks. You know, I'm going to give everyone. No!
Jesus Christ.
It's a beatdown.
It's not the exposure to air that causes the batteries to catch fire. It's it's when they're compromised and they short out. That's what causes them to catch fire. Once you get a reaction going on, the rare metals in there burn really quickly.
What batteries?
All of the ones in cars, anything with rare metals in, rare earths like lithium. Lithium is nasty shit. You drop lithium in water, it just explodes basically.
Yeah.
But the reason they burn so fiercely is because they have these highly combustible materials and they have a huge energy content which is released very quickly.
This is true.
Yeah, I love watching Teslas burn.
This is also true. I'll join you. I got the marshmallows.
Earlier today, I was telling somebody, I was talking to this one eco-mentalist retard. I was showing him pictures of the desert where they're distilling lithium, right? And they've just, 10 square miles of lithium, like water, whatever it is, right? They've completely ruined it. And he doesn't miss a beat. He's like, well, what's out there anyway? And this is someone who says they're an environmentalist. It's like, and I was like, don't think the desert has an ecosystem?
I know. Fucking moron.
It's because they're fundamentally stupid people, I think. I think they actually hate Earth. I think they actually hate it.
If we can improve the environment just by changing the fuel we use in combustible engines. Propane is more, biodegradable than any fuel we ever use.
Well, I mean, their entire premise is wrong anyway.
Hey, don't worry. I got plenty of gas in my generator if your Tesla
Their
runs out
entire
of
premise
power.
has nothing to do with science or data or anything. It's just, this is wrong. And the reason that that's their only argument is because they have no optimum from which to measure it from. Because they don't know what it's supposed to be, if it's wrong. They just somehow know that it's wrong. Like they've been to an alternate universe where the stain of man does not exist and they know what it's supposed to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're fundamentally just stupid, worthless animals who hate the earth and hate humanity.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure it's hating the earth. I think they just hate. They're self-loathing. Like a lot of these people, and you have to bear in mind the environment a lot of these people grow up in. They grow up in an environment where they're wrong, especially like, white Christian men is a good example, like heterosexual men. Everything about them is wrong, right? And you'll notice that the weirdest like environmentalists are not Christians. They're basically all atheists, but a lot of them are white men. Like white, they're probably very sexually repressed, but they are heterosexuals. even though no woman would go near them. But they're this kind
is
of
a real opinionated motherfucker here.
Sorry?
Can you say white heterosexual man one more time, please?
I can if you want. I'm just saying, like, have you ever, like, how many environmentalist weirdos have you met who weren't of that stereotype? Not many.
Not one.
Yeah. When a true environmentalist should be worried about the wildlife population, the forest,
Right.
the ecosystem that all these things live in.
The point I'm trying to make is I think that a lot of them have grown up being told how, like, evil their ancestors were, and now they hate themselves, and this is an expression of that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're expressing their trauma and abuse from having terrible childhoods.
They're not comfortable in their own damn skin.
All of these items are sold as negative ion products.
I'll revolt against my dad. You'll see. I'll just marry a man. Like, gee, that'll really hurt your dad's ass. Nah. Can't say much for yours though.
Last time we talked about these bracelets and pendants and several other items, and I want to quickly review those.
I love the picture where the Tesla, the shipping container the Tesla is in, is burning.
Yeah. That's the thing, man. They burn hot.
In this case, it turned out to be thorium, a radioactive element.
Electric cars suck, but hey, that's just one man's opinion. They're no more efficient than, combustion engines.
Saying that I'm kind of the environmentalist type. Like, if I live near West Texas, I would probably protest all the fracking things that my brother is doing. And if I live near Pipeline 3, I'd definitely be out there, like, protesting that because I don't want people to, like, mess up the water. Because to me, like, it's literally sacred, like the water supply. So
it is.
Now, as far as fracking goes, I'm always up in the air on that. I don't know, because I've seen lots of stuff for and against it, and all of it seems to be really well presented to me. Pipelines, I have no problem with, though. I'm an oil maniac. I love oil.
Well, the land is under treaty, old treaties, and haven't we broken enough treaties for the Native Americans?
Well, you know what's funny is, do you know why they actually canceled that pipeline?
Huh.
Because the Canadians agreed to let them go through a place called oil sands, which shaved about 1,200 miles off of it. That's the real reason they canceled it. Because they found another connection point that was closer. So ultimately, what stopped that pipeline was nothing but negotiation for existing pipelines to be rerouted.
Interesting.
I was like, I'm looking at a map here, and then I'm looking at the new treaty that Trudeau signed, and I'm like, holy crap, that's why they canceled the pipeline. Because they're just connecting it 150 miles across the border.
So I'm not really the climate change type. I don't think I ever have been. I may have believed the ozone thing because it was the 80s and, I was in elementary school. But the only thing I've really cared about is, like, keeping the food clean, which is, it's a funny thing to say nowadays, keeping the water clean and keeping the soil and the air clean. So I've always been the environmentalist type, right? And I would never be, like, pro testing against like people that are just contracting so much as I am the big companies. Like, okay, so pharmaceutical company would be one of them, right? They say that, climate change, right? And we're having all this problem with the environment. Well, maybe it's because we took marijuana out of the ecosystem. You thought about that? Right? All these things that, we said, dandelion, that's a weed, get rid of it. Right? All these things that are supposed to be in the ecosystem, right? And we were told that, spray Roundup on it, it's a weed. Like maybe that's why the greenhouse gases are allegedly running away.
You know what, Hank? I don't know if that's like true. I doubt it's true, but I think it's an excellent argument because it's the same type of shit they use against us all the fucking time.
Because I mean, yeah, if the carbon, is running away, I don't know, make a law where it's mandatory for every adult has to have 24 marijuana plants, right? In different stages, right? So if you take like, let's say 8 of that, that'll keep you covered in weed. And the rest of it, you can make hemp products like hemp oil, hemp fiber. And what does that do? That lowers the carbon emission, right? Or you could just, let the hemp fertilize the ground. That puts the carbon back in the ground.
Or
I mean,
you can
that's
just, or you can just plant a bunch of it and not worry about it. Because carbon is good for everything. Carbon is great.
But we're supposed to have weed in our ecosystem. So they're claiming man is causing climate change. Yeah, like these motherfuckers like Harry Anslinger, right? We took weed out of the fucking earth and we said that, oh, it's a bad thing, right? And hemp is the fiber, is the diamond, is the rock. That shit can withstand sea salt.
Yeah.
Like I got hemp shoes that are like still good shoes, except for they got chewed up by a dog. If they wouldn't have been chewed up by a dog, like I could still wear them every day.
Did the dog get stoned?
I don't think so. But my point is that if it wasn't for my cousin's dog chewing on my shoes, I could still be wearing them 3 years later. And I go through a pair of shoes about 6 to 8, 10 months. But yeah, I'm saying like, they want to say it's man-made. Like, okay, I agree. It's you guys. It's you fucker. It's the government regulating hemp. The fuck? Like, if you want to regulate something that matters. Like, regulate doctors.
I'm entirely too committed to the meta of the argument to even give them anything. To even give them, like, I'm actually more committed to that than like flat Earth arguments. I'll make concessions to them to like just have a conversation with them to see where they want to go with it. But like when it comes to an environmentalist, they actually have to prove to me how they know it's wrong. They actually have to prove it. Like they have to go to another dimension, an alternate reality, and show me what the Earth is supposed to be.
Well, wait, what? How far does that go? Like, what? Like, environmentalism can mean like, is it wrong to
When
just
I'm
dump
talking about
crude oil?
environmentalism,
Is it
I'm
wrong to
talking
dump
about
crude oil all over like
I'm
agricultural land?
always talking about the mainstream environmentalism that is your carbon footprint and humans are
Okay.
bad kind of
So that's
environmentalism. I'm not talking about cleaning up a beach, which, because I spent 7 years cleaning up sewage and beaches and all that kind of stuff.
I'd say that's kind of not fair because that's like the the flat Earth society. That's the mainstream version. Like to me, environmentalism is all about leaving the place cleaner than when we found it.
Well, that's not what the problem is, though. Is you talk to any Zoomer and you ask them what environmentalism is and what they believe, and they're going to tell you the mainstream answer.
Yeah. I was going to say
they're not going to tell you that. If you told them that, they'd call you a redneck.
Yes, it's
Or
like
oh, you go camping in the woods. What are you, some kind of Trump voter? That's what they would do if
I
you
remember
told
when
them that was environmentalism.
Remember when Dandelion was talking about this before? She was saying like the environmental movement of the 80s never mentioned the word planet once. Like it was all about the plants and the trees and the earth, and you know that kind of like it was almost like local environmentalism, making sure that your your local area was clean and not polluted and all the rest. Now all of these people, they're all
That's not remotely true.
okay. Well, you can talk to her about it then. The point is that she was mentioning this. What I'm saying is that today's environmentalist is they all talk about saving the planet. That is their mantra. So it's not, it's not what it used to be, according to what Dandelion said.
Yeah, and the cringe Zoomers, that's what they think.
The
and
80s,
millennials think that too.
A load of 80s environmentalists were concerned about the fact that we're tearing down 40 square miles of rainforest every day.
Actually, that's not. Yeah, that's not even true.
What's not even true?
If they're tearing down 40 square miles of rainforest every day, and we have more rainforest now than we had 40 years ago when they started saying that.
That's absolute twaddle.
Oh, really? Show it to me.
You want me to show what? You want me to show you
Yeah,
the
show it to me.
The
Prove it.
statistics
Prove
show
the
you
Amazon's Prove the Amazon's disappearing.
I'm not talking about necessarily the Amazon. I'm talking about rainforests across the globe or across the earth.
Like the famous rainforest in England?
Oh man. Okay.
People don't log in rainforest and bring it to the U.S. In the U.S., we have all our logs. We grow our own trees. We do not log in South America.
You don't know why they're deforesting rainforests, do you?
Let me ask you: Why is anyone cutting down trees like in the Amazon? Why are they doing it?
Because it's being taken from arable land.
Because hemp is illegal.
It's been.
I'm serious. Why are they doing it?
Trivially, they're using it for the wood and timber for building and for fires, and also for the arable land.
The arable land. So who's cutting down the forest?
The local people are.
The local people.
And the
government. So the problem is with all these dang brown people in the third world living on their land, right?
Well, it's corporations with heavy machinery.
No, it's not corporations. You're right. It is the local people cutting these down because they're starving and they want to grow food. And stupid white Westerners who hate brown people who live on their local land in the third world who are starving don't want them to do it because they want to feel better about themselves in the West. Oh, you stupid, poor, unintelligent brown people down there in South America. You can't cut down your trees. It'll make me feel bad about driving my SUV. Every single environmentalist deserves to be thrown off the edge of the earth.
Until that very last comment, I agreed 100% with you, dude. The very last one. I don't know.
Every white Westerner that I just described needs to be thrown off the edge of the flat earth.
You know that environmentalists aren't communists. Just checking.
They aren't? Oh, that's right. They're eco-fascists.
Not necessarily, anyway.
I can get on board with some eco-fascism.
Well, I mean, thing. It's always some white liberal Western retard who's like attacking people in the third world for trying to survive.
And don't they say that 50 to 80% of the oxygen is produced in the ocean?
No, it's grasslands. It's literally grasslands.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of oxygen is produced in the ocean by like microorganisms.
The microorganisms. Yeah, that too.
I don't know. I'm not an expert, but that would make sense to me as well. There's also been I can't remember the study, but it was a fairly recent study that basically proved that all of the oxygen produced in the Amazon rainforest stays there, like virtually all of it.
I remember this just because remember when they were having that when they were like that big old Amazon fire or whatever. Was it Amazon fire? I think they were like They don't even worry about it because most of the oxygen is produced in the oceans in the microbacteria, whatever in the plant life.
That I want to point out that big old Amazon fire was not a big old Amazon fire. It was just in the media, and they said there was a big old Amazon fire. And if you actually looked at it on a map, it was like a pixel. And it's like, this is probably good. I mean, if I owned the Amazon, I would clear cut half of it and like undercut a ton of it and bush hog it. I'm serious. I'd get all that trash out of there. It's full of dead crap. I wouldn't clear cut it. I'd just go in there and let the sunlight down to the floor. Right? So 1 out of every 10 trees I'd chop down, let some sunlight get down to the floor, get some new things growing in there.
Sure.
That's called maintenance. And we weren't put on the earth so that the earth could just be a wild, nasty mess. We were put here to maintain it. And that's what environmentalists hate. They hate the idea that it's not our job. The earth is supposed to be wild. We're the disease.
Well, because for them it's random, right? I mean, they're evolutionists, most of them.
What I want to do is I want to take environmentalists and I want to plant them in the Amazon.
Yeah, I'm not one of those we're disease people. Yeah, my thing is, just keep the water clean if possible.
It was like in the 80s, there was this group in the U.S. who was protesting the cutting down of a forest that was planted 100 years earlier by a lumber company, and they didn't know it. Like most of the trees in the United States are planted. And people don't know this. The United States is the single, has the highest score when it comes to what's called environmentalism and conservationism. It's insane.
There's a little bit of untouched like what they call what they've deemed national forests is pretty much all that's left of uncut old wood. Like that is it. Everything else is new growth. Like there's nothing left. They took all the hardwoods.
You do know that the US has got like 250 billion trees, yeah?
We've got a lot of trees, but none of it is old growth. It's all it's kind of new world, old world shit. Literally, it's not hard.
Someone just asserted that most of the trees in the US are planted. Someone's planted 250 billion trees, have they? Or the majority of 250 billion trees?
No, my state is 50-50. The only reason we replanted the upper portion is because the Great Chicago Fire blew across Lake Michigan and burnt down half the fucking
half of my state.
Yeah, burnt down.
How did it blow across the lake?
A large. I don't know.
I don't know either, man.
I don't know, but it burnt down a large portion of the northern portion of the lower peninsula of Michigan. So, but we
That
still
sounds
have
like a BLM land grab, bro.
That goes against the prevailing winds, dude. That goes against the prevailing winds. Figure that one out.
You ever heard of the water fire?
I just want to point out that the United States plants more trees than it's ever harvested. Ever.
Yeah. But if you look at the line of fires that go along with the Great Chicago Fire, because that wasn't the only fire on that date, it almost looks like they shot a beam of fire across the upper portion of the United States. It's a straight line.
Yeah, that sounds like a land grab. The Bureau of Land Management.
Even goes across it jumps 60 miles across fucking Lake Michigan.
I've had many arguments with troglodytes who think the United States dumps garbage in the ocean and stuff.
Hey, we didn't put nobody's moms in the ocean. They need to quit. Just do Osama bin Laden, man. Adds their tradition. Desert people bury their dead at sea, right?
Yeah. No, CIA gets a naval burial. Anyway.
CIA Vikings.
I was going to say, United States actually scores really high on the so-called environmentalist thing on their scale or whatever it is. but they try and play it off because the United States has 330 million people, and so it's higher, and they just use that raw number, and then they compare it to like Copenhagen or something, which has like 10 tall Dutch people outside of a building. Oh yeah, compare us to that.
You know what the oldest trees are and why, right? It's pine trees because we use less pine than anything.
Why are there Dutch people in Copenhagen?
I don't know. I'm just like I'm trying to be as insensitive as possible. That's why I said there's only 10 people in Copenhagen, and I racially misidentified them on purpose.
Hey, there's Dutch people in Holland, Michigan. We even have a tulip festival every year.
Yeah, it's just I get irked by people who compare the United States to some tiny non-European, non-country that's in Europe, like Belgium or something, right?
Yeah, Belgium is not a country, to be fair.
Yeah, so it's like, why don't you pollute more than Belgium,
Luxembourg?
Like we're like 50,000 times the size. What are you, retarded? France. Well, when you get out of the 17th century, then you can complain. France. Anyway.
Yeah, France, they were still beheading people in like the 1960s.
I'm actually in support. If you're going to execute people, that's actually a really good method because quick. Better than
do it all at once.
Better than electrocuting, right?
I mean, there were beheadings about 5 years ago in France.
Yeah. I heard there were a couple in England too.
Exactly.
No, if you go into the YouTube comments of some places, they think the U.S. dumps garbage in the ocean, and that's why I like to have respect.
I've never seen a single SJW dumped in the ocean.
I wish I could dump them all in the ocean.
We need to be feeding the crabs,
Yeah, for real.
I'm not sure the crabs would eat them.
Well, they're starving,
I don't
they're
see
on
why we
welfare
can't
and
dump.
shit.
I don't see why we can't dump food in the ocean because organisms would eat that.
Right.
To me, that makes sense. Obviously, garbage. We shouldn't do that. But like, people are like,
Rotten
what do you do with
flesh?
your garbage? And I said, we bury it because we're civilized, unlike you.
Well,
what does France do with their garbage?
Everything that's
ship
biodegradable
it to Greece?
doesn't need to be buried, and anything that's edible, we should give back to nature.
Meme, have you ever heard of the Foreign Legion?
That gets
The
done
French
on
Foreign
the
Legion,
farm.
yes, I have.
Yeah, fuck the Foreign Legion. Yeah.
That's what they do with the garbage.
That's what they do with the garbage. I see. Oh, we will take away your criminal record. oui.
Well, you didn't.
I love there's this one presenter, I was talking about him earlier, Jeremy Clarkson, and you go back 25 years to his old show, he's still talking about thieves in France and how France is crime ridden. And France really is. And I grew up with people from France who would joke about how crime ridden France was. Oh, I got robbed like 10 times in one place.
Yeah.
That's all they do there is rob you.
Are you talking about the cafes or the?
Just in general, the French kids, the wives, the husbands, the priests,
the pickpockets.
Hey, welcome to the church. Now stick them up.
We will be taking your tithes now.
And now your young boy, he is 14, correct? Ah, he is of age. Tell him to take off his pants. Oui. France.
We have your wallet.
And then he just starts weeing.
Yeah. Oh, we actually means we.
That would scare the wee out of me.
Are you taking the wee?
Have I ever told anyone I can't stand the French?
Yeah, a few times.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
So who's ready for the tsunami?
I hate wine, so we'd work good together.
I hate the French unless I'm playing Age of Empires.
Yeah, they were cheap because they had the Chevaliers and they had the paladins.
Look, it's Gay Perry. Need I say no more?
Gay Perry.
I'm cool with the French as long as they bring French fries.
Well, these are
no.
people who let a king with syphilis still rule, and we're
I
like,
don't
oh, just
go
follow
to
his
Paris,
orders.
and
In
I
fact,
did not go to San Francisco.
That actually made him
Look,
better in their eyes.
I'll take an
Yeah, I don't-
English or a California wine over France any day. Sorry.
I can't stand the wine.
Yeah, I don't really care about the French, but fuck
What'd you
Charlemagne.
say their king had? Syphilis?
It's
He's
syphilis.
got the drip. He's got the drip, drip,
That's
drip,
a coincidence
drip.
because your current president has syphilis as well.
Syphilis. No, that's just one of the STDs. He has several that are only located in sharks.
No. He's got the clap. Ours got the clap, man.
How does he?
Guy's blue waffle.
No, I think our
I don't
president
know.
has
I'm just joking.
sniffles.
Is there an STD
Syphilis.
that makes you
Brilliant.
stand like Tin Man?
While sniffing children. I don't know.
Oh man.
He is the Tin Man. He sings "If I Only Had a Brain."
You know what? I am gonna miss him because some of these
I would sniff all the sniffers and sniffidly sniffer if I only had a brain.
some of these incoherent sentences are absolute gold mines.
I would sniff dog to slipper from toe to hipper.
I just
if I only
woke up.
had
I
a
was,
brain.
I was trying to get to work. Come on, man.
I just want him to tell more black people that they're
Where
not black.
are we? Where are we? Oh,
Maybe you can do it to other races. I mean, he's kind of like your version of Prince Philip in a way, isn't he?
Somebody volunteer to read this. This is a real quote, by the way.
what? You got the vaccination. Are you okay? I mean, you seem crashed in the background. No, it works. Or we, or the moon and dad, mom and dad, or the neighbor, or when you go to church, or where you. No, one. I really mean there are trusted interlocutors. Think of people. If your kid wanted to find out whether or not there's a man on the moon or whatever, something, or whether the aliens are here or not, who are the people they talk to? Beyond the kids who love talking, President Joe Biden. This message is backed
Beautiful.
by the sniffer.
This I mean it
What
it
the hell is an
JFK
interlocutor, bro?
it makes JFK look like a Teletubby, doesn't it? Right? That kind of eloquence.
Well, I'm just thinking like him and George W. Bush in a room having a conversation, like we would all lose.
Like dueling
Here,
banjos.
Joe. Here, Joe, sniff this. Oh, that's cocaine, man. Well, yeah, we got it here in Jose's ass. So what? Just sniff it, Joe.
Well, I mean, you would have cocaine Bush and barbiturate Biden. Be like the yin and the yang.
That's what I'm saying. It'd be a hell of a party here. Or maybe eat 1 or 5 of these. Maybe if you want, or if you don't, you can talk to someone. But I'll sniff that. Here, move out
When
the
he
way.
breathes, when somebody's dying and you can hear the death rattle, like in their chest, like the way they talk, you're like, this person's about to die. Biden is literally about to die. He is going to die.
He's one bump away from it, huh?
Yeah, I mean, one fall and the man's breaking everything.
My butt's been wiped. Joe Biden. He's that guy that says, "Here, smell this." Yeah. Did you smell it? I knew you would.
Oh, come on, man.
Personally, I think that's just all smoke, Smoking crackers. What do you want? Smoke or crackers? You want to be blind or you want a treat? It's a circus.
Yeah, I got Joe here dropping the big N word on the second one I posted. Or maybe, yeah, it's the second one.
If you could actually get him saying that on tape at any point, it would be fantastic to do. You know that there's that one song where the guy says it like 200 times. It would be great to get him saying it 200 times and just see if that goes viral. Did I cut out?
No, you're still there.
I think everyone's either listening or reading. I like this one. We cannot let this. We've never allowed any crisis from the Civil War straight through to the pandemic of 17 all the way around 16. We have never ever let our democracy second fiddle way that we can both have a democracy and elections at the same time.
This just in from the White House.
Brilliant.
We don't need any. We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
Who said that?
Joe Biden?
When?
What, 90? 80,
1990?
89? Something like that. Look at Hank.
I've got to clip that and put that into something.
You like that, don't you?
Well, do you guys know the song I'm talking about? I actually don't know which rapper. I don't know which rapper did it, but there's like an N-word counter on the actual video itself. There's like, and there's like a fuck counter, a bitch counter, and a shit counter as well. I'll have to pull it up. Hopefully this doesn't count as shit posting. Let me post it in the live
In that
stream.
longer version of the video I posted, he was bragging about, the Patriot Act came from him. Like he wrote most of it, basically, is what he was saying.
Like there's something to brag about.
Right? And then the crime bill, right? He's responsible for that shit. How many black people did that lock up? But if you don't vote for him, you're not black.
Can someone send me that soundbite? Because I want to crop that and put it in something.
I just posted it, bro.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
I was playing his soundbite, but here's the video.
Oh yeah, Mimas just posted it. That's the exact song I'm talking about. It would be great to have him doing that, and then just be like, "Well, there's Joe Biden."
I knew what you were thinking about. I was like, okay, I know exactly what this is because it's on the GTA soundtrack.
Yep. It's a 1986 hearing.
And it is one of the oldest meme songs that there is. Like, there's this, and there's like Darude Sandstorm.
He actually said that shit?
I'm surprised that was 86. I would have thought that, mind you, I mean...
See, and these foreigners think they can really know our nation.
No, but it's funny, isn't it? Because I don't think any of our politicians in England would have said that in the 80s.
No,
although they
but
may
then
have done.
again, he was quoting someone at the time. He didn't say it himself. He's quoting someone.
Yeah,
who was he quoting, Matthew?
Even quoting in the last probably 30 years in England.
Who was he quoting, Matthew?
Either way.
Here's the thing. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about American culture. The only reason anyone quotes it here is so they can say it. That's the only reason. That is the actual truth. People here will quote it just so they can get away with saying it.
You know what's funny though is the only time I ever actually say it is in the context of free speech. I
That's the
don't
only
have any
time I
other
say
reason
it.
to
I
say
say
it.
it when I'm making a joke.
Yeah, there's another Democrat that said it, and then he got reelected. Bird. He was also a former KKK member and used to recruit fellow Democrats to the KKK.
Oh, and he's probably quoting a Democrat. Let's just be honest. Because, Matthew, you do realize the Democrats created the KKK, right?
That's why I ask. Yes, he was quoting a Democratic nominee for president. in
Like, Matthew, you know that,
1984.
right?
Yeah, it was the Republican Party that started by Lincoln.
No, it wasn't, you fucking retard.
No. He wasn't saying that. Let him finish. The Republican Party that started what?
Oh, the Republican Party. Lincoln was one of the first Republicans, and in the early days, to be Republican was to be
right,
anti-racist, basically.
Right. Well, he wasn't anti-racist.
And
He was
for
just
the
anti-slavery.
Yeah, not
and,
the way they use it now.
and for the Republic.
Yeah, racism is kind of a modern concept because
It was also invented
all
to
through history we
suppress,
just had tribalism.
Yeah, I mean, it was invented to suppress the Ukrainians in some Russian war. Didn't exist before then. It was invented in like the 1920s or 30s. The concept, like before then, race wasn't like people knew that different people groups existed, but it wasn't considered like race. It was something different. It'd be like, oh, those people over there, they have these characteristics, and these people over here have these characteristics. It wasn't really like race is. I guess it's a modern conception, but racism itself wasn't considered to exist.
The difference is it hadn't had dialectic materialism applied to it yet.
Here's the thing: he was
true.
quoting a Democratic Attorney General for Civil Rights. The Attorney General for Civil Rights. That's who he was quoting. William Reynolds,
who was a Democrat, right?
He was quoting Louisiana legislators.
William
Yeah, the
Reynolds,
whole South was
Assistant
Democratic.
Attorney General for Civil Rights.
The South that's where the Democrats ruled, was the South.
Sure, but you understand he was quoting it because his opponent at the time, political opponent, was turning a blind eye to local Louisiana legislators who said that in a memo. So he was in opposition to that quote. He wasn't just saying it for his own benefit. He was actually.
Yeah, he was saying it for his own benefit.
Well, what about Hulk Hogan?
Frankly, you don't understand American politics.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not just sure. You don't understand. I don't sit here talking about like Brexit because I don't understand it. I don't understand British culture. I don't.
It's got nothing to do with that.
Yeah, it actually does.
So if you say something to criticize your opponent, then you're agreeing with it. Is that what you say?
Not necessarily.
But that's what he's doing there.
That's not what he's doing there.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to point out that this may be slightly off topic, but Booker T gave this long speech, about I'm going to get you, I'm going to beat you up, and at the end he said, I'm going to get you, nigga. And then he realized that he said it live on air. He got a fine, right? Because you can't say that sort of stuff live on TV. So for a long time, like Hulk Hogan, he made fun of him. Hulk Hogan started using the N-word, and they took Hulk Hogan out of the Hall of Fame because he said the N-word with an A, not with a hard R. But how do you remove Hulk Hogan from the Hall of Fame? I mean, I'm not really a wrestling fan, but Hulk Hogan is the motherfucking Hall of Fame, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, there might have been famous wrestlers before him, but who wrestled as long as Hulk Hogan did?
Also, fundamentally, you should be allowed to say whatever the fuck you want. I don't really care if it offends people.
Hear, hear.
Yeah, the mistake is thinking that this wasn't just opportunism on Biden's part. He didn't like another Democrat's idea of conceding any kind of power to a Republican in a Democrat stronghold. That is the issue that was going on. He was whipping the party back in line, just like they whipped black people back in line under Democratic rule in the South, because that's what Democrats are. They're fundamentally wicked, evil people, all of them.
They are the real racist. DR3.
Yeah, unironically, I know it's a stupid cringe meme, but Dims are the real racist. That is a fact. That is a historical and current fact.
Because think about this, like, okay, so I've heard that it's racist to show the voter ID because black people don't know how to go get an ID. You got to be shitting me, son.
Yeah, that
Black
is exactly what they say. It's exactly
can't
what
go get an ID. Why?
Black
Oh,
people
because
traditionally
it's too
don't
hard.
have IDs. No, what the Democrats will say, black people don't get IDs because they're afraid of getting arrested. So their implication is also that black people are all criminals.
Well, at the heart of this is the idea that everyone would be exactly the same if there was kind of some fair environment in which that could exist, which that fair environment doesn't exist anyway. But if you were to take like say 100 blue-eyed white British people and 100 green-eyed white British people, if that's even a thing, and you compared them on a number of metrics, you would find differences. You would find that maybe the blue-eyed people could run slightly quicker, and maybe the green-eyed people were slightly better at another thing like maths or whatever. Who cares? And maybe there's a genetic factor influencing that. Who fucking knows? But the point is the idea that you've got these blue-eyed people and these green-eyed people, and that therefore any difference is down to some sort of fundamental oppression of one of those groups, is the problem with all of this thinking.
So you think that if you get a large enough sample of people who are virtually identical except for the pigment in their fucking eyes, you're going to get.
He's just making a point about statistics.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm. Yeah.
all
So
he's doing.
people have got different pigments in their eyes. Now what? How is it flimsy?
Well, you reckon that if you've got 10,000 or a million people with blue eyes and 10,000 people with brown eyes, there'd be some highly discernible differential attribute between them.
Yeah, there would be differences.
Hold on. I got one for you.
Well, you're in the right place here anyway.
Hold on. People with 10
Oh
letters
my
in
God,
their
man.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. People with 10 letters in their names do better in Las Vegas than anyone else. Explain it.
Did you rage quit? I think it's rage quit.
Okay. Well,
no. Explain what?
Explain it.
I'm wondering if he can actually justify. But before we even do that meme, like he hasn't even justified his criticism of what I said. He just criticized it. Like, where is the justification for this?
No. You made an assertion. You made an assertion, not me.
His assertion was not specifically.
I didn't actually.
He was saying that if you put up arbitrary like differences, you're going to come up with some kind of statistical difference with arbitrary differences. And I was going to point out,
you've got two possibilities, right? You've got two possibilities. Either if you had 100 green-eyed people, 100 blue-eyed people, and measured all of these different metrics, that everything was exactly the same, right? Or that everything wasn't exactly the same. There's your two possibilities. Which one do you think's more likely?
Individuals aren't always going to be the same.
No, I'm not talking about individuals. We're talking about groups at the moment. So you've got 100 green-eyed people and 100 blue-eyed people, and you measure all these different metrics: height, how quickly they can run, a bunch of other shit. You measured like 1,000 different things. You've got two possible outcomes. Either everything's exactly the same, or everything isn't exactly the same between the two groups. Which do you think is more likely?
It's not going to be the same.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. So how is that stupid?
No, you said there was a correlation. It's different.
No, first of all, I never used the word correlation.
I thought you were ridiculing correlations.
No, I'm not talking about correlation. I didn't use the word correlation.
You said
I know.
You said some of them will be better at running, or some of them will be smarter at maths. That's making an assertion based on a correlation.
No, I said what you would find, inevitably, there would be differences in those two groups.
I think you're just being argumentative.
You could pick two random groups of 10,000
Yeah, I do
people.
too.
Have the same
Let's
effect.
mute him.
Bro, I think you're just being argumentative.
Of course you could. That's the point, bro.
Don't
the
get
point
mad at me now.
is that, and this is how these people work. They get these groups and they say, oh, there are differences, therefore oppression. That's how this works. The problem is, though, is that you can take any two groups. You'll always find differences. Always. Like, you find them wherever you want. Like, oh, this group's taller than that group. Therefore, what? Well, nothing.
How come in a sampling of Irish people versus like Norwegians or somebody else, Irish people always drink more? Yeah, it is actually a fact.
Okay.
Why?
Right, okay. They drink more than Saudi Arabians, that's for certain.
Look, I'm just saying, if you take arbitrary differences between people and then apply dialectic materialism to them and create a class struggle between the two, you can invent whatever you want, finding statistical differences. Like you can focus in on some meaningless statistic and say, "Oh, this makes them different. They're now different than this other group," and that is how like dialectic materialism works. That's how Marxism functions. It divides people based on stupid things.
Okay.
Well, what's wrong with what he said?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
I would predict it'd work on him. That's what I'd predict. It'd work on that guy.
I actually don't understand what your position is. Your position just seems to be
I
that
can make you feel separate from all of humanity with statistics.
Okay, I don't understand Paz's actual point. What is your actual position?
No, so
Don't
worry, I haven't got one.
Okay.
Nay.
No, I can't be bothered, frankly.
Well, you obviously do have a position.
Yeah. On this particular occasion, I can't be bothered to entertain.
Maybe you don't have a position, but you just fundamentally don't like Ronnie.
On his knees.
I still don't understand what your criticism of what my point was, though. You just seem to be saying "nah," and that's it.
Nay. Nay, I say.
Can you just let him talk?
He's just virtue signaling across the pond, bro.
That's nice, but I would like to know if there's actually a coherent point to be made. If so, it'd be a nice discussion to get into. If not, I don't know why you made the criticism. If it's hollow,
it's just the whole general gist of the conversation about statistical analysis was laughable, frankly.
But how? You haven't. Yeah, how?
I'm not even going to. Oh, no, honestly.
So you don't have a point. That's my point. If you have a point, make it.
I think I'll be wasting my time making it here, frankly. On this particular occasion.
We have all the time to waste. Time is just a concept, man. It's okay.
Sure.
I think he's just a cunt.
Okay, like calling him a cunt doesn't. I'm curious as to know what your criticism is, right?
I'll tell you what. Let's just.
I said it plain and simple. Cunt.
Okay, that's nice. Calling him a cunt doesn't answer the question.
No. Actually, he's right.
I'm not trying to.
That's exactly what it is.
I don't believe you.
Just an asshole. Probably got a sliver. He fell down the stairs or something. Maybe his kid's smarter than him and it pisses him off. Who knows?
Yeah, this guy's a genius.
All of that's probably wonderfully accurate, but I'd actually like to know what the criticism of the point was. Can we actually have a discussion that's intellectual?
No.
Why not?
I can't be bothered.
Are you afraid?
That's not.
Look, I feel like you might be scared of this.
I don't know why. Right, with all his words, he said, "No, we can't." He's just a cunt. Do we need mail?
Calling him a cunt. Can I just get an answer out of him?
No. I'm gonna put some mail on it when I'm done.
Well, call him a cunt later. Can I get an answer out of him first?
I'm bored of him.
It could be one.
Okay, that's nice. But you're just giving him an out, so he doesn't actually need to talk about this.
That's kind of was the point, bro. I was kind of tired of hearing his point because it was void.
He hasn't made one. That's what's frustrating me. He hasn't even made a point.
Annoying. That's what's annoying.
Well, then instead of calling him a cunt, maybe just wait for him to make the point.
He's just saying nay. Okay, I'll call him a goat. Nay. He just didn't like the tone of your voice. You must be from a different area than him.
Probably.
Yeah, East Coast versus West Coast.
You think he's got green eyes or blue eyes?
I don't know, but can I just get an answer out of him? Like, what is your criticism of my point? I genuinely think that you're afraid to engage with me intellectually on this, and I don't know why.
That's fair enough.
That sounded like a concession. That's fair enough. That's a concession, right?
No, go on. Don't let him off the hook, bro. You were so.
I can see it. Yeah.
All right.
Concede to what? That's not good enough. That's too vague.
He conceded. He didn't have a point there.
But it was a very vague concession. Is that good enough for you, Crypto?
Not really.
Does it gotta be? Some bitch, you better get specific real quick. Just concede Battle Mod was right, and you were just trolling my friend.
That exactly that.
All right, so I'm gonna ban you for trolling now. Thanks for coming.
Oh, don't ban him because I have fun with him at other times.
I'm just
ban him. Fuck's sake.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys.
Just do it temporary.
Oh, I don't know how to use the bot. I done forgot. All I can do is hard ban.
Oh, just put him in Cognis for a day. It's what is it? Exclamation ban name 1. Because that was just straight up not good faith discussion at all on his part.
Why did he even speak up if he didn't have anything to say?
I don't know, man. It was just knee jerk. I think knee jerk. 1 minute. How long? 1 minute. There you go.
I gotta say, yeah, there would be differences between the blue eyes and the green eyes, right? The blue eyes would be more populated, more people, right? The green eyes is more of a rare condition, if you can call it a condition.
I think I would prefer the blue eyes. I have a plan.
I mean, that wasn't even really my point. Like the point is
Yeah,
that let me give in another example, right? So let's just say that you have a tribe of monkeys and they're green, and another tribe of monkeys are brown, right? And you find that the green monkeys are really good at jumping. Is it because they're green that they can jump?
No.
No,
Yes.
of course not.
I
It's just a characteristic of green monkeys, right?
No, right now I said yes. How are we going to prove it?
But we don't have to know, because all we have to do is apply a class system to it and decide that because they can jump and the other one can run, jumping is superior, which puts them in a superior position to oppress the ones who can run fast.
Right,
then they're a preferred species.
Automatically, because of the class structure of the color of the monkeys, the ones that can jump higher are the oppressors.
Green is better than blue then.
But the point is, like, it. I mean, they could even be very similar. Like, maybe they have they both can jump really well, but the green monkeys can jump like 1% higher or something. Like, which means that for the average monkey, you couldn't tell, but for like the elite monkeys, like the best 3 green monkeys are better than the best 3 brown monkeys. You know, I'm just making shit up. The point is that you can, and at that point, you can start using statistics to say all sorts of things. Any narrative you want to spin is then possible once you found that difference that doesn't really matter, you know? And this is how these narratives start. Oh, well, green monkeys earn more from jumping than brown monkeys, therefore there's a jumping oppression. Right?
Right.
They can get the
Because
biggest
the green
coconut.
monkeys can jump 1% higher on average and can reach more leaves, they are now the elite monkeys, and they must be fought by the brown monkeys.
They have the biggest coconuts. We must take them down.
But
I've
now
been
what you
called
can
a-
do is you can go to the green monkeys and say, the brown monkeys they hate you because X, and here's justification. Then you go to the other monkeys and tell them, they hate you and you have to do this, and now hate each other. And this is how these narratives start. This is how the control of these populations starts. Yeah, this is what they do to us.
White men can't jump.
I'm from the Free Monkey Society, and I'm here to tell you that those monkeys that can jump a little bit higher than you, they've been oppressing you.
Are they the the yellow monkeys?
I'm from the baboon tribe.
I don't know why, as humans, we have this difficulty shaking off this kind of Marxist propaganda. I think there's something fundamentally kind of quote unquote fair within kind of our psyche as humans, that we think fairness is like really important virtue.
You know what I think it is I think that it takes advantage of the fact that we're designed as kind of a cultivator steward class over the earth. And I think it takes advantage of that programming and uses that programming, like clones it and puts it into another program, sort of.
Yeah,
I've heard,
But it's all
I've heard it said that in Western civilization, when we've conquered a great deal of the things that harm people, like we got most of the deadly snakes and wolves, and we've conquered all the dragons and behemoths. So the only thing left to conquer is like these tiny little minuscule things that only the social justice warrior really cares about. And it's like these little things are the only thing left to conquer, and it's our will to fight. Boys will be boys, and we're just wanting to conquer everything, every little injustice that we could find. And Karl Marx, he took advantage of that, right? And what he did was really brilliant, right? He made it to where we could just divide everybody and conquer them because they'll quibble over the littlest shit like gay marriage, right? When they were talking about passing gay marriage, I was like, you can't do that, right? The word, it's older than you. You can't name the word, right? Like you can't rename computer, right? It's already been named. So if I start calling computer Lollapaloozas, I can't just change it. Can't just change the definition of the word. So I was like joking around saying, yeah, okay, gay marriage, whatever, sure. Call it whatever you like. It doesn't make it real. It doesn't make it reality. And I was saying that I'm going to, do like a gay marriage divorce court, and I'm going to put a patent on that. Right. So the only way that a gay person can get divorced is through me. Right. Of course, I was just joking, but it's so easily to get divided and conquered over such little things like that. Like it didn't affect me at all. I was like, gay marriage, yeah, you can't do that. That's not even possible to rename it. It's older than you. It's the word marriage goes way back, and you can't just steal it.
Yeah, fair enough. Like the gay marriage issue is something I don't care about. I just don't give a shit. Like you want to get gay married, whatever. You don't, whatever. I don't care. I can't even bring myself to care.
Yeah, everything like that to me is like derived from the primary problem anyway. There's the primary problem that exists way before that. So it's almost like, what comes first, Delta or Delta X? And a lot of the problems people fight over, are Delta X problems.
I can see that.
River, right?
Yeah, it's like we know gravity is real, therefore, and it's like, hold on, is gravity real? You sure?
See, that's why my solution is to just like build millions of helicopters and get rid of all the communists. That's my plan. All over the world, just get rid of all the communists, all of them. And that'll at least take us back to like that primary phase where there are almost no communists.
Does that mean that regular marriage shouldn't be legal either?
Look, if you get rid of communists, you pretty much get rid of poking people in the beehole anyway, probably. Just by default.
I just don't think it's an issue that I don't know. I can't even make any comments on it. I just don't care.
I actually don't care at all about it, because to me it is just a derivative issue.
I'm pretty sure it's there to just wind up like conservatives in their 70s.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's just to kind of bring them out of their,
like tell you
just
what,
to poke them a bit.
I won't expose my kids to sodomy. How's that sound? I'll just live my life and not let my kids be, emotionally and sexually abused by the world outside. How about I just do that, and I just
That's
let
what
everyone else live their life.
That's what I was going to say. Is the only angle it bothers me from is that it degrades the family unit. Like, there's freaking commercials with gay couples now. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, I'm going to tell you this right now. Every 9-year-old boy, every 10-year-old boy who has not been sexually molested thinks that's gross. Every single one. But like I said, if you went back and you got rid of, like I said, we just build millions of helicopters and get rid of all the communists. There's a significant amount of child molesters that'll be killed along with that, right? That would solve a huge problem, because we know all communists are evil.
Well, there's an interesting thing, statistic with regards to that as well. The heritability of kind of political beliefs in a meta sense. And I don't mean like, do you vote Republican? I mean more like, are you prone to religiosity? Are you prone to all sorts of conservative kind of metrics? However you want to measure it, of course. Of course, there's always going to be issues with measuring these things, yada yada, whatever. But the heritability of like political belief tends to be positive between about 0.3 and 0.7, which is not insignificant. It means over, say, 10, 20 generations, you'll notice the kind of political shift in a generation fairly quickly. But it also skews even more in a certain direction when one... So how do I put it? So Republicans tend to have more children than Democrats as a function of their political belief, right? Partly. Which means you now have a political belief or a set of political beliefs that are kind of reinforcing themselves based on the beliefs themselves, if that makes sense. So now you've got a group of people effectively politically outbreeding those other people, which is one of the reasons why I think that there are so many kind of immigrants brought into Western nations by leftists, is because they realize they're going to get outbred if they don't do something about it. So they try and bring leftists in from other countries. That's, at least from a political point, I think that makes the most sense, because there's no way in hell that for instance, the politicians in the UK do not care about foreign people. They don't care. They don't even care about British people. How are they going to care about foreign people? So for them to say, oh, we're bringing in all these immigrants because we just love them and care for them and want them to have a better life. They don't even care about me. So they don't care about these other people. So I don't believe them when they say that. I'm pretty sure that at least at a superficial level, they are bringing in people who they think will side with them in the long run.
I can definitely see that.
Do they really say it like that over there? Because I've never heard that with the southern border of the United States.
They say that like that over here.
No, I don't really hear, because we love them and care for them and we want them to have a better life. I've never heard anybody actually say that. Like,
well, how do they justify it?
You know what? I don't even know. They just say there's a crisis at the border. There's a ton of people fucking jumping the fence or fucking forcing their way through or clogging it up.
It's
That's
only a
pretty much
crisis
all I
if you care. Right, Lou? It's only a crisis if you're a human and you care.
Like, if you didn't give a fuck, then you'd be like, oh, look at those guys trying to jump the border. Like, imagine if it was your house and there was a bunch of, like, crims trying to break into your property. You wouldn't be like, oh, let them in. I'm such a compassionate person, right? So it's within the context of them enforcing that on you, right? But anyway, that's not even really my point. The point is that as a function of those political beliefs, I think Democrats are, and people who are democratically minded, they kind of have to be brainwashed now, because those people who are, let's just say, genetically predisposed to having those views are becoming fewer and fewer. But what's also interesting about humans generally is that their genetics tend to express more strongly as they get older. So what I think you might find is that populations, like older populations in the future, will be extremely conservative, and younger populations might not actually have got there just yet. Maybe we're there already, I don't know. Sorry, I said an awful lot there. I don't know if anyone's got any questions.
I was wiping up a spill from a kid.
I appreciated that. That was a lot to digest.
Wonder if Paz has got any criticisms for me.
Actually, tonight I was more. Matthew's gone now, but I was more interested in. I was actually curious about what his political leanings are.
Matthew's a funny guy because he's a creationist, isn't he?
Yeah, I believe so. Because he's
so
at,
I think
well,
I don't want to straw
he's
man
not-
him, but I believe he's a globe Earth creationist, which is like super rare.
Well, it's not rare if you're an evangelical.
Actually, it's really common, but
Yeah.
not in here. Like,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
What I meant is like the hardened globers, they're all atheists.
Yeah. I would say,
Yeah.
like, hey, 51% of the United States believe in a young Earth, and 99% of those are globe believers. So,
Yeah, fair enough.
oh no, but that last little step, that's just too crazy. Well, I don't know. The rest of the world's laughing at you. Why don't you just come join us? I don't get it. You know?
But willful ignorance is such bliss.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, look, I think there's only one issue that they've turned political that I don't think is a political issue that actually makes me angry, and that and I know it's a Delta X, but it still makes me angry, and that's abortion. Everything else I don't care about. I don't care if it's taxes or progressiveness or gay marriage or anything like that. But I mean, murdering kids is a big problem with me, because to me that's not politics.
Well, you know what politics means, right?
Yeah, it's mini blood-sucking creatures, right?
yeah. So that's the problem we have. We have many bloodsuckers. We need to get rid of them.
Yep, that's right. Like I said, I need to just get all my ANCAP helicopters together, and we'll give the libertarians one last hurrah. All right, I get to finally. Just drop them all from helicopters.
Wait, did you say libertarians? I thought it was communist.
No. We're going to give libertarians buy the helicopters. Let them make some money. All the ANCAPs. Which, see, on a personal level, I am anarcho completely. But most people are retarded. So. I don't know another way to articulate that. Most people are retarded. And they got to follow somebody, or they got to be told what to do. I mean, democracy proves that people are retarded.
Well, the fact that people put up with democracy, for sure.
Yeah, and the fact that they choose it. Like, you think this guy with an 82 IQ who's been sweeping floors for 40 years and has never asked for a raise and has been living in a hovel should equally be able to decide the future as you? You're an idiot.
And that's even if you believe that the political system is designed for the people in the first place, which is
that's the thing. If you're reading Socrates, he describes democracy like a weapon that the oligarchs use against the people, because they know that they have to control the gold souls and the silver souls, And so what they do is they agitate the bronze souls, which is 99% of people. Kind of this feckless mass majority of the human aggregate. That's never going to amount to anything. And that's really just there to use and consume. And who will vote selfishly. And then that's who they use. That's what democracy is. That's who's telling you what to do. Is that 99% of just absolute human detritus. So you can tell I have really good opinions about it.
So is it at least better having a democratic republic as opposed to a democracy?
Oh no, I'm like a monarcho-capitalist. I would rather.
I'm just wondering, does one serve the people better than the other?
Well, I've said
who says people have the right? I don't think people have the right to
the key part about the democratic republic, like the republic is the primary part of it. Like the end of it being it is a republic. The democratic part, that's our voting process that they're referring to with that. And I mean, if you ask me, it's all proven that it doesn't fucking work. Like, not in the long run, not without. Well, we need better checks and balances if they're already there, which they're supposed to be. They're not working. Like, maybe it's right, but it just hasn't been followed forever. It's hard to say because, like, I don't think any of us alive have ever really experienced it the way it's supposed to be.
There's another way of interpreting checks and balances, and that they are there to stop any real change actually happening. Which means the system will always self-perpetuate. And I've said a few times, like, I actually think that a dictator would be better than the democracies that we have in the West, because at least if you're unhappy with the dictator, you can fuck him off.
Yeah.
But there's no way to get rid of what we currently have.
How do you get rid of 200 million dictators who have a ballot?
Wait,
Yeah,
what
or
about
even
North
700
Korea? Would it be easier for them to overpower Kim?
Yeah, okay, so compare that to a bunch of English people overthrowing the entire British Parliament. What do you think's easier?
I'm not sure. Well,
they're both
one, I guess?
equal. All you gotta do is get everybody on the same page.
They're not
Just
equal.
go.
Hold on. I need to offer something here. North Korea, there is a cultural and religious problem. And that is, you are condemned spiritually if you go against the leader. Now, in the way, and they
just talking about the nuts and bolts of it. Like, I'm just talking about the pragmatic. What do you have to do in order to remove that? Right, that's all I'm really talking about.
Oh, I know you are, but using North Korea as an example, I think is kind of problematic because Asian countries have completely different philosophies that they're operating under. In a Western nation overthrowing a dictator, easy. How long did Pinochet last? Pinochet was great. How long did he last, though? 12 years? And they didn't even have to violently overthrow him. They just kind of voted him out. Some dictator.
So some dictators are better than other dictators?
Well, that's the thing with dictators.
If he's shit, you just overthrow him. You can't do that with democracy.
Well, who was?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you had a super fair dictator, like everybody just loved him, literally, like 100% of everybody loved him, and without him forcing it, is there anything wrong with a dictatorship?
No, because that's what Franco was. Everybody loved Franco. Franco
I'm pretty
went
sure
in the streets without bodyguards.
Yeah, Gaddafi was popular with his people.
Gaddafi was very popular with his people.
There's a couple of others I could mention, but like, it's not really. The point is that if they were shit, you know what to do about it. So, this guy's a prick. I'm just gonna get a, you know. I mean, I'm not saying it's easy. Like, we're saying what's possible, not what's easy. It is possible to overthrow these dictators. What it's not possible to overthrow is an entire parliamentary system. It's because it's not a thing that you can go and attack.
With everyone
now,
playing along with it.
Yeah, now everyone's picked a side as well. Oh, I'm on the red side. I'm on the blue side. Now you've got to oppose all of these people as well, right? Whereas with a dictator, it's like, oh, there's a few guys here. Oh, he's fucking the country. Let's get rid of him. You know, can't do that when Labour are in charge or Democrats are in charge. Oh, let's vote Republican next time. Doesn't do anything, but it's a method of controlling you. In not you as I mean, the wider you. Into conforming to the system. That's all it is.
But then you have this situation like the North Korea leader that they replace him with another one that looks like him. Have you noticed that? With a less chubby Kim Jong-un. Kim.
I can't be sure of
Maybe
anything
it's
I
his
hear
body
about
double.
North Korea.
I just saw some pictures and I'm just talking based on that. It looks kind of like a different person. Like the Kim we all knew, it's gone. The Kim we all knew and loved is gone, and it was replaced by someone else, and they call him. Yeah, this is Kim. He's the same guy.
So wait a second. North Korea is a dictatorship. South Korea is either a democracy or a democratic republic. I'm not sure. I think a democracy. But South Korea, the GDP is $1 trillion. North Korea, the GDP is $10 billion per year.
Okay,
so,
but North Korea also has other fundamental issues. Well, okay. Is it a fundamental nature of a dictatorship to be economically weak?
I guess not.
So what do you think is causing that? Do you think it might be the politics, like as opposed to the fact that it's a dictatorship?
Probably the isolation of the nation.
Politics?
The isolation of it.
No, let me put it another way. If North Korea had everything was exactly the same, but it was capitalist, do you think there would be a difference?
Yeah. Okay. I see your point.
Yeah,
I think there would be a difference.
Okay. So what I'm talking about is quite specifically the system of control over the people.
Yeah, and the means of production.
So that goes with my point, because the layers of control, what the North Korea leader that we knew and it was shown to us in the news and everything. I'm saying it was replaced by someone else, and they're saying, "Hey, he's the same guy." The levels of control of the people, and even people in the nation, I guess, believe he's the same guy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. Like when it comes to like North Korea, it's like, how do I know anything I'm reading or seeing is real? I can't go there.
Right.
Hats off to Crypto, man. You're really knowledgeable about this shit.
Yeah, he's half North Korean.
It's true.
There's a quote I love. I think it says something like, with kings or with a ruler, every once in a while you may get a Nero, but every once in a while you'll get a Marcus Aurelius. In a democracy with the people, you will always get a Nero and never get a Marcus Aurelius. And that's the truth. I was talking. I'll be quick. I was talking to a leftist, and they were constantly talking about their future, how they're not going to get what they want till they're 70. And I thought, I don't even think about my future. You know what I think about? I think about my kids and the world that I would leave to them. And so I immediately recognized what these people think about is themselves. And that's essentially what democracy is. It's a bunch of selfish people, mostly concerned about what they can get out of everyone else at everyone else's expense.
I'm with you, bro. I back that 100%.
All right, Bottom for Supreme Leader.
Say what?
What do you say? Ban him?
See what I want to do.
Bottom for Supreme Leader.
I want to go back to the 1960s, and I want to do away with the Welfare Act and the Immigration Reform Act.
I want to go
Let's
back to
cancel
1870.
democracy.
I want to go back to 1870. In fact, I want to go back to 1776 and establish a monarchist line in the U.S. How's that sound? But retain a constitution and a free market.
Yeah, a monarchy with rules. Like, he has rules as well to follow. He's a monarch, but it doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. He has to follow some type of guidelines set up by the people that set up the system.
A constitutional monarchy where he enforces the laws of the Constitution and makes sure that they're not broken by people.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that the job of a president? Isn't that like his job description? Isn't that what it's supposed to be? So to me, it would just be better to have like some guy who just lives that job and then teaches someone else to live that job after him.
I got warned in the serious
that's the
lobby
Pope,
in the
right?
open debate series just for saying flat Earth.
You got one where?
In the open debate server.
No, dude, it's because we're not in a general chat. That's why we're in a serious chat. I'm talking in a general chat right now.
Yeah, I'm isolated.
You're in open debates. Gay is talking to me right now. Not a different.
I told Dinobot, fuck him. Look, you want a link? Crypto.
So I think the whole emperor thing. I mean, take a look at the popes, right? They've been like the monarchy in the past, right? And granted, it's not a bloodline or whatever, like you said, but it's pretty close, right? And the popes have been downright anything but innocent.
Oh yeah.
What?
They're religious. I'm just talking about like running the business. And I genuinely believe that if they had started America with a king and run it like a business rather than whatever, then you wouldn't have that problem so much. Because you would have to have tangible, real things to trade with.
He's the monarch will be an executive, and he will make decisions that will benefit, follow the rules and benefit the whatever nation he's representing or whatever. He's not gonna make decisions that's gonna damage the economy, the people, the nation. He can't make those types of decisions. It's out of his scope of power.
See, I like the Constitution, but ultimately it either failed to prevent what's happened or it enabled what happened.
Yep.
And it's just that simple.
Yeah, because a piece of paper can't do much, right? Has to be people to
Well, that's why they actually made two documents, and a lot of people forget this. They made the Bill of Rights, which technically supersedes the Constitution. The Constitution was written in the context of the Bill of Rights, not the other way around.
I just left their server and came back, and their bot let me out. Ha ha.
Well, they have a beautiful bot, don't they?
Yeah. Lames.
So I think what we should have done is we should have had the judges like elected, and if any judge were to pass some sort of law like Terry versus Ohio, where all they have to do is think that you're about to commit a crime, and they can just come pat you down and rub up on your nuts and stuff. Like, to me, those judges should have been like fired or whatever word you like to use. Fired upon.
Burn at the stake.
Here's what I think the operation of the government should be: to only enforce
contracts.
To provide a platform for contracts to exist, and that's it. No police, no army. Just make sure everybody is loaded to the gills with guns. Because what do you need an army or police for if everyone's packing heat?
Yeah, everyone's fucking heat. If someone messes with the neighborhood house, there's a bunch of neighbors that are gonna take care of the problem of whoever is causing issues.
Yeah.
If someone is trying to mess with the little ones and the kid and the children, he's gonna be dealt with real quick.
Hey, you know why there's no robberies in my neighborhood? There's no home invasion.
They know better,
buddy.
That's because we own guns.
Everybody here owns guns.
Good.
Yeah. And every crook knows that every house here has a gun in it.
That's right. They figure Yosemite Sam lives at my house. They ain't dumb.
Anyone who robs a farm has mental issues. First of all,
they do.
Rob a farm.
I'm terrified just to rob the mushrooms that the farmer doesn't want.
Yeah. Think about the guy who robs a farm. First of all, you're going onto a horror movie set to rob it.
Slaughterhouse and all, huh?
You see the cornfield to the eye can see to the horizon. Yeah, I'm about to rob this place.
That creepy.
How many people are under those cornfields?
First you hear the rifle, then you hear the dog.
Inside with dozens of the including one required a partial now shelves has been significant.
I'm giving it another day before I start salt mining over the Virginia elections, though. That was hilarious.
Can I get a TLDR?
Okay, so they thought that in Virginia, they thought the Democrats, they held the House. They held the legislative house, the majority in Virginia, and they had the lieutenant governorship and the attorney general and the governor. Last night, they lost all of it. The governor won his race. The lieutenant governor was replaced. The attorney general was replaced, and the House flipped. It all turned red. All of Virginia turned red. The whole.
That's normally isn't Virginia normally quite strong blue as well?
Quite strong blue. Even they've had red governors, but we're a solid blue state below that. And on the down ticket, they would always, they're always blue on the down ticket.
Oh my God! Their debate topic is infant circumcision should be banned. Wow.
Well, that's a debate. That's not a debate. It should be banned.
Mushroom head. Yeah, that's not a debate. I'm just trying to find servers where I can promote our server.
Mushroom head versus badly wrapped burritos.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
Schmegma, To schmegma or not to schmegma?
Anyway, gross. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was giving him the TLDR. So anyway, Ronnie, what happened was Virginia's always been the bellwether for the midterms. Midterm elections are every 2 years. There's these midterms. You know, because you've seen them done here before.
Yeah. I've got
So
an idea.
halfway through each presidency, there's all these elections, and it's mostly in the Senate. So anyway, it's usually the bellwether for how the midterms are going to go. So the Democrats were saying if we lose the governorship, that's not too big of a deal so long as he doesn't win by too much. Well, they didn't just lose the governorship; they lost the House, they lost the Attorney General, and the Lieutenant Governor. Those are all elected, but like the Lieutenant Governor in Virginia is an elected position. It is not part of the governor's house. It's its own elected position.
Okay.
And what's happened in New Jersey is they've flipped, I think, 7 seats from blue to red. So now they're almost on an even keel in New Jersey, and the race in New Jersey is literally like 49.6 to 49.6 for the governorships.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it because they'll just steal it anyway if they want to.
Well, they could have stolen Virginia, right?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
That would be the one I'd steal. Of course, what happened in New Jersey is suddenly at 2 a.m. It stayed at 97% and hasn't moved. Of course, right?
Fuck's sake.
Okay.
That's what happened during the election. Yeah.
What happened during the election? What do you think?
Well, that. Yeah, loads of states were like 93%. Oh, look, now Biden's ahead. That happened like all night.
I'm actually extremely shocked about the Virginia results. That actually surprised me quite a bit because that is the bellwether. One of the MSNBC political analysts, who's also a Democrat, he had this look on his face like he had seen his kids killed or something, and he described it as a bloodbath. It was pretty funny. I'm waiting for someone to upload a Young Turks video of the stream.
So Cyrus, all we need to do is have a direct conversation with each other in serious, and we're good.
They're gonna on us, man. All right, let's do it.
This guy sounds a bit like Kosho. You think?
What about Kosho?
This guy sounds a bit like Kosho.
Which guy?
It's not quite the same.
This guy?
Cyrus. No,
Oh.
yeah, you.
Yeah. Me? Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you, man.
That is the correct response. That is the correct response to being compared to Kosho.
I'm just riffing on it. How you doing, man?
I'm pretty good, man. How about yourself?
Yeah, very well. Very well, thanks.
Oh, he
Still
does a
living?
little bit, doesn't he?
Or are you lazy? Hey, fuck you too, admin.
He does slightly, doesn't he? I was kind of mainly.
But you know how Kosho has that schizophrenic tone where he doesn't really modulate his tone much? That's the difference. Cyrus doesn't have that, like, I have a mental illness tone.
Right.
Appreciate it. Wow, you guys are really fucking.
He just has a mental illness.
That's me giving a compliment, by the way.
But
I wish we were on camera sometime so we could see the psychopathic stare.
I do turn on my camera, so yeah, maybe I do have a
We
little.
even got him to snort. That was pretty good. And cough.
I'm smoking.
This prick.
You know, smoking.
Which one?
Another one.
No, it's just Battlemod comes and he goes, "This prick," and I was like, "Which one?"
This prick at this science server. I'm just gonna leave and avoid the bot again. It works. Why not?
The science. Oh shit. Okay. You advanced. Oh come on, man. All right. I want to advance too.
Oh, son of a bitch. The bot got smart. And the dude that put me in there, he's not even answering my messages.
This is what I like to show progressives when they forget what country they're in.
I like that. Only 46%. That's nice.
Yeah, we got to get those numbers up.
Yeah, there's a lot of guns in Africa. Like, you guys probably don't realize it because I don't know. Like, when I hear Americans talk about Africa, and I don't mean like you guys specifically, but when I hear a lot of Americans talk about Africa, it's almost like they think it's a single country.
Yeah, a lot of them
kind of small-ish, like big, but not as big as the US. It's like you don't realize how enormous Africa is unless you have to fly over that bitch. It is huge.
No,
absolutely monstrous.
It has 2 coasts. Holy cow!
I have 3.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, we slide side to side though. No, most Americans think it's like they think. Yeah, I don't think they understand what Africa is. It's a continent that has several countries in it that are massive. There's the Sahara Desert. There's Nairobi. There's Nigeria. There's Kenya. There's.
I mean, Nairobi's in Kenya, but
yeah, Nairobi's in Kenya. See, yeah, like even me.
Here's the Congo, Angola.
Yeah. Angola, yeah.
There's 2 Congos.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's the Congo and the Democratic Republic.
Democratic Republic of Congo, which is a communist, which is a place you don't want to go. It's hell on earth.
I can probably name virtually every country in Africa if I was pushed. I'd probably forget 1 or 2.
Wow, that's really good, man.
I remember when I was a bit younger, I just engaged turbo autism and started doing those like world map quizzes, and I always did really well on Europe and Africa and fucked everything else up.
All right, what's north of Liberia?
North of Liberia. Liberia's on the west coast, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Directly north of Liberia. It would have to either be
some black folks.
I'm not looking at a map, so I actually don't know. I'm just asking you.
All right, well, there's no point answering then, is it? My guess would be something like Chad or Cameroon. It'll be something like that. I don't know.
Is it Chad more towards the center? I would say Chad.
I mean, again, Chad and Cameroon are both huge countries as well. Like, they're of...
But isn't it Virgin Cameroon?
Virgin Cameroon.
And Chad.
I'm curious, actually. I'm going to have a look now.
Yeah, I'm kidding, right? Virgin Cameroon versus Chad.
Oh, right. Yeah, I get you. There's a massive lake in Chad. Well, it's not really in Chad. It's across 4 different countries. Fittingly named Lake Chad, but it's absolutely enormous. Right, let's have a look. Liberia. Guinea. Oh, Mali, of course. Guinea and Mali. They're the 2.
Isn't Namibia on the east coast?
No, Namibia's on the west coast. It's just above.
I'm sorry, West Coast. Yeah, South Africa. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, Liberia is quite a bit further west than I thought. I thought it was kind of near Togo, but it's not.
Okay.
Anyway, whatever. Right, I'll put the map away again. Any other questions?
No. If I want to know,
yes.
If I want to know how to torture somebody with a spare tire, go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
Go ahead, memes.
No, I was just making a joke. You can go.
Crypto said if anyone had a question, I was asking him, isn't it like past bedtime in the UK?
Not for me, no.
Oh, okay.
He's a clubber. No.
Yeah, exactly.
I like there was an episode
clubbing in the US.
Yeah, clubbing. I think because it came out so late, it was like in kind of a 70s and 80s thing, right? That where the term kind of was coined. So I think it was culturally shared from that point.
That makes sense, actually. Because there's not really any separation between kind of let's call it the Anglosphere nations. We kind of share a lot now, don't we?
Yeah. Now, there are older things. And talk about them, and I don't understand any of it. And I watch lots of British television.
What specifically?
I can't remember because I'm tired. I just kind of some of the random idioms that are used. Like you said earlier, like Larry is a Gary or something
Happy
like
as
that.
Larry, yeah.
Happy as Larry. Yeah, like
I have no idea why that's a thing.
I have no idea. Yeah. What's it mean?
Just means happy.
Oh.
Literally just means happy, but like very happy, you know.
I know in Hollywood and showbiz, the word Larry is used like the 555 phone number.
Oh.
So there's always
Larry.
like these characters that don't have actors, but it's always like Larry the photo guy or Larry the train guy. So it's just like a common name used as like a placeholder for a not so important person.
Maybe Larry is happy because he's got your shekels.
Larry the cable internet guy.
According to the BBC, LBC, whatever that is, answer. It originates from a boxer called Larry Foley in the 1890s, before boxing was fully legalized. He won the biggest prize of about $150,000, which in 1890 would have been an enormous amount of money.
That was
And a newspaper article. Yeah, and a newspaper article in New Zealand had the headline "Happy as Larry" and the phrase stuck, according to LBC.
Happy as Larry. There you go.
Yeah, good old Lawrence then, huh? I like that name, Lawrence. Larry's terrible. It's every
Lawrence.
It's every plumber's
Lawrence,
name.
it's time. Lawrence, it's time for your bar mitzvah. All right, I gotta go. My wife's saying I'm being too loud.
All right, brother. Have a
I'll
good
see
night.
y'all. Yep.
Have a good night.
And bye.
I did.
Poor Globers. Finally conceding. No globe evidence to find. Right? I mean, that's what it means when they don't come and debate us anymore. They're conceding. What else does it mean? Right? Unless they have globe evidence, man. Just bring it. Bring it on in. We will not only give it our greatest amount of attention, we will scrutinize and pick it apart until there's nothing left. Then you might learn something.
No planning on it. You assume I was. We do not need your members.
Was that the globe's dying breath?
Yeah, I was trying to do an impression. How'd I do? Oh, super. India, I like that video a lot. My friend. I think it's the bee's knees. Everybody check out the Livestream voice text. India posted Flat Earth, 500 years of being wrong. What'd they tell you? He's speaking about the Copernican heliocentric fantasy world.
On what subject?
Flat Earth? It's almost that I don't understand the question.
Cyrus, I swear these are all kids. Where's he at?
Well, it's breath of fresh air in the YouTube chat tonight. No trolls to be found.
Hey, Redford found us.
Hey, how's it going? Oh yeah,
What's up?
finally. That was like 10 minutes ago.
Well, these fuckers isolated me, so I had to load up my alt. I was busy. They had me mad.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't read the chat. Nobody replied to me.
Hey, how is it possible there's no trolls in the YouTube chat?
There's none. I just posted 8 things in a row. Nobody interrupted. Nobody's saying shit.
Something's wrong. Something's amiss.
I agree. It's too quiet. Too quiet.
You need a damn tutorial to go in their server. What the fuck?
Which server is that?
Open debates. I posted the link. If you scroll up.
I don't know if I have the energy to do that.
Hey, I'm working on building up another platform. Even though YouTube, looks like we get the same crazy trolls over and over. I started a new stream on Facebook, which D-Live's been going on for a while. Twitter, nobody actually reacts there. But if you're on Facebook already, I mean, if you are active on Facebook, whatever, a lot of people are. A lot of people in here are not necessarily, but wanting to just freaking text all day with the same. It's just different trolls in a different platform, right? And so me and Indio, you were here, Mike, right? When Indio came in and he's like, "Hey, let's get back on Facebook." I already have a Facebook group set up, and there's a little over 100 members, and I added to the restream, so we're on Facebook now. They only archive the videos about 8 hours, so I'm going to restart the stream more often now, which would probably get us more listening, like back listening and more comments, on the videos. So yeah. So if you got anyone here is on Facebook, anyone listening is on Facebook, we're on. I'll share the group right now where you can listen. I actually have to pay Restream to actually stream. I could stream it on my personal channel, but I don't. I did that before, and I just didn't like the way it formed out. But I created a group a couple of years ago that was pretty inactive, but let's make it active, man. Let's freaking, if you guys are on Facebook, I mean, create, whatever kind of account, go in there and freaking let's recruit some new people, man. Let's get in there. Because I'm
24/7.
tired. Yeah, I'm tired of all these same freaking YouTube trolls and shit. I mean, it's just like we get bored with those fuckers, man. Let's do it on Facebook.
Dude, I'm so happy they're not there.
I'm on a different server right
Helio,
now.
man. Helio, I told you how to do it. I told you how to set it up to where you can do a multi-stream on another server through Restream for free, and it will multi-stream to your Facebook page or your personal.
No,
it's up to you.
Dude, I've been doing that for 2 years now. No, I know how to do it. I'm just saying to do it. I didn't want to do it on my personal Facebook page. In order to do it from a group that I created, I have to pay Restream to do it. So that's what I did last night. And so anyway, so it's set up now. And, I have to pay them a monthly fee to actually stream from a group that I created. Anyway, I mean, if you're going to try to teach me how to stream, whatever. Yeah. So anyway, it's set up now. Here's the link to the group. Hold on, that's the wrong freaking link. Son of a gun.
Y'all like chicken breasts?
I'm clicking on the wrong shit.
I like all breast.
But it must have been the wrong time. I was in the right place.
I might have been the wrong time.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. But anyway, I mean, I know a lot of flat earthers just hate Facebook. They're not even involved, but a lot of people are. So anyway, so I mean, I think we could help grow the group, and I'm going to try to make it sort of open, like the YouTube channel is, like with the chat and the arguments. But I'll definitely have some moderators in the group, if they want to pay attention to it, and if it grows, we're going to get. I mean, Facebook has shitloads, hundreds of thousands of freaking globy trolls. So it's like if it grows, it's going to be, it'll get crazy. But if it could be something. It's worth a shot, right?
No one ever gonna survive unless we are a little crazy.
If we ain't a little crazy, we a lot crazy. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
Where the fuck is? Why can't
I wrote the book, mister.
I wrote the book on crazy, nigga.
Oh man.
We had a big argument about that, using the
N-word.
And with the A. I heard you guys talking about that. I don't give a fuck.
It's an unsettled debate till the end of time. I think.
Sure it will be, I guess.
I don't think it's a debate. It's like you can say what you like. That really is the be all and end all. And if someone tries to say to you that you can't,
dude, I've been saying this shit for years. I say it in front of black people, and they're just like,
I'll put it to you this way.
That's what's up.
I'm not going to be caught saying that, but I'm not going to get mad at anybody who does.
I'll say,
That's
what
your
up,
choice.
my nigga? What up, my
the point
nigga?
I'm trying to make is that
I posted the link. I posted a link to the Facebook group.
My nigga. What up? What's good, my nigga?
Oh my god.
Good.
Well, anyway,
I'll OD on it right now. What y'all gonna do about it? Yo, I was
Okay.
killing my main nigga, and we was walking down the
You
street, right?
black.
And I was
You
like, dang, hold on, nigga, I ain't seen you in a
nothing.
minute. Yo, try me, bro.
What's the movie that's from? You ain't black. You ain't nothing. No, that's a like a music video, right? You ain't black.
Yo!
Is it a Weird Al video or some shit? It's like, you ain't black. You ain't nothing. You ain't nothing. Can't remember which.
You're going to have to
freaking-
cite that now, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if it's from a Weird Al video or.
Yeah, go ahead and check that. What's
Check it out.
my nigga?
All right, I'll
What's
check
going on,
on that.
Witsit?
But anyway, I did post the new stream
anyway,
that's on Facebook. This is our stream. I'll be restarting the stream more often than 12 hours. It'll be more like 5, 6 to 8 hours instead of 12.
Oh, 8.
So, because Facebook will only archive it after 8 hours. So, well, that's
Okay, cool.
the way it goes.
Thanks for doing
That's
that.
just the way it goes.
At 8 hours.
And I'm gonna look up this. You ain't black. You ain't nothing.
Yeah, because you've said it 3 times now, and so I really think that you should find it.
It's from a movie or a video or something. Like
No, it's
Yeah,
not
it
from.
probably is. Hey, Witsit and Mrs. Gets It, y'all were roboting.
What'd you say?
Yeah, still roboting.
You're
Hi, though.
roboting.
Roboting.
You appear to be roboting.
Sorry. No
That's
vowels.
racist.
Or no consonants, all vowels.
Hey. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
See, all it comes up this recent freaking Joe Biden black shit that comes up. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to know about that.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on,
Witsit,
man.
what are you guys doing right now?
Go, Brandon.
Just seeing as Witsit's just popped in, does anyone know what the word ginger is an anagram of?
Yeah. Niger.
What, the country?
Yeah, but with another G in it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Told you I ain't never say it.
Nigerian.
I'm that robotic nigga.
Robotic.
What'd you say, nigga?
Oh my god. Fucking dude.
Yo.
All right, let's stop.
Every
doing
fucking server
Don't
I
make
go
this
to,
weird,
what the
bro. Don't
fuck?
make this weird, my nigga. Like this
Is
chill,
that
bro.
hard R? Witsit, I'm just checking. Is that hard R?
Nah, that's the That's the I'm good.
What if you say it with a UH on the end? Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Well, you
What up, my
can't
nigga?
say, when you say something is different than when you spell something.
Hey, my dude, it's all good. Don't make this weird, Helio. It's okay. Don't get nervous.
See, it could be my dude, like it's DUTE, dude, even though it's not a word, but dude is a word. But you can be like,
All my niggas is rich as what?
See here, check this out. Like, you can say anything you want, but if you're gonna say something, you might as well say it with conviction. You gotta use the hard R. If you're gonna hide behind some fucking
Okay, there, Go, go, go.
No, nigga, no. I grew up in Little Rock. I can fucking say, you know, you can be like, hey, nigga.
Arkansas, nigga.
Yeah, I'm freaking Central
your
Arkansas,
invite
nigga, bro. I mean, what you talking about?
As long as I slur the end of it a little bit, it doesn't matter.
And you're drunk.
What?
Like, well, no, he said
I'm
if you slur
saying-
the R a little bit.
Oh,
It's
no.
easy to rap. It's
Well,
so
but
easy
I
to
lived
rap.
in the
If you got
ghetto,
that
man.
word. If you
I
got
lived
that
in the
word in your
ghetto.
pocket, it's so easy to rap. Yeah, the earth is flat, my nigga. Yeah, that's a fact, my nigga.
Yeah, man, I lived in the ghetto, bro. I mean, you know, as long as you a white nigga that's cool with niggas,
rap battle.
do
If they
Rap
all
battle.
come to bag, I'm a zigger.
Rap battle. Mute Helio and hit the beat. Yo, DJ.
DJ Masterson.
I'll be getting
I'm
naked
not
with
kidding.
sunburns right now.
I'm not kidding. First, we got to mute a motherfucker before we can get down. Then we got to throw the bass, hi-hat, and kick sound. Get some. We'll do it just for fun.
A flat Earth freestyle going on.
Huh? Crypto and his... hold on, I want to debate this guy, Mike. He said he was a right proper cunt. He conceded.
Wait, so I actually had a guy legitimately admit to me that he was afraid of debating me earlier.
I believe it, bro.
He did. He did. He said, no.
Isn't that pathetic? Like,
it is.
At least he's honest, bro. At least he's honest.
Why are there gender abolitionists everywhere I go? What the fuck, man? I step off into the wrong fucking servers trying to promote this place.
Yeah, what's a gender, bro? Define it, bro. Prove it.
It's
I'm just kidding. I'm just
kidding.
It's biological. A
good.
lot of these people wouldn't know nothing about it.
You cisgender motherfuckers.
Someone asked what we were up to. We're chilling in Knoxville right now, and then we're going to Gatlinburg, and then we're going to Florida.
I'm trying to push for us to go to Dolly World.
It's called Dollywood. It's called
Dollywood.
For Dolly Parton?
Hella lame. It's hella lame. It's Dolly Parton's amusement park, and I'm not
There's
interested.
no reason to do that. There's no reason to go there at all.
That is
Yo,
hilarious. Why do you want to go there, God?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, I'll back you as a chick, but like, why? Why do you want to go?
Dude, that's what I'm saying. You know, the only thing,
Why not?
like my third grade teacher, the way this literally happened to me. The way they taught me improper fractions, they were like, this is the easy way to remember improper fractions. They're Dolly Parton fractions because they're so much bigger on the top than the bottom. Oh, that's real life, yeah. That's real.
Yep.
But dude, my little sister, we ate with my little sister, and she brought up that she has that discount at the tickets for Dollywood. And now Kai will not let it go.
Because it looks
It's meant to
so
be. It's meant to be, bro.
That's fucking great. That's what that is.
Yeah, you gotta take her. You have
just
to.
Yeah, for sure.
It'll be fun.
I just want to soak up.
on her team, no?
I just want to soak up this.
Well, you have to
Tennessee
keep her
vibe.
happy. That's the best thing.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Sorry.
That's true. She's right.
No,
But, like, she's so excited. Like, hear how Kai, like, she wants to go. Just bring her. You'll
Well,
have a good
people
time.
here are so Southern, like a whole new level of Southern. So I just want to soak
Yeah,
it
man.
up.
Whole new level.
Go and get jolly with Dolly.
Oh, no.
You guys are gonna get jolly with Dolly.
Yes.
Actually, I met a couple of people from Tennessee the other day. That was actually a really nice experience. Like, too many like small things happened, but it was like, I don't know. There was like a different kind of vibe about them to like the New Yorkers and the kind of Californians that I've met before. It was like, I don't know. I can't even explain it. It was nice.
You're
They were
like, does
super
everybody
based.
here
They were
play a
super based.
banjo?
Dude, look, no, check this. Real, like, I was trying to explain to her that everyone here knows that COVID is bullshit. I mean, it's awesome and bow down to Fauci. We were chilling at the pool table at the
Brilliant.
hotel, and even the people working at the bar were like, did you know? Did you know they was trying to give that damn vaccine to the children? I was like, hell, if you want to take the vaccine, you do it, but leave my child out of it. I'll shoot him up.
Then you spit on the floor.
God.
Casual combo at the bar, just a casual. And then same, I just went into a gas station, and this senile lady was like, "Ain't nobody want to work no more."
Damn COVID, ain't nobody
It's actually not funny.
Falling apart. Ain't nobody.
That is tragic.
That is kind of funny.
The bare minimum in Tennessee is to be based, bro. To be based.
This son of a bitch put me back in motherfucking isolation.
But it's funny though. It's funny, right? Because like the mainstream media, they would literally all they have to do is come to East Tennessee and handpick a few people out to give the stereotype of anti-vaxxers. It was like, yo, jacked up teeth, like clearly super country, like out of it. I ain't never taking that vaccine. It's funny, yeah. Anyway. Ever since I took my COVID vaccine, I can't feel my left foot. I don't even know what's going on. Is everyone getting nervous because I'm talking about it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my nigga.
Well, you could just claim to be dyslexic. You just be like, look, I was saying my ginger and I just got it wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just say words. I don't even know what's going on, my nigga.
I met this lady the other day, and she said she got her second, and she was almost crying because of the pain she had on her arm. And she said it's just normal. I mean, no, that pain is not normal.
Was it like a physical pain or is more of an emotional pain because she just realized how retarded she was?
She was hurting, bro. She was like really definitely hurting. There's a term called ZERVA, which is shoulder injury by vaccine injection, ZERVA, and yeah, they pay people for that kind of injury. It damaged the rotator cuff, and they call it frozen shoulder. She was like almost crying, and it's normal. It's it's normal after getting the thing. Yeah, okay. It's normal to be almost crying. Pain.
They're like, this is probably going to drop your immune system below a healthy level and you might catch something else, but it's going to prevent you from the thing that nobody's catching or dying from.
Space cord.
Nonsense, Michael. Nonsense.
I'm there. Color me black.
Blackface? Please don't do that.
To redeem myself, this is hold on. From the Michael Jackson bad video, this is what I mean. It's just like I said, you ain't black, you ain't nothing. But it was really, here's what it was. Hold on, let's see if I can. You motherfucker! No, it didn't. He didn't say
you
that.
Can't
this
dance.
is from the Michael Jackson bad video. No, this is Hold on, let me pull it up.
I used to dance to that.
Here it comes. Hold on,
night.
I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it really quick.
No,
it's
Don't
only
do
6
it.
seconds. That's Michael Jackson. He said, "You ain't bad.
Great, we didn't hear it.
Ain't nothing.
You ain't bad. You ain't nothing.
You ain't bad. You ain't nothing.
You ain't sad. Eat some muffins.
You ain't bad, motherfucker. You ain't bad. You ain't nothing."
And Weird Al, I think, did that too in his video. You ain't fat. You ain't nothing. Remember his fat parody? That was good.
Yeah.
Fat, really, really fat.
Hey, get your game faces on, guys. A couple young men in check-in, so we'll be in here soon.
Who's going to be here soon, India?
Just 2 people in check-in.
Cool.
I think they're
we'll get our game face on.
Yeah, game face.
Cool.
They sound like they're like 18, 19. So they don't know shit.
Hey, I'm in Space Cord. I'm gonna be on Space Force, yeah! Who wants a link? Let's troll Space Cord. Oh, they ain't letting me make no links. Well, them sons of bitches.
But I just listened to them for a couple minutes. They seem like a bunch of Adderall snorters, so, you know.
India, we got some progress in Boston. First female mayor in Asian at the same time.
Oh my God! Did you see the lieutenant governor they elected in Virginia? She's a black woman, Jamaican, ex-Marine, pro-Second Amendment Republican. It's amazing. Because they're confused, right? Some of her campaign pictures of her holding the AR-15. So like, it's a black immigrant woman. Yay! Oh, she's got a gun. they don't know what to do.
You must have seen that picture where there's like a black guy holding a Confederate flag, wearing like, you know, traditional American gear, right next to a white liberal with a BLM flag. It's just like nothing makes sense anymore.
That's really funny.
Confusion. So how's everything across the pond?
Yeah, just cold, to be honest. Everything's fucking cold now.
Yeah. Well, I was talking about like the authoritarian nonsense that's been going on. Seems like you guys it's like relaxed there more than here. But
yeah, no one really gives a shit anymore. And we're talking about liberal London. No one cares, even in liberal London. No one gives a fuck.
Could just kill me. Just no, I don't want to live like this. Please kill me, COVID.
Well, at this point, it's like, it would literally be like, what is the point of carrying on if you're just going to live like this forever? Like, what's the point?
I was saying that at day one.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah, same. But I think it's kind of dawned on people.
Check this, my nigga. Like, the reason that you gotta take the vaccine, my nigga, right, is because if you don't take the vaccine, then the people that don't take the vaccine, they're gonna get you sick. And the reason that the vaccine don't work and you gotta go to the hospital, even if you got the vaccine, is because of them damn people that don't take the vaccine. You know what I'm saying? And that's
hard out here. It's hard out here for a pimp, eh?
Yeah, when you're trying to get the dollars for the rent. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's like legit. The reason that
Pimping ain't easy.
The reason that like 60% of the people in New Hampshire that got put in the hospital were unvaccinated is because of the unvaccinated people. That's how you know the vaccine works. Isn't that right, YouTube?
Yeah.
You know that they're adding now to the end of the advertisements. To the end of the advertisement, they're adding this protection is gonna last you for a year. That they adding that now to the the shots.
As long as that.
Wow. That's legit. That's science, yo.
Well, science is always
Hell
evolving,
yeah.
so.
That's right. Just like everything.
And now they're pushing get both, get the flu and the COVID shot, get both at the same time.
Yeah, they're pushing that here too.
I can't wait for my bong to evolve into a bigger bong.
I know a few people, man, like that work in healthcare, and so if you come in and you haven't taken the Fauci, then they diagnose you with the PCR test, diagnose you positive for the COVIDs, and then they give you remdesivir, which results in kidney failure, acute kidney failure, and of course that results in fluid buildup in the body because the kidneys regulate the fluid, and then you have like fluid buildup in the lungs, which is what now people call pneumonia, even without the viral load test for pneumonia. And then they throw you on a vent because you have COVID, but like you have pneumonia or whatever, which is fluid buildup because remdesivir shuts down the kidneys and it killed 54% of people in 6 months. And YouTube, back up! I'm just trying to read medical journals out loud. But then, like, if you come in and you're vaccinated, they don't even give you the PCR test. They don't put you on remdesivir, and in fact, they even give you hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin, right? Literally, they'll give you those two things if you've taken the jab. But if you haven't, they put you on remdesivir, which results in acute kidney failure. And 34% of people that within 7 days that took it, they had to take them off or they were going to die. And this is the actual study that Fauci invoked originally whenever he recommended remdesivir. So if you think about the mastermind evil plan here, right? It's like put them on remdesivir, they'll result in acute kidney failure, and then they'll have fluid buildup through the bodies because the kidneys regulate the fluid in the body, and then they'll get i.e. pneumonia, and then they'll put them on a vent, which puts pressure on the lungs. Whenever the lungs are building up with fluid, effectively drowning, slow motion, and then everyone that has taken the jab, they won't get that protocol. So then the unvaccinated will look as if they have a more severe outcome when they go to the hospital. Allegedly, and we should all bow to Fauci. He's the king.
He's King Troll.
But like, isn't that pretty?
I got
Isn't
two
that
new
pretty
guys
crazy?
in here. You want to talk to them?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk to some of you guys if you want. But yeah, no, that is pretty crazy, man.
And what's the other guy's name? Let me see.
Thank you for that, Witsit. I'm glad the audience was able to hear that explanation. It's fucking gravy, baby.
Gravy. Hey, new guy.
They're not
What's
in
going
here.
on?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Frost
coming
and
through?
Snow.
You guys
They're
should be
willing
getting
to do the 3 points if y'all want.
Okay.
Are they even
Am
in
I
here?
coming through?
It was Snowviet
Yeah.
and Frost not 3.
Yeah, he's gonna rejoin.
Hey guys, can I give the 3 points a shot here? It's been so long.
By all means, sir.
Hey,
If Kai
Snovia,
allows and approves.
you allow it? Hey, Snovia, I got 3 basic questions for you. Okay.
Yep.
The real simple point forward questions or yes or no questions. No big deal.
If you don't know, say you don't know.
Right.
Because that's the common answer.
Yeah. So, first question.
Yep.
Throughout the history of all mankind or anything that you know of, is there any way that we have verified the curvature of the Earth, that the surface of the Earth is curving?
Like, can you lean in a little bit better? I didn't really get that.
Okay. Throughout the history of everyone that's ever existed and lived on the Earth, is there any way that we can physically verify that the surface of the Earth is curving?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We'll take that. So no. So if you think that the Earth is in fact curving as of now, that's just a belief that you hold without being able to actually verify it with empirical evidence, right? It's just a belief. Okay. So number 2. Wait, you're cool with that?
Yep.
Okay. So number 2, throughout the history of all mankind, throughout everyone that's ever lived, do we have any way that we have verified that the Earth is spinning? Do what? Maybe?
Yes, maybe.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know. I actually don't know that one. I don't know how
Okay.
to prove it.
Fair enough. Thanks for being honest, bro. No worries. So as of now, it's just a belief you have that the Earth is curving and that the Earth is spinning, right? It's just a belief you have because we were all told that, and you're not really sure how we proved it.
Oh, wait. I didn't hear that. My sound just cut out.
As of now, the fact that the Earth is curving and that the Earth is spinning is just a belief that you have, and there's no way that you know of that we have proven it.
Yes.
Okay, so it's just a belief. Okay, so number 3, you're doing great. You're doing great, kid. Number 3, do you have any proof or evidence that we can test that the Earth is within a vacuum of space, that outer space is a vacuum, that exists beside the Earth and is a place that we can travel to? Do you have any proof of that?
No.
Okay, so as of now, the fact that the Earth is a ball that spins in a vacuum of space, it's just a belief that you have because that's what you were told and what we were taught, but you don't actually know how it is that it was supposedly proven that the Earth is a ball that spins in a vacuum.
Yes. Don't know that.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you for being honest, bro. You did absolutely amazing. And
Good job.
the point is, right, that it's simply a belief you hold, just like all of us used to believe that the Earth was a sphere, a blue marble that spins around in a vacuum of space that people have traveled to because that's what we were taught. Now, when you really want to see, well, is that true? Right? If you step back for a second, you're like, I wonder if that's actually true. And like, how can we prove that? You'll find out, well, they didn't really teach you that part, right? So we need to figure out how is it that we can test or prove if that's actually the case, right? Don't you agree that that's the next step?
Yeah.
Okay. So would you agree that the most efficient way to see if the Earth is curving would be to physically measure the surface of the Earth and prove that it's curving?
No, I don't think it's possible.
Let me give you an example, bro. If you have a coffee table,
Yeah.
right? You can physically measure that coffee table and prove that it's flat, right?
I thought you meant with a tape measure. Okay, so yeah, you can.
Sure, a tape measure would work. Yeah. Or if I had a basketball, I could physically measure the basketball and prove that it's curving, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the Earth was a sphere, I could physically measure it and prove that it's curving, right?
Yep.
So the most efficient way to test that would be to physically measure the surface of the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we did that. And come to find out, it actually is not curving anywhere. So, not in Florida or California or the entire United States or India or Australia or Japan or Europe. We've physically measured the surface of the Earth and it's not curving.
Europe.
Europe.
Or South
Laura?
America, Peru, or Brazil.
So do
It's
you
been
see what I'm
measured.
saying? Right. Like, let me give you an example, bro. Okay. We took a laser, okay, and we shot the laser forward. And you know how lasers work,
Yep.
all right? They shoot straight lasers, like point source lights, forward. And we actually have a laser that shot 31 miles and was observable 31 miles away. And if the Earth was a sphere, the size they taught us, there should be 600 feet of Earth curvature curving up and blocking that laser, like physically blocking it. Yet the laser was observed 31 miles away horizontally. So that's impossible on a ball, bro.
Mm.
And it's been replicated.
So basically, don't believe anything anyone says. Just go out there and measure it. When you measure large bodies of frozen water or calm water, you're going to find that no matter how far you go, no matter how far you observe from A to B, you're going to get line of sight. And line of sight means I can see from point A to point B, which means there's no obstruction. That's why it's good to do over water, because there's no hills and valleys.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually even shot the laser over the salt flats when it was really cold outside, 31 miles. So you see the problem, right? The laser should be blocked by the curve of the Earth, like a hill or a mountain, but it wasn't.
What's on the other side?
The other side of Earth?
Yes.
We have no idea.
This is an enclosed system.
Yeah. You can't leave this place, as far as we can tell. And one of the main giveaways for that, in fact, the main giveaways. So it was the third question that Witz had asked you about the gas pressure without a container. So basically, we breathe air pressure, air and gas pressure, right? That's why we have pressure systems. That's weather. That's everything out there, right? Oxygen. We're breathing oxygen. So that is air pressure. Do you follow?
Okay.
You sure you got it?
Yeah, I was just testing my sound. It just keeps cutting out.
Okay. So basically, I'll try to make it short. You can't have gas pressure without a container containing that pressure. Now, since we all experience gas pressure and air pressure here on Earth, then the necessary antecedent for that pressure, the only thing that could be causing the pressure, only thing, is a container, the walls of a container for the gas or air to press upon, right? Because you got pressure, base word is press, and what does it have to press upon? Well, if it's enclosed, it's got something, the walls. Yeah, exactly. Now, we aren't arrogant enough to say that we know what the entire shape is, how big it is, all that stuff, what's beyond it. We're only going with, I won't speak for anybody. I'm only going with what I can test and I can measure and I can observe over and over and over. Yeah, and when I do that, and I've been in hundreds of flights, I've done all kinds of shit, all kinds of tests, and I can't find curvature anywhere, man. Go ahead.
I know what it's not. It's not a ball in space.
Right.
That's
right.
for damn sure. And even if it was, they don't act like it is. So really, they're done right there. One of their high priests, before he died, said, astronomy is a humbling and character building experience. And look at these guys. They think they are just kings of the world. They walk around like they have all the answers. They know everything. They just got to Google it.
You guys think that other planets exist?
What do you mean by planet?
Like Mars?
There's a light in the sky.
Ah.
Would you go further? Well, how do you know it's anything more than what you see it as?
Whenever you say other planets, that's a false equivalence because by definition, we're not a planet because we're not orbiting a star, right? So you're thinking that we're in a heliocentric model when the flat Earth isn't a heliocentric model at all.
So we're just basically an island?
Yeah, I think that's actually right. I think,
that's
at
one
least my
idea.
opinion, that's one idea, yeah, for sure.
Scary.
And you got to know it like this too. There's sea level, right? Sea level is the same everywhere on Earth. So it would make sense that we're a big pond just floating in it, you know? And that's why it's a straight line everywhere. If you look at an island, everywhere around it is a straight line. Right at your horizon line is what I mean, a straight horizontal line. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
So like all the rivers and like stuff, it's all like as deep as the oceans.
Rivers aren't going uphill, right? So water flows downhill into the ocean, right? On the globe model, you're going to have water going uphill, right? That's can't demonstrate that is a working model.
No, let's not say that because some water does flow uphill, and it's got to do with hydrology. You got hundreds of miles and thousands of gallons of water behind it, pushing it uphill for a short period. So some water does flow uphill. The Mississippi River flows uphill 11 miles. The last 11 miles before it enters the Gulf of Mexico.
Never heard that before.
Yeah, there's some rivers that flow uphill for short distances. They're usually tourist attractions. They're usually like small creeks.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. So if all that water's pushing it, it's like
Well,
natural
that's what
force.
they say actually causes tides. They say the real theory of tides is that gravity causes a hydraulic action that pushes the water up. That it's not being pulled directly,
Did you
indirectly.
guys get scared that this is just an island in space?
No, there is no space.
I mean, or whatever we're in.
So, like, if you draw a square on a piece of paper, right?
We don't believe it's an island.
Yeah. If you draw a square on a piece of paper, the paper is the embedding space, and the square